Chapter 1089. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. Land Spirit of Langya nodded repeatedly. That's right, he praised. I wouldn't dare. This is just my humble opinion. Fang Yuan was modest. Land Spirit was naive, he did not understand Fang Yuan's modesty. He shook his head and retorted, No, this is not a humble opinion, it is an insightful opinion. Your words are a great inspiration to me and also a great contribution to Langya sect. Originally, according to Langya sect's rules, just this contribution would raise your status by 1 level. For example, 6th hair would be promoted to 5th hair. But you are not a true hairy Mangu immortal yet, so you can only get 200 sect contribution points. At the end, Land Spirit of Langya looked at Fang Yuan and sighed in regret. Fang Yuan's face also showed an extremely regretful expression. He was only an external elder now, he did not need to do any missions, he would get 10 sect contribution points every month. But the other hairy Mangu immortals had good roots, they would get much more in this aspect every month. Moreover, the higher the rank of the hairy Mangu immortal, the more sect contribution points they would get every month. I really want to become a true hairy man. Fang Yuan sighed, his face was filled with sincerity as if he really wanted to. Land Spirit of Langya said, It is a pity that Jewel Yellow Skies is closed now. Once it reopens, I will conduct a large-scale purchase of desolate beasts in the market. Regarding this, I also have a humble opinion. Fang Yuan quickly said, There are many hairy Mangu immortals, to nurture them, no matter how big our sect is, we cannot afford such expenditure. This is not the orthodox way of doing business. I suggest we create our own resources. How do we create our own resources? Land Spirit of Langya asked. Fang Yuan answered, Very simple, we will occupy the resources of the 5 regions outside world like other super forces. Land Spirit of Langya showed a difficult expression. He had this idea before, he had carefully considered the pros and cons, he felt it was not a good idea. The reason was very clear, the hairy men were variant humans, in the current situation they could not be seen. Even though there were variant human forces in northern plains. The most obvious example was the Inkman city. But this Inkman city only had 1 Inkman-gu immortal on the surface. Moreover, in history, Inkman city's ancestor, Immortal Yen Yen, also paid a heavy price. Only then did he reach an agreement with the giant Sun Immortal. Due to these 2 factors, Inkman city managed to survive in the cracks of countless powerful human forces. 1. If such a hairy man force appeared, and so many hairy Mangu immortals appeared, it would definitely challenge the mental state of the current human Gu immortals. This was a huge violation of their bottom line. Whether it was the righteous Tao, demonic Tao, or loose immortal forces, none of them would allow such a powerful force to exist. Although the Land Spirit of Langya was simple, it was not stupid. Even though he wholeheartedly wanted the hairy men to rule the world, he could still see the current situation clearly. But Fang Yuan had already expected such a reaction from the Land Spirit of Langya. He continued, First Supreme Elder, I am not suggesting Langya sect to compete with other human forces for the outside world's resources. Instead, we will occupy the resources that they do not have and continue to develop in secret. Land Spirit of Langya realized, You are talking about those dangerous forbidden areas? Northern Plains was vast, but the super forces had already divided up those cultivation resources. The remaining ones were mainly the 10 great fierce lands. First Supreme Elder is wise. Fang Yuan immediately gave a thumbs up. He had an expression of admiration. Although the 10 great fierce lands are dangerous, they also contain abundant fortuitous encounters. In my opinion, Earth Trench is very good. We can set up a teleportation Gu formation inside, allowing the hairy Mangu immortals to freely travel between the Blessed Land and Earth Trench. There are countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in Earth Trench. It is suitable for the hairy Mangu immortals to train in combat. Moreover, after killing these desolate beasts, we can use the local materials to refine transformation path Immortal Gu. We can even use beast enslavement Immortal Gu to enslave these desolate beasts. We can make use of them and strengthen the Blessed Land's defenses. One of the crucial points in this matter was the teleportation Gu formation. Specifically speaking, it was a Gu formation that could teleport Gu immortals. Langya sect undoubtedly had such a method. Because Fang Yuan had rushed over from southern border earlier. He had used the teleportation Gu formation under Feng Bo Cliff to get rid of those troublesome cloud beasts and arrive at Langya Blessed Land. That teleportation Gu formation had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Land Spirit of Langya fell into deep thought. This is an important matter, let me think about it. I am just saying it is an important matter in the sect. Of course, it is up to you, First Supreme Elder, to make the decision. If my suggestion is wrong, I hope First Supreme Elder can forgive me. Fang Yuan knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough, so he changed the topic to the flowing light fruits. After a while, he took away a large number of flowing light fruits from Land Spirit of Langya's hands. After bidding farewell to the Land Spirit, he returned to his cloud city, and the first thing he did was to deal with these flowing light fruits. Flowing light fruits were not ordinary fruits. They were formed from pure lumps of light. If an ordinary person used their hands to hold them, the light would only pass through their hands. They had to use special methods to collect these fruits. These fruits were not like ordinary fruits that grew on plants, but were formed purely from dense aurora lights. Aurora lights were of all colors, so flowing light fruits were the same. There were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and so on. Flowing light fruits were the fodder of attitude goo. The reason why Fang Yuan wanted flowing light fruits was because of this. Ever since the transaction, the number of immortal goo in Fang Yuan's hands had increased sharply, reaching an astonishing level. Let's make a calculation. Rank 9 Immortal Goo Wisdom Goo. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Attitude Goo Wisdom Sword Goo. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Change Soul Goo Sword Eyebrows Goo Wave Sword Goo Sword Escape Goo Calamity Beckoning Goo. Rank 6 Immortal Goo Unravel Mystery Goo Woman's Heart Goo Blood Asset Goo Dark Limit Goo Dogshit Luck Goo Change Form Goo Strength Chi Goo Self Strength Goo Flying Bear Strength Goo Pulling Mountain Goo Pulling Water Goo Landscape as Before Goo Man as Before Goo Star Eyes Goo. Among them, Woman's Heart Goo was left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land by Fang Yuan to refine Bo Qing Sword Path Goo before the Battle of Etian Mountain. He used the Light of Wisdom to construct a Goo formation. Unravel Mystery Goo and Woman's Heart Goo were part of it. But Unravel Mystery Goo was only used for a while in the initial stage before it was removed by Fang Yuan. Woman's Heart Goo, however, needed to be kept in the Goo formation until Bo Qing Sword Path Immortal Goo was refined successfully. Precisely because of this, after the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan used Langya Sek's strength to move all the resources in the two blessed lands. Woman's Heart also followed him to Langya Blessed Land, eventually ending up in Fang Yuan's hands. As for Connect Luck Goo and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo that originally belonged to Fang Yuan, because Wuxia sold them to Jewel Yellow Skies during the transaction, he could not obtain them. After the transaction, it was even more impossible for Fang Yuan to take them back. Among the Star Path Goo worms, only Star Eyes ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. The other immortal goo like Star Shoot, Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Thought were all wasted in Wuxia's hands. It was unknown if they were still around. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, graceful chaotic duel stage disintegrated. Many goo worms were destroyed, but some goo worms were left in the immortal zombies' immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was not familiar with these goo worms. He could not even remember their appearances because of amnesia. He did not know how many were kept by Wuxia. It was not that Fang Yuan did not think of snatching these goo worms. But before he could do that, Wuxia had already ended the transaction. Normally speaking, immortal goo valued quality over quantity. Forget about mortal goo. No matter how many mortal goo there were, goo immortals could raise them all. Immortal goo were an important factor in determining a goo immortal's strength. Very few goo immortals could raise as many immortal goo as Fang Yuan. Even the current rank 8 goo immortals did not have as many as Fang Yuan. This was not an exaggeration. Most goo immortals only needed to raise 2 or 3 immortal goo. Of course, these immortal goo had to match their rank. Because one immortal goo could be used with a large number of mortal goo to use different immortal killer moves. They could form different effects including offense, defense, movement, healing, and so on. But just one immortal goo was not enough. Because when a goo immortal only had one immortal goo, they could only use one immortal killer move. A defensive killer move would be used. They would have no offensive methods. They would also lose their movement methods. They could only take hits passively. They had offense but no defense. Goo immortals were too dangerous. They needed at least 2 immortal goo that could be used at the same time. They had to be comprehensive. If they used more than 3 immortal goo, the immortal goo would become a burden. Normally speaking, they could neither raise nor use them. After all, activating immortal goo would expend immortal essence. There were very few cases of people using rank 7 immortal goo like Fang Yuan. His experience was a special case. He was different from most goo immortals. When goo immortals chose immortal goo, they had to choose carefully. The carefully here did not just refer to quantity, it also restricted the range of the immortal goo. A fire path goo immortal would naturally choose fire path immortal goo. If they chose water path or ice path, they would be asking for trouble. Even if there were immortal goo of other paths, they would at most be supplementary goo worms for immortal killer moves. Immortal goo valued quality over quantity. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. As long as one was a goo immortal, almost everyone knew this. But to Fang Yuan this was not applicable. Because he had the 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was big enough, there was no need to worry about space. Time was fast enough, resources could be regenerated quickly. These were all potential. Fang Yuan had already seen clearly that he had the potential to raise large numbers of immortal goo. Since it was potential, he had to excavate it as much as possible. The second reason was that Fang Yuan was earning money every day. His current financial situation was very good. His sovereign immortal aperture produced 96 beads of immortal essence every year. The 1 year here referred to the immortal aperture's time. In the outside world's time, it was 16 beads of immortal essence every day. This was already a huge amount, even the 10 extreme physiques could not compare to it. But compared to Fang Yuan's monthly profits, the difference was even greater. It was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. This meant that Fang Yuan had the capital to raise immortal goo. Moreover, Langya sect was an external force, he could rely on it to a certain extent. With these three reasons added together, Fang Yuan was determined to raise immortal goo on a large scale, to raise his battle strength. There was no other way, be it against providence or calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan had to ensure his strength. A goo immortal's battle strength mostly came from immortal goo and immortal killer moves. Right now, Fang Yuan had few immortal killer moves, wisdom goo could not be used, deductions required too much time, Fang Yuan could only focus on immortal goo. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of Wuxia's plan. He wanted to give these immortal goo to Fang Yuan so that Fang Yuan's burden would be extremely heavy, Fang Yuan's attention would be diverted, and he would not be able to pay attention to Shadow Sect's movements. But Fang Yuan needed a large number of immortal goo to ensure his battle strength. He also had the potential and capital to raise these immortal goo. This was completely different from when he was an immortal zombie. Chapter 1090. Most of Fang Yuan's attention had entered the immortal aperture. Swoosh. Large numbers of light path mortal goo flew in the air, bringing the flowing light fruits along as they flew into the sky. After passing through layers of heavens, after a long flight, these flowing light fruits finally arrived at the top layer. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan placed all the flowing light fruits into the top layer. Although there are many space path Dao marks in the immortal aperture, I cannot use space path Dao marks to teleport like land spirits. After all, there is a huge difference between goo immortals and land spirits. Land spirits are unique existences formed from the combination of heavenly power and goo immortals' obsessions. The sovereign immortal aperture is huge. It seems I need to set up a teleportation goo formation in the future to move resources, adjust the structure and make arrangements. Fang Yuan's thoughts were scattered. Right now, all the flowing light fruits had entered the top layer of the sky. Fang Yuan mobilized goo worms, bringing the flowing light fruits to their designated locations. Puff puff puff. At the next moment, light explosions could be heard. The flowing light fruits self-detonated one after another. Each flowing light fruit was not big, but when they self-detonated, the sky was filled with colorful aurora lights. It was extremely beautiful. The essence of these flowing light fruits was the condensation and concentration of aurora lights. The reason why Fang Yuan collected these flowing light fruits was to feed attitude goo. But why did he self-detonate these flowing light fruits? As it turned out, although the quantity of this batch of flowing light fruits was not small, but it was far from enough to feed attitude goo. Attitude goo was a rank 8 immortal goo, although the feeding interval was very long. However, the number of flowing light fruits needed to be consumed every time they were fed was enormous. This was the normal state of feeding goo worms. Normally speaking, the higher the rank of the goo worm, the more food it needed to feed, but the feeding interval was also longer. There were 9 ranks of goo worms. Rank 8 was second only to rank 9, attitude goo's food was a huge amount. Thus, Fang Yuan collected these flowing light fruits in order to accumulate fruits with fruits. Next, he self-detonated 80% of these fruits. Only 20% of the fruit was left. He allowed them to float high in the sky, nourished by the aurora that filled the sky. As for the light path mortal goo that brought them here, Fang Yuan stored them all for future use. Originally, my sect contribution points weren't much, but I didn't expect that my suggestion would cause the land spirit of Langya to take the initiative to increase my sect contribution points. Using these sect contribution points to exchange for the flowing light fruits, I immediately obtained a satisfactory number. Next, I need to bring in large numbers of mortal goo, dazzling light goo, to allow this aurora light to grow. Dazzling light goo could burst out with a bright red aurora, it needed to maintain their survival. Fang Yuan wanted to add more food for them here. It was called the Grand Yen Stone. However, Langya Sect's storehouse did not have these two items. Fang Yuan had to wait for jewel yellow skies to open again, in order to carry out this plan. Moreover, dazzling light goo is only the simplest method to increase aurora light, it is not efficient. In the jewel yellow skies, there were also goo immortals who directly sold flowing light fruits. I remember that among them were strange cloud devourer guests, Qing Huizi and Fairy Kaixia. Maybe I can ask them for advice. I can pay a price and buy their business experience. Of course, whether this matter succeeds or not, it will depend on the other party's opinion. There was still a long time before Attitude Goo would be hungry. Fang Yuan's action was to prepare for a rainy day and make arrangements in advance. After all, Attitude Goo's appetite was too huge. If he made hasty preparations, it would be disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. In the current situation, Fang Yuan was quite calm. After all, he had a lot of immortal goo, but most of them had not reached the time to be fed. Moreover, the first earthly calamity had just ended, there was still plenty of time. Next, Fang Yuan planned to properly accumulate his foundation and focus on managing his immortal aperture. The feeding of Attitude Goo has already begun. But this Attitude Goo is not mine, it contains He Lulan's will. Now, it is clear that He Lulan betrayed the alliance agreement and sided with Wuxia. Then, some of the information path alliance agreements on me will be undone. This way, I can directly refine this Attitude Goo and turn it into my own rank 8 immortal goo. Speaking of which, Attitude Goo was one of Fang Yuan's recent huge gains. Even when Fang Yuan borrowed the goo from He Lulan, he had not thought that Attitude Goo would fall into his hands one day. But to refine Attitude Goo was not a simple matter. Because Attitude Goo was not a wild immortal goo, it was also a rank 8 goo immortal. In contrast, Fang Yuan was merely a rank 6 goo immortal. If he wanted to forcefully refine someone else's rank 8 immortal goo, not only would it be extremely difficult, he might even destroy Attitude Goo. But I have a method that can help me refine other people's rank 8 immortal goo. That is the goo formation that I had thought of before. I will call it Wisdom Refinement Formation for now. Fang Yuan casually gave it a name. He did not care about these minor details, he only gave this goo formation a name now. Back then he stole many sword path immortal goo from immortal zombie Bo Qing. To refine them, he used the light of wisdom and star thoughts to deduce and design the Wisdom Refinement Formation. Using the light of wisdom, with woman's heart and unravel mystery as the cores and large numbers of mortal goo as supplementary, he could construct the Wisdom Refinement Formation. Change Soul Immortal Goo, Sword Eyebrows Immortal Goo, Flying Sword Immortal Goo, Sword Escape Immortal Goo, Wave Sword Immortal Goo as well as the rank 8 Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo, were all refined by the Wisdom Refinement Formation for Fang Yuan. But the problem now was that Wisdom Goo did not acknowledge Fang Yuan. Without the light of wisdom, how could he set up the Wisdom Refinement Formation? But to activate the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's body and soul had to fuse into one, and obtain Wisdom Goo's acknowledgement. So this problem came back to the previous point, that was Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. Refining Attitude Goo and turning it into his own immortal goo, this plan could only be put on hold for now. Fang Yuan's next plan was to feed Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was like Attitude Goo, it was also a rank 8 immortal goo. It belonged to Sword Path and could also be considered Wisdom Path. Wisdom Sword cuts the threads of love. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing used this immortal goo to cut the Wisdom Path Dao marks planted in his body by Love Goo, breaking free and regaining his freedom. He even used this plan to rebel against Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Mo Yao, turning her into his own. This Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo could be said to have helped Bo Qing turn defeat into victory. And now, Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo had already been refined by Fang Yuan, it was in his hands. But in the current situation, it was quite difficult for Fang Yuan to use it. Fang Yuan could barely use rank 7 Immortal Goo. If Green Grape Immortal Essence was used to activate Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo, using an example from Earth, it was like installing 1 or 2 AA batteries on an aircraft carrier. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo was a very orthodox rank 8 Immortal Goo, it needed rank 8 Immortal Essence to activate. From this, one could see the outstanding aspect of Attitude Goo. Although they were both rank 8 Immortal Goo, Attitude Goo could be activated with mental strength, and rank 6 Goo Immortals could use it freely. As expected of a legendary Immortal Goo recorded in The Legends of Ren Zhu. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo needs multicolored Overlord flowers as food. This flower is extremely huge, Every matured multicolored overlord flower can cover an area of 1,000 li. For each flower to mature, it needs large amounts of light, dense sweet air and pearl soil. This was very difficult. It was much more difficult than the flowing light fruit. Flowing light fruit was only a rank 6 immortal material, but multicolored flowers were rank 7. If Fang Yuan wanted to plant multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale, he needed 3 conditions. One was light, the second was sweet air, and the third was pearl soil. The first was light. It was very difficult. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had over 100 light path Dao marks. It was filled with light, unlike his immortal zombie dead aperture which was completely dark. But this light was not enough to satisfy the multicolored flowers' requirements. Unless he used the aurora lights of the flowing light fruits. But if he did that, the flowing light fruits plan would be completely ruined. Light was expended, especially when those aurora lights did not have an origin. The most fundamental solution was to add more light path Dao marks to the immortal aperture. The immortal apertures of light path Gu immortals with deep accumulations were usually filled with endless light. But for Fang Yuan to achieve this in a short period of time, other than hoping for the next earthly calamity to be a light path tribulation, he had to kill light path Gu immortals and absorb their Dao marks. The former relied on providence. It was not reliable at all. The latter was dangerous and also unreliable. Everyone understood the principle of danger and danger in battle. Back then, when he killed Qi Zai, Fang Yuan was chased by Qi Zai. Qi Zai looked down on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used the special terrain of the 5 regional mountain range and used familiar face to kill him, leaving his corpse and soul intact. The first condition, light, was the most difficult to solve. The other 2 were sweet air and pearl soil. There were many ways to obtain them. Especially pearl soil. It was sold on a large scale in jewel yellow skies. It was not expensive. Of course, Langya Blessed Land did not have it. These were just the plans to feed Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu. It was enough to trouble Fang Yuan. Fortunately, the feeding of rank 9 Wisdom Gu had already been taken over by the land spirit of Langya. Wisdom Gu's food was Lifespan Gu. Fang Yuan did not even dare to think about it. Even he himself had to fight for food with Wisdom Gu. The feeding of rank 8 Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu has already been arranged. Next is the rank 7 Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Sword Escape and Calamity Beckoning. Fang Yuan had already fed Calamity Beckoning Gu with the black blood of the 6-headed snake. The 6-headed snake was a desolate beast with 6 snake heads. Fang Yuan had once purchased snake bones from Jewel Yellow Skies, but now for the long term he planned to move several desolate beast snakes into his immortal aperture to reproduce. As for the other rank 7s, they all had their own feeding plans. Fang Yuan needed to arrange and plan them well. Of course, Fang Yuan did not forget that Chu Du still had his rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu. He would leave it to Chu Du to feed. In any case, Chu Du was concerned about Fang Yuan's tribulation method. How could he starve flying sword Immortal Gu? Chapter 1091. Langya Blessed Land, Black Hair Kingdom's capital. There was a hubbub of voices. The national competition had already entered the final stage. On the battle stage, the final 2 Gu masters were fighting intensely, vying for the throne of victory. The surrounding hairy men were all supporting one of them. Because the other was Guiyue Fangjing. He was a pure human Gu master. He naturally could not obtain the support of the hairy men. Even the Black Hair Kingdom's king, who was watching this battle from the high platform, frowned. He did not want the winner of the first national competition to be a human Gu master. Wouldn't this make the other 2 kingdoms laugh their heads off? They would even think that Black Hair Kingdom was lacking in talent, allowing a human Gu master to easily become famous. If Fangjing won, it would severely damage Black Hair Kingdom's political benefits. Thus, the Black Hair Kingdom's king had already made arrangements in advance and tampered with this battle. He finally did it. The Black Hair Kingdom's king was overjoyed, his eyes shined with bright light. On the battle stage, Fangjing felt dizzy and almost fainted. What's going on? Fangjing turned pale with fright. At the same time, he subconsciously pushed with his hands. With a whoosh, a torrential wave appeared out of nowhere and poured towards his opponent. The one fighting Fangjing was a hairy man rank 5 Fire Path Gu master. Fangjing's sudden attack gave this hairy man a fright. He immediately jumped into the air to avoid the wave. His furry legs were stepping on 2 lantern-shaped flames, allowing him to float for some time. But precisely because of this, he lost the best opportunity to attack Fangjing. Fangjing recovered, but he still felt extremely dizzy. He was in a terrible state, but he had experienced many setbacks and trials. At that moment, he had already converged his emotions. His expression did not change and there was nothing wrong with his appearance. The wave came and went quickly. The hairy man rank 5 Gu master quickly landed from the sky. He was not a flying master. This state of standing in the air made him the best target. Dodging the wave earlier was a last resort. Now he immediately made up for his weakness. Both sides faced each other again. Fangjing, you've been ambushed. Unknowingly when? Your soul was secretly implanted with a Gu worm. Fang Yuan's consciousness revealed the truth to Fang Zheng. How could this be? Fang Zheng was shocked and angry. Fang Yuan's will sighed. This soul path Gu worm has a faint connection with that black hair emperor on the platform. It seems like he was the one who plotted against you. Damn it. Damn it. Fang Zheng clenched his fists tightly. At this moment he finally revealed a look of hatred. What's going on? Fang Zheng's opponent was observant and suddenly saw Fang Zheng's expression change. Thinking that he was going to use a big move again, he immediately put up his guard. Fang Yuan's will sneered. Do you believe me now? I told you long ago that the higher-ups of Black Hair Nation would not allow you to win. From start to finish, this competition is a tool for the ruler. Although it claims to be fair on the surface, only a fool would expect it to be fair. You're right. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, his eyes were wide open as if they were spewing fire, but I want to win even more. This spirit is still too young, my foolish little brother. Fang Yuan's will could see through Fang Zheng's unwillingness and sneered inwardly. Actually, the best response was to deliberately lose to the opponent and become second place. This way he would not be tired and Black Hair Nation's higher-ups would be happy to accept it. This result would not only show that Black Hair Nation had many talents, but also that the emperor was magnanimous and promoted talents regardless of their background. Even human Gu masters could be accepted. But Fang Zheng insisted on getting first place. Not only did he make things difficult for himself, he also made other hairy men hostile towards him. What was the difference between first place and second place? It was a temporary victory or defeat. It was not a crucial turning point in one's life. Was it really so important? But Fang Yuan's will was happy about this. Fang Zheng had a deep prejudice against him. Only by using external pressure could he get along with Fang Yuan's will and be influenced imperceptibly. And now Fang Zheng's choice. The obstruction he caused would be huge and would be greatly beneficial to Fang Yuan's training plan. Thus, Fang Yuan's will decided to help Fang Zheng achieve his wish. He said, I am only a will, you can only think of ways to get rid of this soul path Gu worm after the battle. Right now, your soul is injured and you cannot use the river-swallowing toad anymore. After all, controlling the river-swallowing toad to fight will expend a lot of your mental energy. Although you lost this trump card Gu worm, you still have a chance of winning. From now on, you need to listen to my instructions. Fang Zheng gave a muffled snort. Although he was very unhappy in the current situation, he could only silently agree with Fang Yuan's will. Fang Zheng himself might not be able to sense it. After these few days of interaction, he was indeed changing. When Fang Yuan came out of Luopa Valley, he happened to receive a portion of his will. After carefully inspecting and finding no problems, Fang Yuan let this will enter his mind. In his mind, countless thoughts surged like a tide, wrapping around this will and closely communicating with each other. In a short moment, Fang Yuan knew about Fang Zheng's current situation. Oh, he has already defeated his opponent under the guidance of my will and obtained first place. He is doing quite well. But this way Black Hair Nation's face will be lost. Ah, interesting. They won the competition but lost even more. The following days will not be easy. However, this will be of great help to my training, won't it? Moreover, I have a backup plan in Steel Thread City that is still being prepared. When Fang Yuan learned of the situation, he once again condensed a lump of his will. The scale was very large, several times more than the will that returned previously. Training Fang Yuan required thinking. This way, his will would continue to be consumed. He had to obtain Fang Yuan's replenishment from time to time. Immediately, Fang Yuan pointed with his finger and several rank 5 Gu worms flew out, protecting this huge lump of will. Then it flew towards Black Hair Continent. When it flew to the sky of Black Hair Continent, this lump of will split into two. One flew towards Black Hair Imperial Capital, while the other flew towards Steel Thread City. Steel Thread City Lord was the female hairy man who had doted on Fang Zheng. Fang Yuan's will quietly entered her mind. It was very easy for a Gu immortal to plot against a Gu master. The female city lord was handling documents at her desk, meticulously managing the affairs of the city. She did not feel the existence of Fang Yuan's will, nor did she notice that there was a slight bulge in her abdomen. The hidden plan has been set. In the sky above cloud-covered continent, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He retracted his gaze leisurely. This feeling of controlling the fate of mortals indeed had the aura of an immortal. In the end, it was because the strength of Gu immortals far surpassed mortals. Fang Jing's training has already achieved some results, and it is going very smoothly. However, the blood deity immortal Gu recipe has not been deduced yet. The problem is still the same, wisdom Gu. At this time, several days had already passed since Fang Yuan stored the flowing light fruits into his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan felt more and more. There was no trouble with the light of wisdom. But the problem of the immortal zombie body was also being resolved. Fang Yuan knew that his soul path attainment was far inferior to Shadow Sect. But he still thought of a solution: increase his soul foundation. This was dealing with myriad changes by remaining unchanged. If his soul went through cultivation and became as powerful as Spectral Soul's main body, then any soul path sneak attacks on his body would not be a problem. Of course, Fang Yuan was still far from becoming Spectral Soul's main body. But Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body had only gone through Wuxia's hands. He was only a split soul. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as his main body. Thus, these days Fang Yuan had not only been managing his immortal aperture, he had also given pointers to the hairy Mangu immortals in battle, earning a large amount of sect contribution points. He had also arranged time to enter Luopa Valley to temper his soul every day, before leaving the valley to use Guts Gu to heal his injuries. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were indeed the two sacred lands of soul cultivation that were praised by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Although it had not even been 10 days, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had advanced by leaps and bounds. It had already accumulated quite a lot. But at this time, Fang Yuan still did not have the confidence to test it himself, to test the possible traps in the immortal zombie body. Another day passed. Fang Yuan came out of Luopa Valley. But he saw an information path Gu worm flying towards him. Fang Yuan took a look. It was the land spirit of Langia who had summoned him to discuss some important matters. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He had actually been waiting for the reaction of the land spirit of Langia these last days. He immediately set off. Not long after, Fang Yuan, who had transformed into a hairy man, returned to the first cloud city. He arrived at the first cloud city. The land spirit of Langia called out, "You are here, sit here." Fang Yuan had just sat down when he heard the land spirit of Langia say, "I have considered your suggestion for a few days. It is very reasonable. But choosing Earth Trench is not appropriate. You might not be aware, but Earth Trench is very chaotic now. It is much more lively than before. Large numbers of Northern Plains Gu immortals from the Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivators appear there." Fang Yuan showed a surprised expression, asking even though he already knew the answer, "Why is that?" Because of the Battle of Etian Mountain, the Zombie Alliance of all regions became empty shells. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance also suddenly disappeared, causing many suspicions and probing. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members are dead. The probing Gu immortals and forces saw that the other party did not respond, so they became more daring. Not only did they occupy all of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's cultivation resources, they even invaded Earth Trench. That is Zombie Alliance's final territory. There are rumors that a Wisdom Path Gu immortal of the Righteous Path deduced that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, had directly sunk into Earth Trench and disappeared. The land spirit of Langia replied, "So that's it." Fang Yuan had a look of realization. In that case, Earth Trench is a dangerous area. It seems that my earlier suggestion cannot be implemented. While saying this, Fang Yuan thought inwardly, it seems that even though Shadow Sect purposely sacrificed Zombie Alliance, they did leave behind some backup plans. For example, Dark Flow Giant City sinking into Earth Trench. According to Shadow Sect's methods, since they could sink Dark Flow Giant City into Earth Trench, they must have hidden it very well. It will be very difficult for Northern Plains Gu immortals to find it. They might even return empty-handed. The land spirit of Langia continued, "The situation in Earth Trench is too complicated. We will not interfere. But your suggestion is very good. I have already decided to adopt it. The current location is also one of the 10 Great Fierce Areas. That is it." Saying this, the land spirit of Langia pointed at a corner of the map. Fang Yuan looked over and saw that the furry finger of the land spirit of Langia was pointing at the lower right corner of Northern Plains. It was at the southeast of the Super Force Guan tribe, and at the northwest of the Huangjin tribe, Lu tribe. Fang Yuan saw that his expression did not change and was secretly happy. "It is here." Chapter 1092. Land Spirit of Langia was referring to Tai Chiu. Fang Yuan's true target was Tai Chiu PBTT. But he could not say it clearly, he could only probe and guide, letting Land Spirit of Langya comprehend the answer himself. Tai Chiu, one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains. Here there was a type of giant grass growing everywhere. This grass was extremely thick and huge, one stalk was the size of a 100-year-old tree. Tai Chiu was filled with giant grass like this. The huge bushes formed a large primitive jungle. There were large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living in the forest. There were even traces of immemorial desolate beasts. Thus, even Gu immortals did not dare to barge in. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to be careful. If they were careless and caused a huge commotion, they could cause a beast tide here. Dongfang Naganori set up his inheritance here in order to possess another body. After that, Fang Yuan and the rest fought intensely in Taichiu. This place, you should be familiar with it, right? Land Spirit of Langya looked at Fang Yuan and smiled. Fang Yuan said, I am familiar with it because of Dongfang Naganori's matter. Saying so, he looked at Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya clearly knew about this history. I intend to set up the teleportation Gu formation in Taichiu. What do you think? Land Spirit of Langya asked. Fang Yuan pondered. To speak the truth, I do not recommend my sect to set up a Gu formation in Taichiu. Because I am familiar with it, I feel that we cannot do that. This place is like a hornet's nest. If we make any big movements, we can cause a beast tide. This beast tide is not a simple mortal beast tide, there will be desolate beasts, or even ancient desolate beasts. There is a possibility of drawing out immemorial desolate beasts. I had an intense battle there earlier. But that was because Dongfang Naganori used an immemorial ruined bat's corpse to set up the stage. The immemorial desolate beasts aura effectively blocked other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It was precisely because of this that there was no beast tide. However, after the calamity, the primordial desolate beast's aura had been cleansed. It was immediately divided and devoured by countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. From this, we can see how terrifying Taichiu is. We need to set up a teleportation Gu formation in Taichiu. If it is at the periphery of Taichiu, we can retreat. But our Gu immortals are also easily discovered by other forces. If we set up a Gu formation inside Taichiu, once the battle goes south, our Gu immortals will not be able to escape. Even if he chose an excellent geographical location, he could take care of both. However, if the battle spread even a little, it would lead to a beast tide. It's very easy to be discovered. It's because of this that those super forces don't want to touch Taichiu. My sect has even more to worry about. This place is not a good choice. Fang Yuan gave a thorough analysis of the pros and cons. He looked like he was trying his best to persuade him and was very loyal. The Land Spirit of Langya laughed out loud. While smiling, he patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. He laughed for a while before saying, Fang Yuan, you said it very well. But don't worry. Look, what's this? Land Spirit of Langya handed an information path Gu worm to Fang Yuan like a treasure. After checking, Fang Yuan pretended to be shocked and overjoyed. He cried out involuntarily, this. There was actually such a detailed topographic map of Taichiu. It's like sending a pillow when you're sleepy. Oh, that's not right. Our sect's foundation is actually so deep. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid they won't believe it. Aha, good lad, you've seen it, haven't you? The Land Spirit of Langya beamed with joy and bounced on the spot. He danced with joy. Impressive. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, his face filled with sincerity and admiration. The Land Spirit of Langya explained excitedly, this is the result of my main body's repeated actions in order to obtain immortal materials in Taichiu. Combined with the deductions of others, I obtained the topographic map of Taichiu. So that's it. Fang Yuan showed a look of realization. Actually, he was already aware of it. This information was a small portion of what he had obtained from the transaction with Shadow Sect. Because of this Taichiu topographic map, Fang Yuan purposely mentioned Earth Trench. It was to guide the Land Spirit of Langya in this direction. The Land Spirit of Langya pointed at the information path Gu worm in Fang Yuan's hands, saying, this map not only records the terrain of Taichiu, it also has the distribution of beast groups. However, there was a huge flaw, and that was that this topographic map was created too long ago. After so many years, Taichiu must have undergone many changes. First Supreme Elder is right, I also have such concerns. Fang Yuan quickly added. The Land Spirit of Langya continued, aren't you familiar with that place? You are a human Gu immortal, and now that you have changed form immortal Gu, I want you to make a trip there with this map. Before the Land Spirit of Langya finished speaking, Fang Yuan stood up and said enthusiastically without any hesitation, "First Supreme Elder, please give the order. It is my honor to work for our sect, and it concerns the development of our sect." The land spirit of Langya laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder, gesturing for him to sit down. "Oh Fang Yuan, you are very good, I did not misjudge you. Don't worry, our sect will not mistreat you this time. Act according to the situation. The main thing is to inspect Tai Chio's terrain and refine this map. If there is a chance, set up an initial teleportation goo formation at a suitable location. Look at this map, there are 3 locations. These 3 locations are marked with the corpses of immemorial desolate beasts. Inspect these 3 locations, it would be good if you can set up a teleportation goo formation there. Of course, you need to protect yourself and move secretly, even if someone finds you, you cannot expose our sect's existence." The land spirit of Langya instructed carefully. Fang Yuan quickly nodded, patting his chest. "First Supreme Elder, don't worry. I will make some preparations and set off immediately." "Good, very good." The land spirit of Langya laughed, he was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. Actually, there was not much to prepare. Langya Blessed Land had a deep foundation. Fang Yuan placed Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu here, he could be at ease. Even if there was a traitor in Shadow Sect, it would not affect the overall situation. Sixth Hair could only cause a small commotion, and with the fact that Shadow Sect could barely fend for themselves, they could not attack Langya Blessed Land anymore. As for the Celestial Court, even if they found Langya Blessed Land, so what? During the 5 regions chaotic war, the Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land several times. Eventually, Feng Jioga sacrificed himself to take down Langya Blessed Land. Not to mention the current situation where the 5 regional walls were still around. After inspecting the immortal goo, Fang Yuan chose to bring almost all of them with him. As for the immortal zombie body, he brought it with him. His sovereign immortal aperture could naturally afford to bring it along. Speaking of which, the immortal zombie body was a problem, and the spring-autumn cicada inside was even more troublesome. Spring-autumn cicada was sealed by an unknown method. It could not absorb water from the river of time, it could only starve and move towards destruction. Not only that, spring-autumn cicada also contained providence. Fang Yuan had already learned of this from the previous transaction. He also knew a lot of precious information about providence. The gains were huge. "I have the sovereign immortal aperture. This is a small world that is independent from the outside world. But this time I have spring-autumn cicada and a large number of providence's snow monsters. There will definitely be obstructions when I go out of Taichio. It is similar to when I was rushing from southern border to northern plains, I encountered cloud beasts and Chizai's pursuit." Fang Yuan understood. He was no longer ignorant about providence, he knew a lot about it. Providence was not invincible, providence had its own limitations. After understanding providence, the threat of providence decreased by a lot. After all, an unknown enemy was the most troublesome. Know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated. The first earthly calamity had a huge increase in power. Fang Yuan knew that this was a sign that providence wanted to get rid of him. However, he had accidentally transcended the tribulation in the northern ice plains, which had helped him greatly. Because a large portion of the earthly calamities were influenced by reckless savages' true meaning and pushed out providence, forming iron crown eagles, ruin bats, and other calamities. And the snow monsters were the true form of providence. They were filled with pure providence, they wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, they would not rest until Fang Yuan was dead. The influence of reckless savages' true meaning weakened the threat of the snow monsters to a large extent. Right now, these snow monsters were still in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. All of them had providence, similar to spring-autumn cicada. If Fang Yuan wanted to go out, providence's perception would be as obvious as a torch in the darkness. Providence cannot act personally, unless it is during a calamity or tribulation. If I go out this time, providence will definitely make arrangements to influence others to kill me. I will deal with it when it comes. Light flickered. At the center of Dragon Elephant Plain, a young Gu immortal appeared out of nowhere. His clothes were white like snow, he was warm like jade, his black hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist, his black eyes were bottomless. It was Guyue Fang Yuan. "I'm out." Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating his defensive Gu worms and investigative Gu. A large number of investigative methods were activated at once. Scanning his surroundings, he could sense everything within 10,000 steps of him. He was temporarily safe. Ever since Langya Blessed Land moved out of Crescent Lake, only the land spirit of Langya knew where it was. This was Langya Blessed Land's greatest secret. The land spirit did not tell anyone. But he had also set up several teleportation goo formations outside, to allow goo immortals to enter and leave easily. This response was several times more brilliant than the previous land spirit of Langya. Langya Blessed Land's teleportation goo formation was set up at Feng Bo Cliff. Right now, Fang Yuan knew the location of the second teleportation goo formation. It was here, Northern Plains Dragon Elephant Plain. Let's go, we cannot stay here for long. Fang Yuan willed. Goo worms flew in his immortal aperture. His body shot up like an arrow, soaring into the sky. His field of vision widened. Looking down, Dragon Elephant Plain entered his eyes. Dragon Elephant Plain had a flat terrain. It had an extraordinary aura. Water and grass were lush. Groups of dragon elephants were scattered around, some near, some far away. This was the famous dragon elephant habitat of Northern Plains. It was controlled by a nearby super force. Chapter 1093. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan was already far away from Dragon Elephant Plain. There was a large patch of white clouds ahead. Fang Yuan's speed subconsciously slowed down. He was paying more attention to the white clouds now. The last time he was in southern border, he had encountered those annoying cloud beasts. He had learned from his mistakes. Fang Yuan was very vigilant towards any large patch of white clouds. After inspecting for a while, Fang Yuan relaxed slightly. There was no problem with this patch of white clouds. He flew into the cloud. His vision was immediately shrouded by a vast expanse of white clouds. But it was not a problem. Fang Yuan had other investigative methods. Be it hearing, sound waves, or divine sense, they could allow him to fly freely in the white clouds. He would not be flying around like a headless fly. At Goo Immortal level, mortals had countless methods. They had almost everything. Fang Yuan's speed fell. He stopped all his movement methods. Next, thoughts flickered in his mind as he mobilized the goo worms in his immortal aperture. Large numbers of blood path mortal goo moved like the wind, creating a blood-red whirlwind in the sovereign immortal aperture. Next, the core immortal goo flew up. Rank 6 blood acid immortal goo. It was like the arrival of a monarch. It had an extraordinary aura. The other mortal goo were supplementary. In an instant, an immortal killer move was prepared for Fang Yuan, Blood Torrent. Blood light burst out of Fang Yuan's body. It quickly liquefied and turned into surging blood water. The blood water carried Fang Yuan as it tore through the sky, rapidly moving forward. It was extremely fast. It was a completely different concept from before. Fang Yuan wanted to leave Dragon Elephant Plain earlier. That was the territory of Righteous Path super forces. Thus he did not use immortal killer moves. Because most immortal killer moves would leak out a strong aura, it would attract attention. On the way out of Dragon Elephant Plain, Fang Yuan had been using all sorts of mortal killer moves. Now that he was far from Dragon Elephant Plain, he could finally use immortal killer moves. His speed rose as he moved rapidly. A long red trail was left behind. It was pulled out. But it was covered by thick clouds. It could not be seen in the outside world. This was the benefit of flying in the clouds. If there were no clouds, Fang Yuan could only conceal his tracks. It was too ostentatious to fly in the air. In just a short while, Fang Yuan had directly penetrated through this vast cloud layer. He had already traversed a distance of several thousand miles. Once they were out of the clouds, Fang Yuan deactivated Blood Current. During this period of time, the Blood Dao Fiend immortals in the 5 regions could not be seen. They had to tuck their tails between their legs. Everyone in the blood path wanted to beat him up. They were like street rats. Fang Yuan did not want to attract trouble because of blood path. Especially since Providence was still watching him closely. Unless I modify Blood Torrent so that no one can recognize it. A thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. Actually, Blood Torrent. He had already improved it once more. While cultivating in Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan continued to practice Blood Path and Strength Path killer moves. One day during practice, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration and modified Blood Torrent. Originally, when Blood Torrent was activated, hundreds of mortal goo would appear around Fang Yuan, flying around him like a huge ring. After the modification, these mortal goo were flying around in the immortal aperture. Even though this was a small modification, it made up for a huge flaw. Flying around a goo immortal could easily be attacked and destroyed by others, but it was very safe inside the immortal aperture. Just based on this point, the improvement was not small. But Blood Torrent was still very powerful. It flew in the air and created a long river of blood. It was hard to not notice it. There was also a thick smell of blood. It was nauseating. If these flaws were not modified, Blood Torrent would not have a wide range of uses. If the Light of Wisdom could be used, Fang Yuan could easily modify it. But as an immortal zombie, Fang Yuan could not be sure of its safety. It was fine if it was covered by clouds, but without clouds, Fang Yuan did not intend to use Blood Torrent. He activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Rank 7 Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan flew into the sky at an angle. Compared to Blood Torrent earlier, his current speed was even faster. Just Sword Escape Immortal Goo alone surpassed a rank 6 Blood Path killer move. Even though with his current cultivation level, using Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Sword Escape Immortal Goo would not last long, Fang Yuan was determined to do it. The most important thing for him was speed. Fast. High speed. This was all because of Providence. Providence is the will of the heavenly Tao. It takes away surpluses and replenishes deficits. It views me as a thorn in its side. But the heavenly Tao has its own rules. Providence has to act according to the rules, thus it is limited. Providence cannot act casually, it can only attack me during calamities and tribulations. Normally, Providence can only plot to kill me. How did Providence plot? It was to influence all living beings. Like back then when Fang Yuan was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was influenced by Mo Yao's fake will. Providence was vast, it was everywhere, it could naturally influence other living beings. This kind of influence was imperceptible, and it was guided according to the circumstances. Most of the time, it was a momentary lapse of thought. Providence could influence countless living beings at the same time. Every single lapse of thought would influence them again and again, gathering these living beings together and forming a trap. But this way, influencing others and setting up a trap would require time. Thus, Fang Yuan emphasized speed. The faster he was, the less time Providence had to influence other living beings and set up a trap to deal with him. On the way from southern border to northern plains, Fang Yuan did not know this and lacked an effective movement method. Especially at the start, it gave Providence enough time to set up a trap. Now that Fang Yuan knew about Providence's weakness, he naturally had to make use of it. This was also an effective method for Shadow Sect to deal with Providence. Shadow Sect's main aim was to hide and accumulate, and when one move is unleashed like a volcano eruption lightning fast, achieve your goal. Fang Yuan learned this point to perfection. To deal with Providence. Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul are my best role models. They are my mortal enemies, but on my mortal enemies, I have to put aside all prejudices and learn from them. Moreover, I have a huge advantage over Shadow Sect. I am a complete otherworldly demon. When Shadow Sect members act, they have to think about themselves and use self-will to learn from them. Moreover, I have a huge advantage over Shadow Sect. I am a complete otherworldly demon. When Shadow Sect members act, they have to think about themselves and use self-will to cleanse themselves. To guard against Providence's hidden influence. Because a complete otherworldly demon cannot be affected by Heaven's will. In order to defend against Heaven's will, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape and expended a huge amount of immortal essence. To guard against Providence, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape, not caring about the huge consumption of immortal essence. Fortunately, Fang Yuan kept most of his accumulated cultivation resources. Although he wanted to develop and manage his immortal aperture, most of his plans had not been implemented yet. Because of the closure of Jewel Yellow Skies, the things he obtained from Langya Sect's treasury, they were still very limited. Fang Yuan tore through the sky, emitting sharp sounds along the way, as if he had turned into a flying sword. He moved unhindered in the desolate plains, his sharpness unstoppable. Suddenly, a cry that was filled with pain and panic rang out. An ancient desolate beast was desperately escaping. Chasing it was a wild rank 7 immortal goo. The two entered Fang Yuan's vision like this. The one in front was a horned 6-winged Pegasus, while the wild immortal goo behind was a dragon centipede. A 4-winged Pegasus was a beast emperor, while a 6-winged Pegasus was a desolate beast with a single horn on its forehead. A Pegasus with 6 wings was an ancient desolate beast. And this dragon centipede was slender, it was 7 li long. It had a centipede body and a dragon head, with countless legs moving on both sides of its flat body. Its copper-like shell shone with a dazzling golden light under the bright sunlight. It was very mighty, majestic and beautiful. Wild immortal goo lived in the bodies of desolate beasts and plants, absorbing their nutrients and using them as food to survive. This was only the majority of cases. Dragon centipede was a ferocious wild immortal goo. It directly captured desolate beasts and plants, using them as prey to survive. This was the only dragon centipede immortal goo in the world. It was already rank 7, it hunted ancient desolate beasts and plants to fill its stomach. Fang Yuan was flying straight. This pair of pursuers appeared in front of him, blocking his path. As expected, something happened. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Last time it was a cloud beast group, this time, it was a horned six-winged Pegasus and wild dragon centipede Immortal Gu. Wild Immortal Gu had low intelligence, even though they had their own will, they were easily influenced by Providence Gu. The horned six-winged Pegasus was an ancient desolate beast. Horses were more intelligent than most beasts. Providence Gu was hard to influence. But it was escaping in a panic. Providence Gu only needed a thought to change the direction of the horned six-winged Pegasus. These two became obstacles for Fang Yuan. The Pegasus was escaping, it would destroy all obstacles in front of it with all its strength. Meanwhile, Dragon Centipede's ruthless gaze landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's Gu Immortal aura burst out. He was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. In terms of aura, he was much weaker than the horned six-winged Pegasus. But his sword path aura was overflowing. This came from the rank 7 Immortal Gu sword escape. This attracted Dragon Centipede's attention. Because Dragon Centipede itself had sword path Dao marks. Its countless limbs contained sword path Dao marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes all over the ancient desolate beast's body. It was very ferocious. Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He instantly stored Sword Escape Immortal Gu, his aura vanishing. Dragon Centipede was confused, but its attention was still there. After all, in its long life of hunting, it had encountered many prey that could conceal their aura. Fang Yuan's body shook, countless figures appeared. Combination of enslavement and strength path, immortal killer move, myriad self. In the previous transactions, Fang Yuan obtained many strength path Immortal Gu, his strongest killer move was back. Even though he did not have cleansed soul Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used other Mortal Gu to replace it. Myriad Self's battle power had fallen by a lot, but it was still very useful to confuse the enemy. Countless Fang Yuan scattered, they were like a large group of fish in the deep sea that encountered a whale shark, escaping in all directions. Dragon Centipede was even more confused, its speed paused for a moment. Next, its 7 li long body lashed out like a whip. Bam bam bam. Countless Fang Yuan strength path figures dissipated. The horned six-winged Pegasus also destroyed many Fang Yuan's phantoms along the way, escaping quickly. Dragon Centipede saw that the Pegasus was about to escape, it focused its attention on it again. The two chased, quickly flying out of Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. His true body had already descended to a low altitude. With a thought, countless Fang Yuan phantoms disintegrated on their own. Go. Fang Yuan used Sword Escape again, flying into the sky and leaving. Chapter 1094. Fang Yuan traveled day and night without rest. When he saw the thick clouds, he used Blood Torrent. Most of the time he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Along the way he passed through several dangerous areas. There were lone cultivator Gu immortals or super forces. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Immortal Gu openly, he used mortal killer moves instead. His strategy was correct. After the incident with the horned six-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede, there were no other incidents. Providence needed time to make arrangements. On the other hand, Providence's influence on other life forms was limited. Like when it affected the horned six-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede, Providence could not directly order the dragon centipede or Pegasus to attack Fang Yuan. Providence's influence was mainly based on the situation. Fang Yuan was very fast, Providence could not make arrangements. But Providence could still think and scheme. This was mainly due to star constellation Immortal Venerable. According to Shadow Sect's information, Providence was much easier to deal with before star constellation Immortal Venerable. But after her, Providence became very crafty. Thus, Fang Yuan's route was not a straight line. He moved forward in a zigzag manner. If he moved in a straight line, Providence could easily deduce his route and make arrangements along the way, waiting for Fang Yuan to enter. In fact, Providence could even deduce Fang Yuan's true destination, Taichio, and set up arrangements there. That was too dangerous. Not only could Fang Yuan's sect mission not be completed, his own life would also be in danger. However, as Fang Yuan moved forward like this, he could not move. Providence could not stop him in time. Of course, Fang Yuan would not purposely turn back. If Providence's arrangements were formed behind him, when it formed behind him, he had already flown away. It would be foolish to charge in now. This way the distance was already very far, but now it was several times longer. But overall, Fang Yuan's speed was still very fast. Thus, 3 days after encountering the wild dragon centipede Immortal Gu, Taichio slowly entered his vision from the horizon. Taichio was in sight. A vast expanse of ordinary weeds formed a huge yellow plain. The appearance of Taichio. It was like a dense green forest with towering jade towers and buildings. On this yellow plain, it was extremely eye-catching. As Fang Yuan got closer, the dense green of Taichio continued to spread on the horizon, expanding in Fang Yuan's field of vision. It was like a pool of beauty being rapidly painted on rice paper. Finally, Taichio covered the entire horizon and covered Fang Yuan's entire field of vision. A vast amount of giant grass covered this piece of land, and the shadows of beasts could be seen everywhere. The roar of a tiger and the howl of a wolf reverberated through the air from time to time. It was a vast and desolate scene. At this moment, Fang Yuan was no longer hiding anything from Providence. It was already useless. He slowed down and stopped using the Immortal Gu, directly entering Taichio. Compared to the giant grass, he was short and small. Compared to the entire Taichio, it was like being in a palace. A mosquito flew in. The dense giant grass blotted out the sky. The entire Taichio. Not only did it hide many fierce beasts and plants, there was some commotion ahead. It seemed like a terrifying beast tide was about to happen. Fang Yuan snickered, activating Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu Dark Limit. It could conceal one's aura and prevent deductions to a certain extent. It could hide from Providence. Change form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan turned into a coiling mountain goat, fusing into Taichio. The commotion ahead was chaotic for a while before dissipating. If Providence had emotions, it would be shocked and furious now. Fang Yuan smiled, shaking his head and sighing. It is a pity that Providence is heartless. Dark Limit Immortal Gu helped Fang Yuan greatly. Back then, when He Lulan was still Immortal Gu Master, she used this Immortal Gu to conceal her great strength, true martial physique's aura and survive. Why were the calamities and tribulations of the 10 extreme physiques so extraordinary? It was because Providence did not want the existence of the 10 extreme physiques to affect the balance of the world. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture far surpassed the 10 extreme physiques. His calamities and tribulations were many times greater than the 10 extreme physiques. Even Dark Limit Immortal Gu had limited effects. Fang Yuan suddenly thought, Fairy Jianghu is a member of Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect is fighting against Providence. They must have many tools like Dark Limit Immortal Gu. If Wuxia can escape from this predicament, with the help of Shadow Sect's remaining forces, he will have a bright future ahead of him. He had turned into a coiling mountain goat. This desolate beast was very common in Taichio. Even though it looked weak, it fused perfectly. It was not like the Gu immortal body from before, which was out of place in Taichio. Soon he encountered a desolate beast. It was a golden sand dark horse. It was a huge horse. It was even larger than the coiling mountain goat that Fang Yuan had transformed into. Its muscles were bulging, its bones were strong, its skin looked like it was made of dark gold. It had 6 hooves that were dark in color. The golden sand dark horse was eating grass. Sensing Fang Yuan's coiling mountain goat transformation, the golden sand dark horse raised its head curiously, looking at this uninvited guest. Desolate beasts had their own territories. Fang Yuan's coiling mountain goat form entered the golden sand dark horse's territory. But the golden sand dark horse did not eat meat. It had a calm nature. While the coiling mountain goat was also a herbivorous desolate beast, in the golden sand dark horse's survival instincts, the coiling mountain goat posed no threat. But it was still very vigilant. It stared at Fang Yuan until Fang Yuan went around it and left. It lowered its head and continued to eat grass. Fang Yuan chose to transform into the coiling mountain goat. He had naturally considered it carefully. Actually, in northern plains there were many wolf desolate beasts, but if he transformed into a wolf desolate beast, the golden sand dark horse would react intensely. After crossing the golden sand dark horse's territory, Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He had already memorized the map of Taichio. Even if he could not remember it, there were many information path Gu worms in his immortal aperture. The first location is in the southeast direction. Fang Yuan looked ahead. But the giant grass grew taller. The edge of the giant grass was as tall as a tree. While the deeper he went, the giant grass was like a tower. The giant grass at the center of Taichio. It was like a mountain. The coiling mountain goat was not small, but as Fang Yuan went deeper, the surrounding giant grass became taller and denser, making the coiling mountain goat look smaller. Along the way, Fang Yuan encountered many desolate beasts. Some of these desolate beasts moved alone, while others moved in groups of 2 or 3. Most were herbivores, but there were also carnivores. Fang Yuan used his brain. His intelligence was not something desolate beasts could compare to. Thus, after some effort, he managed to cross all of them. Ba ba ba, the incessant cries of the sheep entered Fang Yuan's ears. In the bushes ahead there was a large group of coiling mountain goats. Fang Yuan sighed internally. It seems that I have entered deep into Tai Chiu. This is the first time I have seen such a large desolate beast group. There were close to 100 goats in this group. Some were eating grass, some were lying on the ground and basking in the sun, while the younger ones were playing with each other. Fang Yuan walked into their field of vision. The wild coiling mountain goats looked at him. This was the first time they had seen someone of the same species. Fang Yuan was careful. Even though he had changed form immortal goo, there were hidden dangers. If one of the goats in this group had some investigative wild immortal goo on it, if they could see through Fang Yuan's disguise, they would be unlucky. To be safe, Fang Yuan secretly used attitude goo. Immediately, the goats sensed Fang Yuan's attitude. Their gazes towards him became much more gentle. Fang Yuan walked a few steps. There were even 2 or 3 young coiling mountain goats that ran towards him. Its curious eyes stared at him from a close distance, while 2 others ran around Fang Yuan. They jumped and jumped. Fang Yuan walked out safely, leaving the goats' field of vision. The young coiling mountain goats followed him for a while. When they gradually moved away from the flock, they were called back by their parents. This made Fang Yuan feel that it was a pity. If he could kidnap these 2 or 3 young goats and bring them to the sovereign immortal aperture to raise, that would be great. Regretfully, he did not have the chance to do so. After leaving the coiling mountain goats' territory, Fang Yuan was already very close to the first location marked on the map. He was not careless, he inspected himself. Dark limit immortal goo's concealment is weakening, but it can last for some time. Fang Yuan made an accurate estimation. Dark limit immortal goo needed to rest for a long time after being used once before it could be used again. Its power was left on Fang Yuan's body, concealing his aura. But as time passed or due to other external forces, it would weaken. And depending on the target, the effect would be different. For example, it was used on He Lulan, the effect was very good. On Dark Path Goo Immortals, the effect would be lower. On Goo Immortals of other paths, the effect would be even lower. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's Dao marks did not interfere with each other, otherwise the effect would be very bad. In short, Fang Yuan had to complete this mission while Dark Limit Immortal Goo's concealment was still around. Otherwise, if the concealment dissipated, Providence would notice, countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in Taichio would attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's outcome would be dire. A moment later, Fang Yuan got close to the first location. Before even reaching it, Fang Yuan knew that this location had changed. Because it was recorded on the map that there used to be an immemorial desolate beast level energy Grand Lion's corpse here. The corpse was guarded by a large group of Qi Grand Lions. There were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But now, the mountain of corpses had already disappeared without a trace. The Qi Grand Lions were gone too. Fang Yuan used his investigative killer move and heard faint wolf howls. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Desolate beast black blood wolves? In this scale, there are at least 30 of them. A small desolate beast wolf group. Even though there were few of them, they were carnivorous beasts. The territory of a wolf group was even larger. Fang Yuan did not need to observe closely, he only used mortal investigative methods and his hearing to obtain a lot of information. This was human intelligence. These desolate beast wolves might have immortal goo inside them, but they could not be used. Compared to goo immortals who had immortal goo, they were completely different. Fang Yuan thought, the first location is gone. Be it the immemorial desolate beast level Qi Grand Lion corpse, or those desolate beasts and ancient desolate beast level Qi Grand Lions. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but 300,000 years later, this place is occupied by a small black blood wolf group. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he gave up on this place. Chapter 1095. One day later, Taichio. One book, one? Here? Fang Yuan held onto a giant grass that was 600 to 700 feet tall. He looked into the distance. The remains of a huge tree were like a huge ship stranded on the beach. But only half of it was left. It was black and broken, as if it had been struck by lightning. Fang Yuan's current appearance had changed greatly. He had turned into an ape. Fire-swallowing ape. Ancient desolate beast. Although it was not big, it was not to be trifled with. Fang Yuan had long stopped using the coiled mountain goat form. The coiled mountain goat could not go deep into Taichio. This was a place where ancient desolate beasts often appeared. The fire-swallowing ape was one of the more special ones. It was strong, but it only ate flames. Hence it roamed around. It did not fight with other desolate beasts for food. Hence, it was a suitable target for Fang Yuan to disguise as. If he did not turn into a fire-swallowing ape, Fang Yuan would not be able to move an inch. Thousand Snakes Haze Tree. Fang Yuan looked into the distance and murmured. This was already the third target on the map of Taichio. The first location was now occupied by a group of desolate beasts, black blood wolves. The second location had been completely abandoned. It had become the gap between two large groups of carnivorous beasts. Fang Yuan's current location was the last marked destination on the map. 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree had once fallen here. This tree was as big as a mountain. It covered the surroundings. It was of the immemorial level. It had 77,770 branches. They were like willow branches or long snakes. At the end of the branches there were snakes. The roots of this tree were deeply rooted in the ground. They were thousands of feet deep. It fed on passing desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. When it hunted, the tens of thousands of branches would dance. They were like 10,000 pythons slithering and entangling. After it was entangled, it absorbed blood to survive. After a long time, countless living beings died under the tree. Their flesh rotted and their bones piled up. It was filled with resentment. Book 1 Layers of Yin Qi. Yin and Yang attracted each other. Every time there was a thunderstorm, the 1,000 Serpents Haze Tree would attract mighty lightning to strike down. It would be fine if they encountered an ordinary thunderstorm, but if they were unlucky and encountered a heavenly thunder formed by an extraordinary phenomenon, they would not be able to withstand it. That would be terrible. The 1,000 Serpents Haze Tree had almost no natural enemies. It was a primordial desolate beast that dominated an area. Perhaps it had attracted the attention of Providence, which led to the lightning tribulation. Anyway, 300,000 years ago, Taichio was engulfed in a sea of fire. The 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree burned like an erupting volcano, illuminating half the night sky for several months. However, this 1,000 Serpents Haze Tree, he's not dead yet. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with seriousness. When Long-Hair Ancestor was alive, he had left behind this Taichio topographic map. It had been more than 300,000 years since then. The 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree had been struggling at death's door for more than 300,000 years. It was actually not dead and still showed signs of life. Although humans are the most intelligent of all living beings, their vitality, lifespan, physique, soul, and so on are far inferior to other living beings. The life force of the 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree was absolutely formidable. It was struck by lightning, burned by fire, but it's still alive. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree was now completely collapsed on the ground. More than half of its thick trunk had rotted away. There was only a section that was a few miles long left. In its complete state, the 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree was as tall as a mountain. The attack range of its branches covered a radius of 100 miles. Fang Yuan acutely observed that there were still dozens of branches moving about on the broken wood of the 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree. There were still dozens of branches moving about. They were like dozens of pythons entangling and wriggling slowly. Once a prey entered their hunting range, they would attack with lightning speed and kill the prey. Although the 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree was in such a miserable state, it was still a primordial desolate plant. It could easily hunt ancient desolate beasts and groups of desolate beasts. Fang Yuan observed for a while and had a new discovery. Fortune and misfortune really do exist together. A complete 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree killed a large number of living beings, causing the corpses under the tree to pile up like a mountain. But this 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree only has this small section left. There is not even one left. The prey it hunted was limited. It did not accumulate any yin qi or grievance energy. There is no more heavenly lightning. This was the reason why this 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree was still alive. Fang Yuan gradually frowned. He took a huge risk to come to Taichio. He wanted to find a suitable location to set up a teleportation goo formation. 1. Read books. 1. Taichio's map gave Fang Yuan 3 targets. But the first 2 were gone, the third was not suitable. Because the 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree was still alive. This was an immemorial desolate plant. It had shocking battle strength. It could fight rank 8 goo immortals. Even the weakest rank 8 was not something Fang Yuan could take down. Even for the huge Langya sect, it was a tough nut to crack. And if he fought here, he might attract a terrifying beast tide. In that case, I've succeeded a small part of my mission and failed a large part of it. Even though I completed some parts of Taichio's map and eliminated 3 targets. But I did not find a suitable location for Langya sect to set up a teleportation goo formation. There is no choice. Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power is weakening, I need to leave now. I will explore Taichio after some time. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. If he could succeed this time it would be great. After all, Fang Yuan was doing well recently, internal and external problems were not urgent. But if he did not succeed this time, Fang Yuan would not have much time and energy next time. After all, he was very busy. Managing an immortal aperture was a huge and complex project, not to mention his own cultivation, the problem of his immortal zombie body, and teaching Fang Yuan. But there was no choice. In this world, there were many people who did not live according to their wishes. Fang Yuan quietly retreated. He chose the closest direction to retreat. But the bad thing was, after walking for a while, Fang Yuan found many peculiarities. First, there were two ancient desolate beasts fighting, the commotion was huge. Next, for some reason, three desolate beast groups were facing each other, they were restless, a huge battle was imminent. Coincidentally, these three desolate beast groups blocked Fang Yuan's path. These are all signs of a beast tide. So that's it. The protection of my dark limit immortal Gu has already weakened to this extent? Although Heaven's Will couldn't pinpoint my exact location, it had already sensed the general area. Thus, it is preparing to create a beast tide in Taichio. It wants to use this chance to expose me. That's right, I still have spring-autumn cicada and a large number of snow monsters, both of them have providence. Even though they are restricted to my immortal aperture world, they are one with the outside world's providence, they seem to resonate with each other. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He had underestimated Providence's power. According to logic, any immortal aperture world, be it blessed land or grotto heaven, they were independent, they had nothing to do with the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Providence could not control these small worlds. But now Fang Yuan knew. If small worlds also had providence, then they would be able to resonate with the outside world's providence, they would be able to work together from the inside and outside. By relying on Providence's cooperation and the weakening of Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Even though Providence could not find Fang Yuan's location, it could create a huge beast tide to find Fang Yuan and eliminate him mercilessly. True knowledge comes from practice. Or rather, Shadow Sect did not give me enough information on Providence. I cannot stay here for long. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately moved. He stretched his arms, jumping on giant grass, trying to avoid the beast groups in front of him and get away from the trap set by Providence. But heaven did not grant his wish. He was too late. The two ancient desolate beasts fought their way into the beast groups. Immediately, an earth-shattering chaotic battle ensued. The aftermath of the chaotic battle affected the surroundings, causing even more chaos. After layers upon layers, a beast tide was formed that engulfed Fang Yuan. The beast tide was terrifying. Be it desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they were all in an extreme state of chaos. They lost their usual rationality, they listened to their survival instincts, they roared and screamed in their bodies. The prey actually dared to attack the hunter. Many of the beasts that usually lived together had fallen apart. There was no order left. Large numbers of desolate beasts ran in panic, forming a strong force. Other ferocious beasts were also involved in this force. Even if the fierce beasts did not want to be trapped, they had no choice now. A moment later, this force became stronger and stronger, forming an unstoppable force like a flood, engulfing everything. Anyone who dared to block this force, no matter how many desolate beasts or how strong the ancient desolate beasts were, would die on the spot. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt like he was a small boat in a raging sea. He had no choice, he could only be trapped by the beast tide. Charging forward. He had to continue his disguise. Once he was exposed, Providence would cause the surrounding beast tide to engulf him. By then, even if he had immortal essence and large numbers of immortal Gu, he would die. After all, he was only a rank 6 Gu immortal who had passed one earthly calamity. Even though Fang Yuan had transformation, attitude and familiar face, he could not keep up the disguise. Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power was weakening. At a certain point, Fang Yuan would be exposed under Providence. He could not expose himself, that would be courting death. He could not endure it, that would be waiting for death. Fang Yuan was in deep danger, he could not think of a way to resolve it. Maybe I can take a risk. This thought flashed in his mind. If there was no other way, this was his only choice. He placed his hopes on Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Gu. But this was deep in Taichio. There were desolate beasts everywhere, even ancient desolate beasts were everywhere. Providence had too many targets, he could choose and influence them, he could easily block Fang Yuan. Right at this time, the beast tide suddenly changed direction. It was moving in a straight line, but now, it turned into a slight arc. This is. Fang Yuan looked far away, his eyes were wide open, he was overjoyed. In the distance he saw a mountain of crimson skeletons. The bones were burning with blue flames, the temperature was reserved, there was no heat at all, but it gave Fang Yuan an extremely dangerous feeling. This was the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast. It seemed to have died not long ago, the immemorial aura was surging, even the beast tide avoided it subconsciously. Chapter 1096. The fire-swallowing monkey's figure turned into an arc in the air. It jumped up and flew away from the beast tide under the cover of the dust, rapidly approaching the immemorial desolate beast corpse. From its appearance, this was the corpse of an elephant. The grayish-blue elephant skin was tattered, and the flesh and blood under the skin had already been completely wiped out. The white bones formed a frame, together with the huge elephant skin, they formed a huge tent. This was a half-collapsed tent. It gave off a terrifying aura. This immemorial desolate beast had clearly gone through an intense battle when it was alive. Fang Yuan could not help but have a doubt. What is the existence that could kill this immemorial desolate beast? Right now he was very close to the center of Taichio. This was one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains. It was truly dangerous and unfathomable. Immemorial desolate beasts were hidden here, they were a headache to the super forces. After all, immemorial desolate beasts had battle strength comparable to rank 8 Gu immortals. And among the super forces only a few had rank 8 Gu immortals. In the huge northern plains, there were only 4 or 5 rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface. Even at the periphery of Taichio, a slight carelessness could cause a beast tide. Immemorial desolate beasts and beast tides, these two factors prevented Taichio from being disturbed by northern plains Gu immortal forces. Fang Yuan got closer to the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. Compared to this huge corpse, Fang Yuan was like a fly, flying towards a tattered gray-blue tent. There was no wind at all. But Fang Yuan felt the resistance gradually increasing. A formless force was resisting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he was going against the tide, going deeper into the sea. As he went deeper, Fang Yuan even had auditory hallucinations. Swish, swish, swish. His ears were filled with the sound of the rising and falling tides. Water path Dao marks. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Undeniably, this immemorial desolate elephant had an abundance of water path Dao marks. Although the immemorial desolate elephant was dead, the water Dao marks remained with its bones and skin, silently influencing the heaven and earth in this domain. Fang Yuan had previously come into contact with primordial desolate beast corpses. Take Dongfang Naginori's tribulation for example. However, the primordial ruined bat's corpse had already been modified by Dongfang Naginori, so Fang Yuan didn't feel the way he did now. In the Super Gu formation of the Earth Trench, Fang Yuan also obtained many immemorial immortal materials. Some immortal materials had extremely dense Dao marks on them, and they even produced a halo of Dao marks that could be seen with the naked eye. However, these immortal materials were only a small portion. In terms of the total number of Dao marks, PBTT could not be compared to Fang Yuan's almost complete immemorial desolate elephant corpse. The primordial desolate beast's accumulation of Dao marks. It was quite terrifying. Most importantly, this primordial desolate beast did not seem to have died long ago. Thus, Fang Yuan felt uncomfortable, he could not get close to it. Immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, whenever they stay in one place for a long time, the vast number of Dao marks on them will affect the surrounding environment, slowly transforming it. A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, but his feet did not stop moving, his body continued to move as he tried to get closer. Because of these water path Dao marks. Thus there was no wind. The surroundings of the corpse were quiet, there were no signs of life. When this area is completely transformed, there will be clouds that will not dissipate, there will even be a lake that will give birth to all sorts of plants and beasts. Fang Yuan deduced that this area was not stable yet. The immemorial desolate elephant's Dao marks were subtly changing the surrounding environment. This process could last for decades, centuries, or even millennia. During this process, many of the immemorial desolate elephant's water path Dao marks would dissipate, the surrounding Dao marks would also be pushed out, water path would dominate. Eventually, the surrounding water path Dao marks and the remaining water path Dao marks on the immemorial desolate elephant corpse formed a new balance. The desolate elephant corpse was no longer damaged, the remaining water path Dao marks did not decrease, instead they seemed to be nourished by the surrounding environment. Except for Fang Yuan. There were no signs of plants or animals. Fang Yuan immediately became very eye-catching. The beast horde suddenly fell into chaos. Their originally orderly pace was now in an unusual state of disarray. Fang Yuan's heart thumped, he turned to look. But the beast horde was only slightly chaotic, it quickly returned to normal. It was like a huge wave that went around the immemorial desolate elephant corpse, rushing to another place. Everywhere it passed, plants fell, dust rose, it was a messy scene. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, he thought. It seems that shadow sex information is correct. Although desolate beasts are easily influenced by providence, the influence is limited in a short period of time. The beast horde's momentum is already set. Even if providence finds out about me, it will not be able to control the beast horde to attack the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. As long as I am within this range, I am safe. A moment later, Fang Yuan stopped moving. He looked around, nodding slightly. This distance was perfect, it was not too close to the center of the immemorial desolate elephant corpse, but not too far either. And most importantly, the goo worms in Fang Yuan's hands reacted. Before leaving, Land Spirit of Langya gave him a set of goo worms to set up. The goo worms that reacted now were specialized investigative goo. As long as they sensed a suitable environment within a certain range, they would emit sounds and vibrations that only goo immortals could sense. Set up the formation. Fang Yuan stopped moving, he stood still and injected immortal essence, activating the goo worms. Immortal goo after immortal goo were activated one after another. Some flew out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, flying around Fang Yuan. Some stayed in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, dancing around. Immortal light lingered, rainbow aurora rose. A vast amount of his consciousness was drawn in. Fang Yuan had no choice but to remove his transformation and show his true body. Providence was furious, it discovered Fang Yuan, thunder rumbled in the air. But it was useless. The time when Providence could make a move was during the goo immortal's tribulation. Right now, Fang Yuan was not undergoing tribulation, nor was he using the hairy man path's natural goo refinement method to refine immortal goo. Propitious qi danced in the air, profound sounds echoed endlessly. With Fang Yuan at the center, a huge rainbow-colored whirlpool formed. It was like mist, like a tide, it was grand and beautiful. The whirlpool continued to expand. It expanded outwards in an orderly manner. Goo worms were arranged in the rainbow aurora, some were buried deep in the soil, some were left on the ground. There were even more phantom goo worms that stayed in the air, some were engraved in the air, they could not be seen with the naked eye. A vast number of goo worms moved at lightning speed. They were arranged. Fang Yuan was the main provider of immortal essence. The one who set up the formation was an immortal goo. Rank 6 formation plate goo. It looked like a round plate, similar to the ceramic plates used in the mortal world. Right now it was quietly floating above Fang Yuan's head, controlling all sorts of goo worms. The entire process of setting up the formation lasted for more than 6 hours. Only when the sun set and the sky turned dark red, did Fang Yuan put away his goo worms. A vast number of mortal goo were arranged, all the immortal goo were retrieved. All the goo worms. They formed a mysterious and complicated goo formation, hidden in this world. When it was not activated, even Fang Yuan could not detect it. Such amazing attainment. Fang Yuan sighed. He had benefited a lot from this formation arrangement. Even though his formation path attainment level was ordinary, he had great insight. If a formation path goo immortal has great grandmaster attainment level, they can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to set up formations. This goo formation is the same. This reminds me of a historical figure. This person was called Immortal Empress Jianghu. She was a famous formation path great grandmaster in history. Her style of setting up formations. 10,000 rays of multicolored light, magnificent and extraordinary. Most importantly, she and Long-Hair Ancestor were from the same era. Or more accurately speaking, Long-Hair Ancestor had lived for too long. Maybe this teleportation goo formation is the result of a transaction between Immortal Empress Jianghu and Long-Hair Ancestor. Fang Yuan guessed. The goo formation was set up. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before activating this goo formation. According to his vigilant nature, he would naturally inspect the goo formation. But he had no research in formation path, and this goo formation seemed to be the work of a great grandmaster. It was too complex. Fang Yuan wanted to check if there were any flaws. He did not have the ability to do so. The goo formation slowly activated. After about 5 minutes, the first step was completed. Light and shadows flew, forming an illusory formation that covered the surrounding Li. Fang Yuan was at the center. He could hear the sound of tides becoming more frequent. but there was no formless obstruction around him. This Gu formation uses the immemorial corpse's water path Dao marks. No wonder Land Spirit of Langya chose this location to set up the Gu formation. Gu formations that can teleport Gu immortals are very rare. Even though this Gu formation can teleport, the activation time is too long, it cannot be used to escape quickly. Fang Yuan evaluated in his mind, before activating the crucial immortal Gu in his immortal aperture. The power of this immortal Gu spread out from his body, causing a rapid change. The surrounding light and shadows gathered towards Fang Yuan, turning from phantom to solid. They gathered around Fang Yuan and condensed into a lump. Fang Yuan suddenly felt an intense pressure. But in the blink of an eye, the huge pressure vanished without a trace. Boom! With a loud sound, the lump of light exploded, turning into specks of light in the sky. But Fang Yuan had already vanished without a trace. After a long while, everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. I'm at Langya Blessed Land? Fang Yuan's body shook, his vision was filled with all sorts of colors, the world was spinning around him. Suddenly he felt his feet touching solid ground, he looked again, his vision was clear, he was back in Langya Blessed Land. He was at the center of a huge Gu formation. He had come into contact with this Gu formation long ago. Back then when he was transported from Feng Bo Cliff's Gu formation, he landed here. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding. It seems that this is the main formation, the Gu formations in Tai Chiu and Feng Bo Cliff are the sub-formations. To activate the Super Gu formation, the crucial immortal Gu is needed, this is the key. Land Spirit of Langya's figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 1097. The matter of entering Tai Chiu and setting up the teleportation Gu formation ended with Fang Yuan successfully leaving. Land Spirit of Langya did not mistreat him. He was rewarded with a total of 600 sect contribution points. Using these contribution points, Fang Yuan could exchange for many things. What attracted him the most were the transformation path immortal Gu recipes in Langya sect's treasury. Langya sect had 3 true inheritances, they came from the 3 legendary great experts, Giant Sun Immortal, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor. They did not have any transformation path true inheritances, but Langya sect had a huge number of immortal Gu recipes, including many transformation path immortal Gu recipes. However, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to use his sect contribution points to exchange for them. He chose to keep these sect contribution points for himself for the time being. Now was not the time to exchange for transformation path immortal Gu recipes or refine other transformation path immortal Gu. The time was not ripe yet. After the secret transaction with Shadow Sect, as well as his trip to Tai Chiu, Fang Yuan had a clearer understanding of his current situation. Even though he successfully set up the teleportation Gu formation, allowing him to travel between Langya Blessed Land and Tai Chiu. But Fang Yuan did not want to enter Tai Chiu again. It would be too dangerous if he went there again. Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power has already dissipated. Even if I can use it again after some time, it is not safe. Heavens Will could also think. Previously he had caught Heavens Will off guard. Moreover, the Gu formation cannot be concealed, Providence also knows about this, it will definitely influence the surrounding desolate beast groups, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Since Providence wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan did not need to guess. Next, Providence would definitely surround the immemorial desolate elephant's corpse in Tai Chiu. They would set up all sorts of traps. It was better for Fang Yuan not to go there. However, even if he did not go, Langya sect would go there. Since the Land Spirit of Langya has accepted my suggestion, he will mobilize many hairy man Gu immortals to cultivate transformation path as well. To cultivate transformation path, one needs to refine transformation path immortal Gu. And refining immortal Gu requires immortal materials. Langya sect's treasury is rich and has many immortal materials. But the previous Land Spirit of Langya had already been in charge of the Blessed Land for many years, and was most diligent in refining Gu. Even though there were many immortal materials in the treasury, most of them were rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials. But rank 6 and 7 immortal materials are rare. Therefore the Land Spirit of Langya. Not long after, they would issue sect missions to encourage hairy man Gu immortals to go to Tai Chiu and kill desolate beasts. On one hand, it was to gather immortal materials to refine Gu, on the other hand, it was to train the hairy man Gu immortals' battle strength. Especially the second point, which has always been the biggest worry of the Land Spirit of Langya. Let these hairy man Gu immortals become my lackeys. Providence could think even if they were being targeted. It would be better than me being targeted by Providence. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Even though Lang Yisek's overall strength was many times stronger than his at this moment, he had become the chess player. And Lang Yisek had become his chess pieces. Even more amazing was, even though Fang Yuan schemed against Lang Yisek, it was also for the sake of Lang Yisek's development. Thus, he would not go against the alliance agreement that he was bound to. This is the difference in information. The difference in levels. Only then will I have the advantage in terms of strategy. Fang Yuan sighed as he realized the advantage of information path. Gu masters of all paths. They all had their own strengths. Information path did not seem to be very eye-catching among them. But if it could be used, the advantage that information path gave Gu masters was much stronger than most other paths. Of course, this difference in information was because of the benefits that Fang Yuan obtained from his transaction with the Shadow Sect. And the Shadow Sect must have paid a huge price to obtain information about Providence and Lang Sect. I have always been lacking in information path methods. I need to make up for this in the future. Fang Yuan made up his mind. Information path Gu masters were skilled in gathering information, establishing alliance agreements and inheriting knowledge. At first glance it did not seem like much, but when it came to cultivation, it could create a huge advantage. Central continent, Earth abyss. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. I found something. I have searched that direction more than 10 times already. It is really well hidden. Ancient soul sects Gu immortals immediately reacted. They had excited expressions as they charged towards the source of the sound. Wuxia coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was half kneeling on the ground. Not only was he tired, he was also heavily injured. Almost half his body was gone. A mere immortal zombie. The ancient soul sect Gu immortal who fought with Wuxia stopped in the air, looking down at Wuxia with disdain. Leave him alive. Even though he is an immortal zombie, his concealment technique is truly unique. We need to interrogate him for the sect. The other two Gu immortals shouted as they tore through the air, rushing over. Wuxia suddenly showed a mocking smile. You want my concealment technique? Sure, I will tell you now. Oh no. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals' expressions changed. They realized this was the enemy's scheme. Wuxia purposely lost. He wanted to lure the three immortals over. This was a plan to lure the enemy. Since there was a plan to lure the enemy, there would be a follow-up plan to kill the enemy. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals reacted quickly, but Wuxia had made ample preparations. How could he let them escape so easily? In an instant, the Super Gu formation that was waiting to be activated. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals fell into a desperate situation. They felt like the entire universe was filled with endless power, restraining them. At once they could not control their bodies, they could not move. Next, under the three immortals' shocked expressions, their bodies and souls were directly crushed by the Super Gu formation's power. Even though the three immortals resisted, they only lasted for 3 breaths of time. I will collect some interest from you first. Wuxia smiled coldly, his gaze was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, the earth abyss began to tremble. Blinding light shrouded everything within a few thousand li, so fast. How long has it been? The celestial court has already deduced my location and teleported me. Wuxia was shocked. But soon his heart calmed down. He flew into the Super Gu formation. The Super Gu formation had been used frequently these days. It had to resist the celestial court's deductions, and it had also forcefully killed 3 ancient soul sect elite Gu immortals. It could not bear the burden anymore. It was riddled with holes and was on the verge of collapse. But Wuxia did not care. He had already planned to abandon this camp. Could not be kept anyway. Master. Shirnu appeared beside Wuxia. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were also following him. The latter two lacked immortal Gu. Their battle strength was at its lowest. The strongest was still Shirnu, especially since Wuxia had returned all of his immortal Gu to him. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at him worriedly. Fang Yuan, your injuries? Wuxia smiled, waving his hand, stopping Tai Bai Yunxing. It's fine. After the transaction with Fang Yuan, he lost Fang Yuan's body. Even though his appearance changed, he still had absolute control over these 3 people. It was easy to deceive Tai Bai Yunxing. The excuse of his body being damaged by Gu refinement was perfect. It would not raise any suspicions. The enemy is here, it is inconvenient to speak, let's go. Wuxia willed. The Super Gu formation broke apart. The immortal Gu that made up the Gu formation flew into his hands. The other 3 immortals had a tacit understanding. They gathered around Wuxia, standing in the east, south, west and north directions. Before leaving, Wuxia looked at the dense profound light in the sky. He suddenly laughed loudly, saying in a high-spirited tone, "This central continent, we will return sooner or later." After the transaction with Fang Yuan, he had struggled out of a desperate situation. He seemed to have been reborn. He was like a gem that had been polished from a rock. Although they were currently retreating, his words actually boosted the morale of the troops, giving them endless hope out of nowhere. Go. Intense light burst out from Wuxia and the other three immortals. They were already familiar with this. They activated the immortal goo that they had refined not long ago. The power that burst out fused together, forming a mystical effect. Boom, with a loud sound, Wuxia and the others vanished. Meanwhile, several rank 8 goo immortals from Celestial Court had just arrived, shining with profound light. They left so quickly. The leader of the goo immortals from Celestial Court was a female immortal. She had a slim figure, she wore a beautiful purple robe, her eyes were like deep pools, her skin was white as snow, her brows were shrouded in sorrow. It was Fairy Myrtle. Her wisdom path attainment was not inferior to Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, a troublesome person. She had attacked many times, forcing Wuxia and the others into desperate straits. If not for Fang Yuan's help, Wuxia would have died already. She looked at the messy ground, calculating with her fingers. She frowned. A total of 4 goo immortals. Strange, I deduced that Fang Yuan was here, but now it has changed. No matter what, they are remnants of Shadow Sect, they must be killed. Her words were light, but if one listened carefully, they would feel a bone-chilling killing intent that was as cold as winter. One of the Celestial Court goo immortals behind her spoke slowly. "These little immortals cannot escape. This time, I will take action personally." Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly, but there was a trace of bitterness in her smile. "It is not convenient for us to make a move. These 4 have already escaped to the regional wall. The slightest difference can lead to a huge difference. At this moment they have probably already entered the regional wall." The Celestial Court goo immortals were surprised. Someone said, "So fast." This is an ancient battle formation. It is called omnidirectional travel. Back then, when Immortal Zombie Bo Qing woke up, he joined with Hairy Man Gu Immortal Yu Mu Chun, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, and Blood Dragon Song Zi Xing to teleport to Heavenly Lotus Sect from the source of Falling Heavenly River using this method. Even though we have fixed immortal travel, the ancient battle formation uses humans as the formation cores. It has lower requirements for immortal goo. We cannot defend against this method. Fairy Myrtle deduced with her fingers again before speaking slowly. Chapter 1098. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His divine sense traveled in the vast space of the immortal aperture. There were large areas of barren land everywhere. There are too few earth path Dao marks. These barren lands lack fertility, most of the plants cannot be grown. To improve from the root, I need to add more earth path Dao marks. Other than that, other methods are only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Fang Yuan thought to himself. The sovereign immortal aperture space was too big, it was beyond common sense. Even with Fang Yuan's divine sense, it would take a long time to completely cover it. However, when Fang Yuan inspected the immortal aperture, he had a focus and a target. This greatly increased his efficiency. Several wisps of divine sense quickly spread out in all directions. Gradually, the scenes of the resource points that Fang Yuan was managing appeared in his mind. Western Desert, the land was mostly deserted. There was a huge pit, the temperature was very high, the soil in the pit was burnt black. In the pit, there were many eerie fire dragon pythons. They were intertwining and reproducing. This was the most primitive pit. Originally, eerie fire dragon pythons lived in families, they lived in 2s and 3s. But here, Fang Yuan used the unique rearing method of Northern Plains Dongfang tribe. He placed many eerie fire dragon pythons together, causing them to produce even more young snakes. This batch of eerie fire dragon pythons came from Dongfang tribe's blessed land. And the rearing method was obtained by Fang Yuan from Dongfang Naganori's soul. Not only was it 100% original, it even had all the details and guesses. With the two together, these eerie fire dragon pythons reproduced very quickly. A few li away from this pit, there were 3 other pits. The number of dragon pythons in each pit was no less than the number in the first primitive pit. It is less than a month in the 5 regions, but here time is accelerated by 60 times. The number of eerie fire dragon pythons has increased by 4 times. Fang Yuan nodded to himself. 60 times, this was a terrifying time-flow ratio. The eerie fire dragon pythons were placed in Hu immortal blessed land. There was a long period of time, but there was not much improvement. The results of incubation were incomparable to what Fang Yuan was seeing. This was because Hu immortal blessed land was located in the outside world of the 5 regions. The flow of time was much slower, causing the growth of the resources to not be as good. It was the same for the eerie fire dragon pythons, the dragonfish, the regretful spiders, the arrow bamboos, and the star fragment grasses. However, in terms of growth, arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, etc., it was no longer as lively as it was in star form blessed land. This was because the sovereign immortal aperture did not have as many star path Dao marks as star form blessed land. When Gu immortals manage their immortal aperture, they need to inspect all aspects of the immortal aperture to prevent any mistakes. Especially when the immortal aperture space was small, all kinds of resources were close to each other, it was easy for them to influence each other and make mistakes. Fang Yuan's condition was not bad. Because the sovereign immortal aperture space was huge, all the resources had their own living environments, they were separated from each other. The probability of a problem occurring was very small. When the jewel yellow skies opens, I will sell these resources. The harvest will be very gratifying. Fang Yuan looked around and was very satisfied. The closure of the jewel yellow skies affected him greatly. He wanted to develop and manage his immortal aperture more. But without the jewel yellow skies, many things could not be bought. Even though Langya sect had a huge inventory, most of them were immortal materials for Gu refinement. For Fang Yuan they were not very helpful. After dispersing the excess divine sense, only the main portion was left. It rushed towards Kokidahara. This time, Kokidahara was Fang Yuan's main focus. Roar, roar, roar. On Kokidahara, a large number of snow monsters were roaming around. Especially towards the north, the weather got colder. There were even small snowflakes. On the ground there was a thin layer of ice and snow. Fang Yuan observed carefully. The area covered by the ice and snow was much larger than the last time he investigated. It expanded a lot. These were the gains from the previous earthly calamity. During the first earthly calamity, Fang Yuan underwent tribulation in the icy plain. The calamities and tribulations were extremely fierce. Fang Yuan's gains were huge. He obtained a large number of ice and snow path Dao marks. Because of these Dao marks, there was the scene of snow falling in Kokidahara. Such an environment was very suitable for the snow monsters to live in. In the current Kokidahara, there were countless ordinary snow monsters, a large number of desolate beast snow monsters, and a small number of ancient snow monsters. Before transacting with Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan had intended to keep these snow monsters as a resource to manage in his immortal aperture. But after the transaction, Fang Yuan understood providence. He decided to exterminate these snow monsters. The reason for that was because the bodies of the snow monsters were filled with heaven's will. Fang Yuan came with killing intent. He mobilized his divine sense. A strength path immortal zombie flew up with a large amount of immortal essence. A large number of goo worms flew around it. Sword path immortal move, triple sword wave. The goo worms were activated, immortal essence was poured in. After a while, a huge wave burst out. Swish swish swish, silver white sword wave surged forward, wave splashed out, emitting killing intent that was colder than ice and snow. Ordinary snow monsters could not resist, they were engulfed by the sword wave and shredded into pieces. The fragments were shredded into dregs, the dregs were cleanly washed away, nothing remained. As for those desolate beast snow monsters, they were able to resist. But they could only resist for a few breaths of time before they were destroyed by the sword wave. Sword path was extremely powerful in offense. It was publicly recognized as one of the 5 strongest offensive paths in the current Gu immortal world. Triple layered sword wave was one of the more outstanding killer moves. Each wave of sword waves was stronger than the previous one. Back when Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, he relied on this move to kill the ruined bat formed from ice and snow. He barely survived. After 3 sword waves, thousands of ordinary snow monsters and 6 desolate beast snow monsters were killed. It was an impressive battle result. The thousands of snow monsters did not cause much damage to the sword wave. Most importantly, those 6 desolate beast snow monsters each lost a lot of their sword wave. Eventually, the 3 sword waves dissipated. Following a loud roar, a 70-foot-tall snow monster charged from afar. It was filled with endless anger. Following it were several desolate beast snow monsters and tens of thousands of ordinary snow monsters. A huge group of snow monsters was charging forward majestically. Like an army sweeping through the battlefield, they charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan mobilized the strength path immortal zombie, turning around and running. His true body was outside now. He could only control the Strength Path Immortal Zombie to fight with his immortal essence and goo worms. The Strength Path Immortal Zombie. Fang Yuan had obtained it from Blazing Heaven Demonis. His immortal aperture had already dissipated. Immortal essence and goo worms could only be placed on the immortal zombie. It was not safe in battle. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to eliminate these snow monsters from afar. He also used a wretched guerrilla tactic. After one round he would change locations. After another round. After that, he would change locations. The snow monsters made a huge commotion, but when they reached the scene, Fang Yuan had already escaped. He was nowhere to be seen. The snow monsters could not vent their anger. They raised their heads and roared, their voices shaking the surroundings. The ancient snow monster was furious as it threw snowballs everywhere. The huge snowballs were like shooting stars as they flew in all directions. Man was the spirit of all living beings. There was a difference in intelligence. This caused Fang Yuan to have the initiative. The snow monsters could only take a beating. After leaving a safe location, Fang Yuan's Strength Path Immortal Zombie stopped moving. It was resting for a short while. Even though this body was not injured, Fang Yuan had paid a price. The price was Green Grape Immortal Essence. Activating 3 layers of Sword Wave consumed a lot of Immortal Essence. And Langya Sect contribution points. Because the Immortal Goo that formed 3 layers of Sword Wave were not just the core Immortal Goo Wave Sword, there were also other Water Path Immortal Goo. And these Water Path Immortal Goo were borrowed by Fang Yuan from the land spirit of Langya. He naturally had to spend a lot of sect contribution points. All in all, activating 3 layers of Sword Wave was not a small cost. But now, Fang Yuan had a lot of assets. He had ample funds. He could bear the Immortal Essence expenditure. In terms of sect contribution points, because of his previous trip to Taichio, he had obtained a lot of sect contribution points. In the short term, it was not a problem. After resting for a while, the snow monsters had settled down. Fang Yuan continued his slaughter. I need to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity arrives. Otherwise, if the heavenly tribulation makes use of them, I might die in the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had a clear idea. The calamities and tribulations of Goo immortals were always stronger than the previous one. Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity was naturally stronger than the first one. If there were still snow monsters left behind by the first earthly calamity and they gathered together with the second earthly calamity, Fang Yuan's chances of passing the tribulation would be minuscule. That way he would be in dire straits. This was not Fang Yuan's first operation. After returning to Langya Blessed Land, more than 10 days had passed. Almost every day Fang Yuan had to kill snow monsters. A large number of snow monsters were dying, their numbers were shrinking, but there were still many left. Fang Yuan needed to work harder. But in a day, the more he attacked, the bigger the commotion would become. Even though the snow monsters did not have high intelligence, they had survival instincts. Other than venting their emotions, their roars were also used to notify and warn each other. Fang Yuan attacked several times. These snow monsters were all alerted. They gathered under the protection of the ancient snow monsters and formed a defensive formation. Fang Yuan could not attack easily. He withdrew the Strength Path Immortal Zombie and stopped killing the snow monsters for the day. Without paying attention to the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan stood up. Flying out of Cloud City, he soon arrived at Luopa Valley. He started to cultivate his soul every day. Lord Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan is here again? You are really hard-working in your cultivation. I am in awe. There were other Goo immortals in Luopa Valley. These hairy man Goo immortals were already familiar with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had taught them battle techniques. When Fang Yuan entered the valley, they greeted him. Fang Yuan also greeted them passionately. Thanks to the traitor's 6th hair, Fang Yuan was getting along well with these hairy man Goo immortals. After choosing a place and inspecting it, Fang Yuan's soul flew out and started to cultivate. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul caused his soul to tremble. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He did not waver. After a long while, the hairy man Goo immortals who were paying attention to him retracted their gazes and conversed. He is truly a cultivation maniac. It is hard to imagine that he stays in Luopa Valley for 2 hours every day. Chapter 1099. Fang Yuan's soul was roaming around Luopa Valley. He did not roam too far away. He only stayed around Fang Yuan's body. Every once in a while, a wave of fog would drift over. Fang Yuan's soul was bathed in the fog. It was like a book soaking in water. It gradually loosened up. The more condensed the soul, the harder it is to loosen up. After cultivating here for so many days, my soul is more than 10 times more condensed than before, it is improving at a godly speed. However, compared to spectral soul, the difference is like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan evaluated, he could not help but think of the Battle of Etian Mountain. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Even though he died, his soul had the #1 Soul Path foundation in the world. Spectral Soul's condensed soul was extremely terrifying. Ordinary souls were like illusory shadows, they could only affect the mind at most, they could not affect pure physical objects. But Spectral Soul's condensed soul was extremely condensed, he could actually cover the sky with one hand, he could resist the grand tribulations. His prowess was deeply engraved in Fang Yuan's mind. Even though he lost his memories because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, this memory did not disappear. I'm afraid that when Spectral Soul comes to Luopa Valley, this fog is useless against him. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered, he sighed to himself, when can I have his cultivation level? If Fang Yuan's soul had Spectral Soul's Soul Path foundation, even if the immortal zombie body had a powerful trap, he would not need to fear it. The fog floated over and dispersed. Soon after, a gust of wind blew over. Fang Yuan's soul was bathed in the wind, the traces of wind were like steel wires, cutting apart his soul. The pain was even more intense than death by 1,000 cuts, it caused Fang Yuan's soul to tremble. But Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and endured this wind. This wind was not very strong. It did not last for long, Fang Yuan could endure it. But if there were strong winds, Fang Yuan would wisely retreat, his soul would enter his body. With the protection of his body, the power of the Luopa wind would be greatly reduced. After this gust of wind, Fang Yuan's soul had shrunk by more than 30%. To be cautious, he chose to return to his physical body. Guts Gu. Guts Gu after Guts Gu shattered in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, turning into a mystical force that affected his soul. Soon his soul became strong again. The weakness and injuries caused by the cultivation just now simply vanished without a trace. Jianghu Mountain and Luopa Valley were holy lands for soul cultivators. With these two weapons in hand, Fang Yuan's soul Dao cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. His progress was extremely fast. Like this, after waves of fog and wind, Fang Yuan's soul was like iron and stone. After being tempered again and again, it became purer and more solid. But he didn't know when he would have the confidence to enter the immortal zombie body. About 2 hours later, Fang Yuan's soul began to feel restless. Fang Yuan wisely paused his cultivation. His soul returned to his body and he walked out of Luopa Valley. 2 hours passed. This was the limit that Fang Yuan had found out after many times of cultivation. Soul Path cultivation had 3 main aspects. Soul strengthening and soul refining were just 2 of the many aspects of soul strengthening. Besides that, there was a 3rd aspect, pacifying the soul. Strengthening the soul. It could strengthen and strengthen the soul. Refining the soul could refine and purify the soul. Pacifying the soul was to pacify the soul and consolidate the results. The 3 complemented each other. Blindly emphasizing one aspect would only cause one to lose sight of the other, the gains would not make up for the losses. Among them, Jianghu Mountain's Guts Gu was the first choice for strengthening the soul. The most effective way to pacify the soul was Luopa Valley's fog and wind. And the most effective way to pacify the soul was the pacifying soul soup in the lake. The lake was in the door of life and death. According to legends, after Verdant Great Sun died, he had been lying drunk on the shore of this lake. The door of life and death is in Shadow Sect's blessed land. And Shadow Sect's blessed land is in southern borders Etian Mountain. It is currently surrounded by layers of the giant dream realm. Otherwise, I can obtain this door of life and death and have a taste of the convenience of cultivating the soul with all 3. Fang Yuan was only thinking about it. That gigantic dream realm was like a heavenly moat that obstructed them. Currently he did not have the ability to cross it. Most importantly, it was the will of the heavens. Fang Yuan's every move was monitored by Providence. Even if he made a move in the future, Providence would be Fang Yuan's main target. Along the way, Fang Yuan did not return to his cloud city. Instead he went to the 12th cloud city. Soon he saw the hairy man Gu immortal 12th hair. Elder Fang Yuan, you are here. This is the self-will Gu that you asked me to refine, come and check it. 12th hair took the initiative to greet him warmly. Fang Yuan waved his hand, keeping all the self-will Gu, saying, why do I need to check it? Elder 12th, I trust you. 12th hair laughed heartily, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Before leaving he held Fang Yuan's hands, saying gratefully, I have to thank you for giving me this chance to refine self-will Gu. Otherwise, when Jewel Yellow Skies opens, I would not have the capital to buy any desolate beasts. We hit it off well, it is a win-win situation. I hope our cooperation will continue to be this pleasant. Fang Yuan smiled as he replied. Of course. 12th Heir replied straightforwardly. After the transaction, Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Self-will Gu. In the quiet room, Fang Yuan held a rank 5 mortal Gu in his hand, muttering softly. This Gu worm looked like a scorpion and it was very pocket-sized. Its shape was quite special, it looked like a folded piece of white paper. In Fang Yuan's hand it was very light. When it moved its limbs, there was a light rustling sound as it crawled around the center of Fang Yuan's palm, its speed slow. Self-will Gu's Gu recipe came from Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was now a complete otherworldly demon, he was not affected by providence. Then other Gu masters and Gu immortals who were not otherworldly demons, how could they resist heaven's will, how could they prevent it from silently influencing them? Shadow Sect's answer was Self-will Gu. This was a wisdom path Gu worm, it could produce a special will called self-will. Using self-will to cleanse one's body, one could effectively guard against providence's influence. This was the essence of Shadow Sect's research on resisting providence, it was the result of a long period of experimentation. After Fang Yuan obtained Self-will Gu's recipe from the transaction with 6th Heir, he started to refine this Gu worm himself. But the results were not high. He was not a refinement path expert, it was hard for him to achieve much by himself. Especially when his time and energy were very precious, he could not spend too much on Gu refinement. Earlier he refined change form Immortal Gu because it was too important. But Self-will Gu was only Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had a huge demand for it. Thus, after hesitating for a while, Fang Yuan decided to give Self-will Gu's recipe to Langya Sect's Hairy Man Gu immortals, they could help Fang Yuan refine Gu. The price of inviting the land spirit of Langya was too high, there was no need for it. Langya Sect's Hairy Man Gu immortals, other than 6th Heir, were willing to work for Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was already familiar with them, they were even on good terms. Most importantly, Langya Sect was built with sect contribution points in mind. After Fang Yuan completed his trip to Taichio, he had a large number of sect contribution points, they were what the other Hairy Man Gu immortals needed. 12th Heir was the only one, Fang Yuan even asked the other Hairy Man Gu immortals for help. He kept the Gu refinement costs very low. This did not require much effort on Fang Yuan's part. The Hairy Man Gu immortals were simple and most importantly these Hairy Man Gu immortals were skilled in Gu refinement, they were averse to fighting, thus they all wanted to take on Fang Yuan's task. And this batch of Self-will Gu that Fang Yuan obtained was not the first. After storing Self-will Gu in his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan inspected the other Gu worms. He showed great trust and generosity to 12th Heir, but he was a vigilant person, he would inspect the goods carefully every time he received them. After all, Langya Sect had a trader like 6th Heir. Fang Yuan did not know that 6th Heir was the only trader left. He was very careful, he was wary of 6th Heir and other possible traders. He spent a lot of time inspecting them, but it was incomparable to the time it took to refine these mortal Gu. After inspecting them, Fang Yuan could not help but nod, he showed a look of praise in his eyes. These were refined by Hairy Man Gu immortals after all, the quality is really satisfying. Fang Yuan sent these Self-will Gu into his immortal aperture. More accurately speaking, he sent them into Kokitahara. Next he used them one by one, expending all of these mortal Gu. A large amount of Self-will washed through the earlier battlefields, cleansing the remaining Providence Gu. Other than the Providence Gu and the snow monsters, there was nothing left in the battlefields. Even though these Self-will Gu are good weapons to deal with Providence, they have many flaws. Firstly, their ranks are too high, each one is rank 5, and they are single-use Gu worms, they are gone after one use. Fang Yuan felt it was a pity. He was filled with suspicion. This Self-will Gu recipe should be a defective product. Even though Shadow Sect traded with me, they might have even better Gu recipes in their hands. It is a pity that I wanted too many things in that transaction, I had already done my best, I was unable to extort a better Gu recipe. Like this, Fang Yuan got rid of the snow monsters in his immortal aperture. After that, he used Self-will to cleanse Providence Gu. At the same time he used Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate Soul Path. His Soul Path foundation was accumulating rapidly. Other than that, he squeezed out all his free time to give pointers to other Hairy Man Gu immortals. Secretly, he familiarized himself with his immortal Gu and practiced killer moves. The closure of Jewel Yellow Skies also had a huge impact on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice but to delay the development of his immortal aperture even though he had the capital and ideas to do so. Days passed by. While Fang Yuan was looking forward to the opening of jewel-yellow skies, the second earthly calamity was also approaching. Langya sect's invasion of Taichio had not stopped since the start. From time to time, hairy man-gu immortals would accept the sect's missions and go to Taichio through the teleportation door. These hairy man-gu immortals' first task was to modify the environment and stabilize the teleportation gu formation. Chapter 1100. Langya Blessed Land Cloud Cover Continent. In the first cloud city, the land spirit of Langya invited Fang Yuan to sit down. Come, Fang Yuan, drink some tea. This is the famous fire rainbow tea. The land spirit of Langya smiled enthusiastically. Fang Yuan received the cup and saw that this cup of tea was bright red and emitting light. After careful observation, there was a rainbow light inside like a swimming fish, sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes up and down, jumping around happily. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. His horizons were very broad. Normally, good tea needed to be savored and tasted lightly. But this tea was an exception. It needed to be drunk in one gulp. The most important thing was that rainbow light in the tea. Only after drinking it into the stomach could one be considered to have truly tasted the fire rainbow tea. Fang Yuan held the cup and looked at the tea but did not drink it. His body was outstanding. At once, thoughts flashed in his mind and his thoughts scattered everywhere. The current land spirit of Langya liked to drink fire rainbow tea. But the previous land spirit of Langya liked to drink cloud smoke tea. The difference in the two types of tea also reflected the different natures of the two land spirit of Langya. And one of the main ingredients of cloud smoke tea was the float ball tea grass. This was the plant that Tai Bai Yunxing mainly planted in his blessed land. This float ball tea grass floated in the sky. It was very extraordinary. The float ball tea grass was considered high-end. It grew in the sky. It was very difficult for mortals to pick it. But in northern plains there was a very amiable and down-to-earth type of tea flower. It was called milk tea flower. This kind of flower grew in large numbers in the grasslands of northern plains. In some places with abundant water plants, it could be seen almost everywhere. There was a huge number of them. The flower shape of the milk tea flower was the shape of a cup. Every few days the cup would be filled to the brim with overflowing flower juice. The flower juice was sweet and delicious, attracting countless wild bees and butterflies to drink it. At the same time, these bees and butterflies were used to spread the seeds of the milk tea flower. Of course, ordinary people could also drink it. Gu masters living in northern plains and even mortals. Almost all of them had drunk this natural drink. Actually, tea and wine, be it in northern plains or the other four regions, were very popular foods. In the southern border, there were blue ocean cloud tea bricks for sale. The origin of this tea brick was not the southern border, but the eastern sea. The E family, one of the super forces in the southern border, was inextricably linked to the eastern sea. Every year, they would sell an uncountable number of blue sea cloud tea bricks to all parts of southern border, earning a huge amount of wealth. In Jianghu state there were even more varieties of tea. Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Shadow Dragon tea, they were famous teas. There were also some teas that were specially made by Gu immortals. Only the Gu immortal knew how to make them. For example, Fairy Li Shan's Snow Oil Tea, Feng Jioga's Jade Sea Tide Tea and so on. When the land spirit of Langya saw that Fang Yuan did not drink for a long time, he coughed and could not help urging, "Elder Fang Yuan, quickly drink, quickly drink. You might not know. It is the key to drinking this fire rainbow tea." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "I have heard of fire rainbow tea for a long time, but when I picked up this cup of tea, I suddenly thought of other things and became absent-minded." The land spirit of Langya. "Then Elder Fang Yuan, what are you thinking of? Is it the recent situation of our Langya sect in Taichio?" "Not that." Fang Yuan smiled, casually saying what he had thought of in his mind. The land spirit of Langya had a disappointed expression. He reluctantly added, "You are the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada, a person who has been reborn. Your vision is broad and you have experienced many things. You know a lot about tea. But do you know? Be it tea or wine, they were all spread through the food path." "There is such a thing?" Fang Yuan's interest was piqued. More accurately speaking, he was very interested in food path. He was currently developing his immortal aperture. His goal was to manage all sorts of resources and satisfy the feeding needs of his immortal gu. But if he grasped food path, it would be much easier for him to feed his immortal gu. Unfortunately, food path was very mysterious. It was popular for a period of time in history. But this period of time was very short. As time went on, it became rarer, even rarer than wisdom path inheritances. In fact, it might even be extinct soon. Regarding food path, during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan learned of some secrets from spectral soul demon Venerable's memories. It turned out that the creator of food path was not a human Gu immortal, but a beastman Gu immortal. This reason was probably the main reason for the current situation of food path. But for Fang Yuan, no matter who created this path, it was fine as long as it was useful to him. Most human Gu immortals had racial pride, but Fang Yuan did not. If hairy men could help him achieve his goal of eternal life, he would give up his human identity and become a hairy man without any hesitation. Now that Land Spirit of Langya had a lot of understanding of food path, Fang Yuan quickly asked. Land Spirit of Langya revealed, actually, the creation of any type of tea or wine is an incomplete Gu recipe. If it is completed, you can refine a special tea Gu or wine Gu. In this world there are already many wine Gu and tea Gu. For example, the famous liquor worm and big smoke tea Gu. There was no need to say more about liquor worm. After Fang Yuan reborn, he had benefited from it. His initial development was very fast. Big smoke tea Gu was a Gu worm that could make Gu masters addicted to it and become even more decadent. It was suppressed by those in power. It could be considered a drug in this world. It is a pity that food path has not spread. It is already showing signs of extinction. In the current era, many Gu immortals want to test each other's refinement path attainment. They do not need to compete in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention with words or martial skills. They can face each other directly and drink a cup of tea to determine the winner. Land Spirit of Langya's answer made Fang Yuan slightly disappointed. Land Spirit of Langya did not know much. Moreover, what he knew was only about refinement path. Spectral Soul's main body definitely knows a lot. He is familiar with many food path methods. After all, he inherited a food path true inheritance when he was alive. It is a pity that he is trapped in the super dream realm. He is wasting his time day and night. It is too difficult for me to target him. This thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. Land Spirit of Langya chatted with Fang Yuan for a while. Seeing that Fang Yuan's topic did not leave tea, he became anxious and said directly, Fang Yuan, I will tell you the truth. I invited you to tea because I have a mission for you. Here it comes. Fang Yuan thought, looking at the Land Spirit, please speak. Land Spirit of Langya was simple. His intention was already guessed by Fang Yuan. As expected, at the next moment, Land Spirit of Langya spoke. You know about our sect's plan to excavate Taichio. Furthermore, you were the one who suggested this yourself. The teleportation Gu formation was also set up by you. Precisely because of you. Recently, our Gu immortals have been able to enter and leave Taichio smoothly. We have been modifying the environment and expanding the camp there. But now there is a problem. Fang Yuan nodded. First Supreme Elder wants to talk about that falling star hound. That's right. It is this damned ancient desolate beast. It has already injured several of our Gu immortals. I have already set up a mission to exterminate it, but even though some people in the sect responded, they all failed miserably. I know that the only person who can defeat this falling star hound is you, Fang Yuan. But why did you not accept this mission? Land Spirit of Langya questioned him directly. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am very busy recently. He had his reasons. It had already been over a month since the last earthly calamity. The second earthly calamity. It was about to arrive. Fang Yuan was preparing to deal with this earthly calamity now. But Fang Yuan did not intend to tell Land Spirit of Langya about the earthly calamity. In fact, his sovereign immortal aperture's secret was also concealed from Land Spirit of Langya. As long as it did not cause any damage to Langya Blessed Land, it would not violate Langya sect's alliance agreement. This secret was Fang Yuan's trump card. Fang Yuan planned to keep it to himself. Of course, Shadow Sect knew about it. But Fang Yuan was sure that Shadow Sect wanted sovereign immortal fetus Gu. In that case, Shadow Sect would not publicize the existence of the sovereign immortal aperture. That would be creating more enemies for himself. Would they be looking for trouble? In Land Spirit of Langya's opinion, Fang Yuan's revival was a very fortunate thing. Fang Yuan had a lot of excuses and explanations for the revival of immortal zombies. Because he knew many ways to revive immortal zombies. Fang Yuan had his difficulties, but he could not say it out loud. Land Spirit of Langya nodded. You are very busy indeed. He was the Land Spirit. He knew about Langya Blessed Land's revival. Land Spirit of Langya persuaded. You are really hard working in your cultivation. But completing the mission is also helping you cultivate. Don't forget about your dog shit luck immortal goo. If you want to feed it, you need to find 6 different desolate hounds. Use their feces to feed this luck path goo worm. In the past, my previous owner used Jewel Yellow Skies to feed dog shit luck. But now Jewel Yellow Skies is closed. Even if it opens in the future, I suggest you raise dogs in your immortal aperture. You only know how to cultivate, you know the benefits of doing so. Lord's words are insightful. Fang Yuan immediately nodded. Dog shit luck was very important to him. Against Providence, luck path could be used. Fate. The former was fate was set in stone and could not be changed. The latter was luck was ever-changing and could be used. This precious information was one of the gains that Fang Yuan had obtained from his transactions with Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan explored and gained the attention of Providence, leading a beast tide to get rid of him. But at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan happened to find an immemorial corpse. It was a suitable location to set up the formation. Fang Yuan thought about it and felt that this was not a coincidence. Dog shit luck might have played a huge role in it. Although this immortal goo did not help in offense, defense, or movement, it seemed to be very useful in concealment. Giant Sun Immortal Self Luck, all living being luck, heaven and earth luck, dog shit luck is one of the essences of the self luck true inheritance. It is in my hands. All living being luck is hidden in Imperial Court blessed land. Connect luck, calamity beckoning, and fortune rivaling heaven originate from it. It is a pity. Recently, Fang Yuan had a terrifying guess. Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed because of him. Back then he was influenced by Mo Yao's fake will, but was he not influenced by Providence? Was Providence using him as a pawn to destroy Giant Sun Immortal's all living being luck true inheritance? For Providence, it was to take away surpluses and replenish deficits. Fate was the best method of Providence. After Fate Goo was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the power of Luck Path was created and Giant Sun Immortal was born. Land Spirit of Langia straightened his upper body, calling out, Elder Fang Yuan, if you can complete this mission, be it killing or capturing the Falling Star Hound, the sect contribution points will reach 800. 800. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Next, he thought for a while before replying, I refuse. Chapter 1101. Fang Yuan slowly flew to the sky. Before leaving, he looked at the majestic cloud city behind him again. His face was filled with bitterness. He let out a long sigh before turning around and flying away. Last time he accepted the Land Spirit of Langia's mission to explore Taichio, the Land Spirit of Langia was very happy. Everyone was happy. But this time, Fang Yuan rejected it. He did not accept the mission to take down the Falling Star Hound. Both sides parted on bad terms. In the Cloud City, the Land Spirit of Langia sat on the main seat, gritting his teeth. He suppressed his anger and picked up the cup. But before the fiery rainbow tea entered his mouth, he threw it onto the floor tiles. Fang Yuan, you rascal. The Land Spirit of Langia clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, feeling very unhappy. However, he sensed the expression on Fang Yuan's face before he left. The anger in his heart eased slightly. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, maybe you are really busy cultivating and have your own plans. But this concerns the development of Langia's sect. You are a member of our sect. At the crucial moment, why can't you sacrifice yourself to protect the sect's benefits? In the end you are still an outsider. Not a hairy man goo immortal. The Land Spirit of Langia thought of this as he squinted, cold light flashing in his eyes. In his position, even if Fang Yuan did not want to accept this sect mission, the Land Spirit of Langia could not force him. He created Langia Sect. The alliance agreement restricted all of its members. But the alliance agreement did not stipulate that the members could be forced to do missions that they were not willing to do. Of course, when Langia Sect faced a huge crisis, this rule would disappear. But now, Langia Sect was only in Taichio, it had nothing to do with the crisis. If Fang Yuan was not willing, the Land Spirit of Langia could not think of a solution. The Land Spirit of Langia could not sit still. He stood up and paced around the guest hall. He clasped his hands behind his back and lowered his head in contemplation, feeling vexed and frustrated. His frown deepened. If Fang Yuan isn't willing to take action, then what should we do about the Falling Star Hound? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with any good ideas. The Land Spirit of Langia itself was absolutely unsolvable. They had left Langia blessed land. The other method was the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. But Land Spirit of Langia had the crucial formation Immortal Goo. In the current situation where Refinement Cauldron was damaged, this was a powerful method to protect Langia blessed land. The land spirit of Langya didn't want to hand over heavenly giant Solar just because of this. What if there was an accident? The land spirit of Langya was very clear about this. Sigh. Could it be that they were going to end up like what happened before Fang Yuan left? Those words of persuasion? Why don't we use this falling star hound as a whetstone to raise the battle attainment of the hairy Mangu immortals? Land spirit of Langya sighed. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his clothes were fluttering in the wind. Intense winds blew at his face, the sound of the wind resounded in his ears. His heart was cold. The bitter smile and sigh earlier were just an act. Fang Yuan knew. In this Langya-blessed land, the land spirit of Langya was almost omniscient, its investigative abilities were very strong. Otherwise he would not have collected so many lifespan gu. This was because Langya-blessed land had too long of a history. It had a deep foundation, it had countless Dao marks. This was why the land spirit of Langya was very outstanding in this blessed land. The other land spirits could not compare to him. My current plan is to rely on Langya sect to help me cultivate. I am the chess player, Langya sect is my pawn. If I accept that mission, wouldn't I become a pawn? I would have to risk my life for Langya sect? Tai Chiu attracted the attention of Providence. It is very dangerous. I suspect that Providence has already set up a trap, but did not find me. I am also countered by the immemorial corpses, so I did not lure them. Fang Yuan was very vigilant. In this situation he would not go to Tai Chiu easily. He wanted to cultivate transformation path. He needed to refine transformation path immortal gu, kill desolate beasts, obtain immortal materials and so on. But he did not need to do these things personally. Langya sect was going to Tai Chiu to obtain these things. Fang Yuan only needed to use sect contribution points to make transactions, he would be able to cultivate peacefully in the rear. There was no need to mention danger. There might be a trap set by Providence. Even if there was no trap, Fang Yuan did not intend to delay his cultivation. The world is big, I am the biggest. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He had already expected that they would part on bad terms today. I will not work for Langya sect, but I need to take care of my relationship with the land spirit of Langya. The more conflicts like this occur, the worse my relationship with the land spirit of Langya will become. At the extreme, the land spirit of Langya might not be able to tolerate it, he might expel me from the sect or even kill me. Moreover, for the time being, I need to borrow Langya sect's strength. At least for the second earthly calamity, I will need to borrow their water path immortal gu. Fang Yuan thought about it calmly, he analyzed the situation he was in. He had once had a conflict with the previous land spirit of Langya, their relationship had reached a freezing point. This was a mistake, Fang Yuan was wary of himself, he did not want to make the same mistake again. Sometimes, if the situation permits, it is necessary to help out. I am only making use of Langya sect, my goal is to make it easier for me to cultivate. Only by getting stronger and raising my cultivation level is the most reliable thing. Providence could affect all aspects and all living beings. But there was a limit to the extent of its influence. Providence was not like fake will, it could directly participate in the collision of thoughts in the mind and distort the outcome of life. In this aspect, Providence could not compare to fake will. After learning about Providence from Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan knew that Providence was a type of will in essence. Providence was at most an imperceptible influence. Thus, Providence used Fang Yuan as a chess piece. When dealing with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul, it did not reveal itself, it plotted for a long time, encircling them step by step, before finally revealing its true intentions. But in the Battle of Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan relied on his half-otherworldly demon intuition to escape Providence's control, leading to the current situation. Thus, the best way to deal with Providence was to raise the Gu Immortals' cultivation level and strengthen themselves. For example, back then, Qizai chased after Fang Yuan because Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal, weaker than him. If Fang Yuan was rank 8, he would not have foolishly chased after him. Similarly, with regards to those cloud beasts, if Fang Yuan had the strength, he could easily exterminate them. But because he was weak, he was forced to run around. Thus, even if the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations are a good chance for Providence to eliminate me, I will face them without fear and face them head-on. Every time I pass a calamity or tribulation, I will break through Providence's blockade. I will grow stronger time and time again until I can resist Providence. When I become a demon venerable, I will be invincible in the world. What can Providence do to me? Fang Yuan already understood this in his heart. When he returned to his cloud city, he learned that a hairy man envoy had arrived. Fang Yuan summoned this hairy man envoy. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. "Lord, my city lord ordered me to deliver this to you," the hairy man Gu master said respectfully. As he spoke, he handed over a wooden box with both hands. Fang Yuan received it but did not open it. He looked at the hairy man envoy in front of him. With just one look, the hairy man Gu master felt a chill in his heart. It was like he was naked, all his hair was stripped off, all his secrets were exposed to the other party. "From today onwards, you will stay here, I will guide you in your enslavement path cultivation," Fang Yuan said slowly. "Thank you for your guidance." The hairy man Gu master immediately knelt on the ground, his body was shaking in excitement. "Leave." Fang Yuan had no interest in this hairy man peak stage rank 5 Gu master. After waving him away, Fang Yuan returned to his room and continued to cultivate. He opened the wooden box. Inside was an immortal Gu. It was none other than rank 6 beast enslavement immortal Gu. It turned out that a few days ago, Fang Yuan felt that their relationship was good and the time was ripe. He asked 12th Hair to borrow his beast enslavement immortal Gu. He was willing to pay with sect contribution points. Even though 12th Hair agreed, he did not accept Fang Yuan's sect contribution points. Instead, he made another request. Not long ago, he had received a bloodline descendant on the sea continent. 12th Hair and this descendant's grandmother had a history of love, and because this descendant had good aptitude, 12th Hair wanted to continue nurturing him. And this descendant cultivated enslavement path. 12th Hair wanted Fang Yuan to guide him personally. Fang Yuan had no objections. Honestly speaking, this transaction was more beneficial to him. After all, he had been using less sect contribution points recently. He wanted to save as much as he could. In the immortal aperture, the area of ice and snow had stopped expanding. This meant that the ice and snow Dao marks from the previous earthly calamity had been fully used up. The immortal aperture's transformation was complete. The immortal zombie that Fang Yuan controlled carefully got close to a desolate beast snow monster. Inside the immortal aperture, because of the different time flow, a long time had passed since the previous encirclement. The snow monsters relaxed again, so Fang Yuan was facing a wandering snow monster. Beast enslavement immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's thoughts appeared out of thin air. He directly injected green grape immortal essence into this immortal Gu. The desolate beast snow monster's body shook, as if it had suffered a formless attack. But soon it raised its head and roared. It discovered the strength path immortal zombie that was hiding its tracks and charged towards him. Failed retreat. Fang Yuan immediately retreated. Logically speaking, with his current soul foundation, he should be able to easily crush a desolate beast snow monster. But this was not the case. Just like what Shadow Sect said, the life forms in Providence are not enslaved or controlled by me. Leaving them alive is the greatest threat. Fang Yuan sighed. Even though he had obtained this information from the transaction with his personality, he would not give up until he tried it himself. If I could enslave them, be it to control desolate beast snow monsters or even to sell them to Jewel Yellow Skies, it would be good. Unfortunately, I can only kill them forcefully. Wait. Maybe I can use self-will to get rid of Providence first, then try to enslave them with beast enslavement immortal Gu? Fang Yuan had a thought. Chapter 1102. An hour later. The desolate beast snow monster was killed by Fang Yuan, only its head was left. Even though it was only a head, the snow monster's ferocity did not diminish. It roared at Fang Yuan and breathed out sharp icy winds. Snow monsters were different from desolate beasts. They were made of ice and snow, similar to cloud beasts, blood beasts and mud monsters. The strength path immortal zombie controlled by Fang Yuan snorted coldly. It stood in front of the desolate beast snow monster's head and placed its hand on the snow monster's head. Immediately, a thin layer of frost covered the strength path immortal zombie's hand. Fang Yuan ignored it. He activated a large number of self-will Gu. Self-will surged like a tidal wave, pouring into the snow monster's head. The snow monster's head was filled with a large amount of providence. Fang Yuan's self-will entered and collided with providence. It was like fire and water colliding. They could not tolerate each other. Providence had little quantity, but self-will had an endless supply. Soon, Providence was pushed back. It was washed away by self-will. Boom. At the final moment, the snow monster's head self-detonated. A large amount of ice and snow flew everywhere. Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie was instantly buried by this ice and snow. However, this self-detonation before death did not have any destructive power at all. Soon, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie came out of the snow, unharmed. But his expression was unsightly. Even if I use self-will to wash away providence, the snow monster will only self-detonate. Can't it be subdued? But even if it can be subdued, I used up 100 self-will goo just to wash one head. The cost is quite high. Even though self-will goo was a mortal goo, it was rank 5. At the same time, these self-will goo were not refined by Fang Yuan himself. He used Langya sect contribution points to ask other hairy man goo immortals to refine them. After this step, Fang Yuan's success rate increased by a little. And most importantly, it was time. Fang Yuan first had to heavily injure a desolate beast snow monster. It could not resist. Make it unable to move. Only then could it continue to instill a large amount of my will and wash providence. The amount of time it took to kill a desolate beast snow monster might not be that impressive. However, there were still so many snow monsters in Fang Yuan's Kokidahara. Once the number increased, there would be more time. The second earthly calamity was coming. It was not worth it for Fang Yuan to do this. Actually, even if I enslave the desolate beast snow monsters and sell them, the snow monsters will not be able to survive. It's also dangerous. Back then, one of the first-generation split souls of Shadow Sect, Gu Immortal Green, researched the life and death immortal aperture method in the Super Gu formation of Northern Plains Trench. A huge explosion occurred during the research. Many immortal materials were filled with providence. Lu avoided them like a viper. Just like that, he discarded all these immortal materials. Such a clear attitude has already explained many problems. If I really sell these snow monsters of providence that are targeting me, I'll be able to kill them all. I'm afraid we'll suffer even worse chain effects. After the failure, Fang Yuan could only carry out his previous plan and continue to kill these snow monsters. He had to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity arrived, leaving none behind. Even providence had to be washed away. Nothing was left. Ordinary snow monsters. They were all cannon fodder. Fang Yuan could easily kill them. There was nothing to worry about. But desolate beast snow monsters were hard to deal with. He needed to spend some effort. As for ancient snow monsters, they were even more troublesome. Fang Yuan could not help but miss Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Using Flying Sword Immortal Gu as the core to activate the Immortal Killer move Sword Marks targeting death, it was extremely effective against ancient snow monsters. As for the triple-layered sword wave, it was a group attack. Against a single ancient snow monster, it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. And using sword wave triple-layered had a high cost. Thankfully, Fang Yuan obtained Strength Path Immortal Gu again. He could use Myriad Self again. Strength Path relied less on Primeval Essence and Immortal Essence. Myriad Self's first style, Strength Path Giant Hand, had a much lower cost than Sword Wave Triple-Layered. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan used Strength Path Giant Hand to eliminate these ancient snow monsters and desolate beast snow monsters. He first used Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu to enslave a snow monster. After enslavement failed, the snow monster would be provoked and fall into a state of extreme anger. It would chase after Fang Yuan relentlessly. Fang Yuan immediately retreated and lured this snow monster far away, before using Strength Path Giant Hand to kill it. This way the other snow monsters would be less likely to be alerted. Previously, Fang Yuan could gather the snow monsters after 3 or 4 attacks, but now it was different. The efficiency was much higher. After enslavement path methods failed, the target would hate the Gu Master greatly. Fang Yuan made full use of this point. Previously, Fang Yuan had tried other methods, but mortal enslavement path methods were too low level, and some wisdom path methods were useless against providence. Thus, the beast enslavement immortal Gu that Fang Yuan borrowed was not completely useless. Days passed. There were less than 30% of the snow monsters left. There were less than 10 days until the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan controlled the Strength Path Immortal Zombie and went to mini southern border in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At a certain corner, Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was placed. Even though I have an immortal zombie body, I can only look at it and not use it. Fang Yuan sighed, activating Self-Will Gu and starting to set up a formation. 2 hours later, a Gu formation with hundreds of Self-Will Gu as the core was successfully set up. This Gu formation was mainly used for sealing. Fang Yuan obtained this formation method from Shadow Sect's transaction. He used a large number of Self-Will Gu to seal Providence. Shadow Sect used this method to set up Super Gu formations all over the 5 regions. After inspecting it 3 times and confirming there were no problems, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was lying at the center of the Gu formation, and the Gu formation had completely sealed Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was originally sealed by Celestial Quartz Gu Immortal Wei Ling Yang using a supreme method. Wuxia was unable to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive. Thus, in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, he could only transact with Fang Yuan. In the transaction, Wuxia returned Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body and Spring-Autumn Cicada to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan obtained it, he found that Spring-Autumn Cicada was still sealed. It could not even absorb water from the river of time. It was getting weaker day by day, on the verge of starving to death. Fang Yuan had tried many methods, but found that this seal was too powerful. He could not even find out its origin. Helplessly, Fang Yuan could only give up on this for the time being. But not long ago, Rank 8 Restriction Path Gu Immortal Wei Ling Yang's methods seemed to have been used up. Spring-Autumn Cicada's seal was suddenly undone. Fang Yuan knew that Providence was hidden in Spring-Autumn Cicada and could only be removed using refinement path methods. He did not dare to leave Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body outside. Keeping it in his immortal aperture was the safest. But Fang Yuan was worried that during the second earthly calamity, Spring-Autumn Cicada's providence would be linked to the calamities and tribulations. Thus, this time he set up this Gu formation to seal Providence, eliminating this threat in advance. 3 days later, the snow monsters in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture were completely eradicated. Next, he used self-will to wash away all Providence. For this, Fang Yuan had to pay a hefty price. Although Giant Hand's cost was low, after using it many times, the consumption would accumulate to a high level. Right now, Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence on hand. The same was true for immortal Yuan stone. Because of the closure of Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan had a lot of cultivation resources but could not sell them. Langya Sec's contribution points were also decreasing day by day. Even though Fang Yuan often gave pointers to the hairy Mangu immortals in battle, it was beneficial to him. But Land Spirit of Langya also learned from him. He had some thoughts and reduced the rewards for this mission. At the same time, he raised the reward for the Falling Star Hound mission. Jewel Yellow Skies. Jewel Yellow Skies, when can you open it? Fang Yuan was looking forward to the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies while making more preparations for the second earthly calamity. There were still 5 days before the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan completely washed away the providence in his immortal aperture before arriving in front of Danghun Mountain. Using myriad self-killer move and other methods, he changed Danghun Mountain beyond recognition. Next, he used Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu to stuff Danghun Mountain into his sovereign immortal aperture. In the past, Fang Yuan did not have landscape as before. He did not dare to do this casually. But now he had less to worry about. This commotion naturally attracted Langya Land Spirit to appear. He asked nervously, "Elder Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" He was very worried. After all, Danghun Mountain belonged to Fang Yuan. It was not like Luopa Valley. If Fang Yuan wanted to take it away, he could not stop him. Fang Yuan had a glib tongue. He used the excuse that he had prepared long ago to leave Langya Blessed Land for a period of time. Land Spirit of Langya believed him. He wanted Fang Yuan to help him get rid of the Falling Star Hound, but in the end, not only did Fang Yuan want to leave, he even took Danghun Mountain with him. Land Spirit of Langya was very worried. Fang Yuan used this chance to expend all his sect contribution points. He also mortgaged Wisdom Gu to borrow many Immortal Gu from Land Spirit of Langya, as well as a large number of Immortal Yuan stones. He finally replenished his Green Grape Immortal Essence. Regretfully, even when Fang Yuan left Langya Blessed Land, Jewel Yellow Skies did not open. Fang Yuan sighed. He chose to move out a portion of the resources in his immortal aperture, handing them to Land Spirit of Langya for safekeeping. So many resources? It seems that Fang Yuan, you are very knowledgeable in managing your immortal aperture. Land Spirit of Langya was surprised at the amount of resources. But in fact, this was only a small portion of what Fang Yuan had. He did not even have 30% of it. Fang Yuan naturally would not move all the resources out. Land Spirit of Langya was not a fool. He would immediately suspect Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Less than half a day before the earthly calamity arrived, Fang Yuan arrived at the northern icy plain through a teleportation Gu formation. Although the northern icy plain was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, it contained countless Reckless Savage true meaning. But Providence still existed. Thus, Fang Yuan did not come here in advance. The icy plain was vast. Fang Yuan randomly chose a direction and placed his immortal aperture at a suitable location. What would the second earthly calamity be? No matter what, the second earthly calamity would definitely be stronger than the first. Chapter 1103. Fang Yuan was dressed in a white robe, his black hair fluttered as he landed in the sovereign immortal aperture's Kokidahara. This time he still intended to undergo the tribulation here. There were also some resources distributed in the other places. There was only ice and snow in Kokidahara. The snow monsters in Providence had all been eradicated. The sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space, but the calamities and tribulations' only target was Fang Yuan. Therefore, wherever he was, the calamity would occur. The immortal aperture was already planted in northern plains. The tributary of the River of Time in the immortal aperture merged with the River of Time. The flow of time was greatly reduced. The first was to check the arrangements. A large number of goo worms had already been arranged in the sovereign immortal aperture. Most of them were related to the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Apart from that, there was also Danghun Mountain beside Fang Yuan. The current Danghun Mountain was already beyond recognition. Fang Yuan had done this to prevent others from using fixed immortal travel to suddenly teleport in while he was undergoing his tribulation. Therefore, this hidden danger was eliminated in advance. During the first tribulation, Fang Yuan did not have Pulling Mountain immortal goo or landscape as before, so he could not bring Danghun Mountain in. However, things were different now. With Pulling Mountain, Fang Yuan could move Danghun Mountain into his immortal aperture alone. Otherwise, if he used other Hairy Man goo immortals, not only would he need to spend a sum of sect contribution points, the Hairy Man goo immortals would also enter the sovereign immortal aperture and expose this huge secret of Fang Yuan's. With landscape as before, there was no need to worry about Danghun Mountain being destroyed by the calamity. The more severe the damage to Danghun Mountain, the greater the damage. The production of Guts goo was lower. After a round of inspection, Fang Yuan was sure that there was nothing wrong with the arrangements. Next, with a thought, the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance opened. Hoo, a large amount of heaven and earth chi passed through the door. They entered the sovereign immortal aperture. For a moment, it was a spectacular sight, like a surging tide pouring in. This time, I brought Danghun Mountain and increased the burden on the sovereign immortal aperture. Therefore, the chi of heaven and earth is much more abundant than last time. The chi of heaven and earth swarmed in. At the same time, Fang Yuan. He began to arrange all sorts of goo worms outside the immortal aperture. He had already set it up during the last earthly calamity. This time, Fang Yuan was even more familiar with it. Fang Yuan naturally had to use the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Firstly, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move could weaken the power of earthly calamities. Secondly, it could extract Reckless Savage's true intent to help Fang Yuan cultivate the Transformation Dao. What was different from the first tribulation was that this time, many of the mortal goo that made up the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture were Fang Yuan's own. Moreover, he made some minor modifications to the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture killer move itself. Modifying the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture was one of the preparations that Fang Yuan had made for his tribulation transcendence. Although his refinement path attainment was not high, his wisdom path was at the Grandmaster level. The current improvements were just icing on the cake, not essential. But as long as he continued to investigate, Fang Yuan believed that one day, he would be able to modify this killer move into a version that was most suitable for him. After all, Fang Yuan could not always rely on the Langya sect. Every time he underwent a tribulation, he would need to borrow so many goo worms from the land spirit of Langya. This was a huge price to pay. Fang Yuan modified the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture because he wanted to get rid of the land spirit of Langya's control over him. A moment later, Fang Yuan made his arrangements and started to mobilize his immortal essence, activating goo worms one by one. Green light burst out, filling the immortal aperture and connecting to the outside world. Gradually, the green light inside and outside the immortal aperture merged into a huge light shadow, covering the surrounding thousand li. Tens of thousands of green grape immortal essence were expended, allowing Fang Yuan to successfully activate the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture killer move. The second earthly calamity arrived. The world shook, winds surged and clouds surged. At first there was only a light breeze, but soon the wind started to surge. In the blink of an eye, intense winds filled the sky, sweeping the world and blowing away all living beings. What tribulation is this? Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain, preparing for battle. Even though he did not recognize the origin of this earthly calamity just from the prelude, this earthly calamity was like the previous one. It was extremely powerful. It was definitely out of the ordinary. Intense winds blew, sweeping up the ice and snow on the ground, causing the world to turn into a blur. The sovereign immortal aperture had few light path down marks to begin with, there was only a faint light. Right now, wind and snow covered the sky, Fang Yuan's vision became restricted. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding, what is that sound? Fang Yuan had already used all kinds of methods to investigate, but at this moment he suddenly heard a clear chime-like sound coming from within the howling winds. This strange scene made Fang Yuan frown slightly. Don't tell me this is... He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Right at this time, the sound of wind chimes resounded, a huge green flower flew out of the wind and crashed into Danghun Mountain. The speed of this viridescent flower was extremely fast. It was simply too fast, it crashed into Danghun Mountain, creating a long mark on the mountain. The rocks along the way were crushed into powder, blown away by the wind. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The sound of wind chimes resounded. At the next moment 18 green flowers flew out and crashed into Danghun Mountain, shattering themselves and creating 18 deep marks. These are wind flowers. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he confirmed the answer in his mind. Wind flowers were the essence of the wind. They were a special plant that could only be born in extremely intense winds. They had no roots or horns, they danced in the wind. They were as big as chariots, they were light green and extremely sharp. Ding 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 ding. Fang Yuan had just recognized the wind flowers when the next wave of wind flowers attacked again. There were more wind flowers this time, there were 40 to 50 of them. Furthermore, the direction of the attacks came from all directions, crashing into Danghun Mountain one after another. Danghun Mountain's rocks shattered, smoke and dust rose, the shattered rocks were quickly devoured by the surrounding winds. Fang Yuan quickly retreated from the top of the mountain. He gritted his teeth, feeling troubled. In the previous earthly calamity, Providence created a large number of snow monsters, but I can fly, I have the initiative. This time, Providence has learned their lesson, they have changed their tactics and are using windflower tribulation to deal with me. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. Fang Yuan's speed could not compare to the windflowers, and his defensive methods were only at mortal level. Thankfully, I moved Danghun Mountain this time, otherwise I would be in trouble without any defenses. Fang Yuan felt very fortunate. Landscape as before. He activated the time path Immortal Goo, the countless marks on Danghun Mountain disappeared, returning to its original state. However, almost in the next second, the endless wind flowers struck again, shattering layer after layer of the mountain rocks and cutting them into dregs. This will not be good. Using the immortal tribulation tempering aperture earlier consumed more than half of my immortal essence. Although I am temporarily safe, I have expended a large amount of green grape immortal essence. Using this immortal essence to heal Danghun Mountain is just prolonging my life. Fang Yuan squinted, thoughts moving rapidly in his mind. He had rich battle experience, he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Strength Path Killer Move, Myriad Self. Transformation Path Killer Move, Familiar Face. Immortal Goo Dark Limit. His body shook as his method burst out, countless Fang Yuan occupied the whole of Danghun Mountain. One of them roared towards the sky, and all of the Fang Yuan phantoms rushed towards the winds outside the mountain. At the same time, Fang Yuan's main body activated Familiar Face. Using the concealment of Myriad Self, he turned into a rock on Danghun Mountain. With change form Immortal Goo, Familiar Face returned to its original form, it became simple and instantaneous. It was not like the modified version, where Fang Yuan used a large number of Mortal Goo to replace the effect of change form Immortal Goo, causing Familiar Face to activate very slowly and could not be used in emergencies. After turning into an inconspicuous rock, Fang Yuan did not stop, he used Dark Limit Immortal Goo to conceal his aura. Ding ding ding. A large number of wind flowers turned around and attacked the countless Fang Yuan phantoms. The calamities and tribulations' firepower decreased, Danghun Mountain's pressure was greatly reduced. In just a moment, Fang Yuan's myriad self phantoms were all eradicated by the wind flowers. Fang Yuan activated Myriad Self again, creating countless phantoms that carried his aura as he charged out. The wind flowers scattered and danced in the wind, the phantoms were instantly killed one after another. After 2 to 3 times, Providence saw through Fang Yuan's battle tactic. All of the wind flowers ignored Fang Yuan phantoms, they concentrated their firepower and attacked Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he felt Providence's sinister intentions. Danghun Mountain is my greatest source of income. Providence wants to destroy it, they are ruining my future. Fang Yuan was fortunate to have landscape as before. But using landscape as before to heal Danghun Mountain could only allow Fang Yuan to maintain the stalemate, it could not change his extremely passive situation. His green grape immortal essence was being expended rapidly. Sword wave triple layered. Strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan tried to retaliate, but the wind flowers were too fast. His two killer moves were not very effective. Especially the strength path giant hand, even though it had a grand aura, it flew slowly, it could not hit any wind flowers in the wind. Unless the wind flowers came to kill it personally. Poison breath. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out, purple-black poison gas spread along the wind. Large numbers of wind flowers withered rapidly when they came in contact with the poison gas. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Poison breath was a killer move that he had modified from the wisdom path killer move harboring malicious heart. Using a woman's heart as the core, it had many flaws and was rather useless. Fang Yuan rarely used it. To think that it would be so effective when he used it now. Under the effect of the poisonous breath, the wind flower's ferocious attacks instantly fell to the bottom. The wind also slowed down. A cold light shone on the whole of Jianghu Mountain. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw a crescent moon hanging in the sky since an unknown time. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Shuiyu!" This crescent moon was white as snow, its white radiance caused the temperature of Jianghu Mountain to fall. Soon, layers of frost covered the surface of Jianghu Mountain. Chapter 1104. Wind Flower Tribulation and Snow Moon Tribulation. Each was a type of earthly calamity. Wind Flower and Snow Moon overlapped to form a type of heavenly tribulation. Its power rose greatly, and the difficulty of the tribulation increased. The Wind Flower was extremely fast, it was hard to dodge, it was extremely sharp and hard to defend against. And the Snow Moon emitted cold light that froze Gu immortals. The two were a perfect match. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy. Actually, with his current strength, especially after the transaction with Shadow Sect, Strength Path and Sword Path had become his main trump cards. Be it Strength Path Giant Hand or Sword Wave Triple Layered, they could allow him to erupt with rank 7 Gu Immortal battle strength. It was also possible to pass a heavenly tribulation. What made Fang Yuan's heart heavy was not the heavenly tribulation, but the future development. Gu Immortal's tribulations got harder each time. In theory, Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity should be stronger than the first. But the second earthly calamity was raised to the level of a heavenly tribulation. This increase was simply too huge. If this continued, how much stronger would the third and fourth earthly calamities be? A rank 6 Gu Immortal would face an earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 3 heavenly tribulations, they would advance to rank 7. In total, that would be 18 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, not including the second earthly calamity, he still had 16 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations to pass. If it was the second earthly calamity, his calamities and tribulations would become heavenly tribulations. What future would there be then? At this rate, the earthly calamities would reach grand tribulation level. The snow moon's cold light shone on Fang Yuan's face, making him look pale. Even the thoughts in his mind moved and collided with each other at a slower rate. The snow moon's cold light did not just slow down a Gu Immortal's movement, it could also affect their thoughts. Fang Yuan quickly used wisdom path methods to protect his mind. He was a wisdom path grandmaster, he could easily do this. That shouldn't be the case. In the transaction with Shadow Sect, Sixth Hair told me clearly that even though the earthly calamities get stronger each time, there is a limit to the increase. As long as it is an earthly calamity, it will still be limited to the level of an earthly calamity. Could it be? Is he lying to me? Selling me fake information? Fang Yuan's brows furrowed tightly. If it was a lie, then this was naturally a possibility. However, when Fang Yuan thought about it from another perspective, this kind of deception would not benefit the Shadow Sect at all. Because this was something that could be easily proven. Most importantly, Shadow Sect still wanted to capture Fang Yuan to reverse refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Tricking Fang Yuan and letting Fang Yuan die under the calamity, wouldn't that be terrible? Or, there's another possibility. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed for a while before he calmed down again. The wind from the outside. It whistled and rolled. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the distant sky, his eyes as dark as the night. Standing on the mountain rock, his white robe and black hair swayed in the wind. He looked like a lone wolf. Sword wave triple stack. Strength path giant palm. Suddenly he unleashed a powerful attack. The dazzling sword wave appeared out of nowhere, surging and pouring down. and the strength path giant palm tore through the air. It was heavy and powerful, pushing away the raging winds in the sky. Both pounced towards the snow moon in the sky. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Like bees and butterflies that had smelled the fragrance of flowers, countless green wind flowers swarmed toward the sword waves and the giant hand seals. The extremely sharp wind flowers clashed with the sword wave and giant palm. Soon the two attacks were completely wiped out. A strange phenomenon. Earlier the wind flowers only cared about Danghun Mountain. They wanted to destroy this famous secluded domain of heaven and earth. They ignored Fang Yuan's sword wave and giant palm. They even took the initiative to dodge. But now these wind flowers took the initiative to attack. Because Fang Yuan's attack target was Xueyu, who was in the air. It seemed to be these wind flowers. As if they wanted to protect the snow moon. The snow moon's existence gave Fang Yuan huge pressure indeed. There seemed to be nothing wrong with the wind flowers protecting the snow moon. But Fang Yuan's face flashed with excitement. Myriad self. Myriad self. Myriad self. The crowd roared. A large group of Fang Yuan phantoms spread out like a flood. Fang Yuan activated it 3 times in a row. In an instant the empty Danghun Mountain became a sea of people. Countless Fang Yuans covered the sky, flying into the wind and jumping down the cliff. But different from the last time, this time Fang Yuan's true body turned into one of the phantoms and rushed out of Danghun Mountain. A large number of wind flowers came over. But there were too many phantoms of Fang Yuan, and the number of wind flowers seemed less. But Fang Yuan's phantoms could not fight against the wind flowers, and a large number of phantoms were quickly sacrificed. Relying on the clever cover of the phantoms as well as the help of familiar face, dark limit and so on, Fang Yuan successfully rushed into the air. It is time. Sword escape. Fang Yuan found an opportunity and suddenly used sword escape immortal goo. He was like a white dragon in the river. He suddenly soared into the sky, breaking through the river surface and riding on the clouds. It was a stunning sight. He was close. Fang Yuan used triple layer sword wave and strength path giant hand again. Providence was caught off guard. The wind flowers were still eliminating the remaining Fang Yuan phantoms. Fang Yuan successfully destroyed the snow moon in the air. At the next moment, a large amount of reckless savage's true meaning poured down. Fang Yuan was like a withered tree that received rain after a long drought. He accepted all of the true meaning. In a daze, he seemed to have turned into a moon, floating in the air and quietly emitting moonlight, looking down on the world. His transformation path attainment level rose rapidly. Transformation path did not just transform animals and plants, it also included mountains, rivers, wind, moon and all other living beings. This wave of reckless savage's true meaning benefited Fang Yuan greatly. He laughed heartily and his laughter gave people a feeling of contentment. It turned out that the so-called wind flower snow moon tribulation was only pieced together. It was not a complete heavenly tribulation. The second earthly calamity was still limited to the level of an earthly calamity. No matter how furious Providence was and how much it wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, it was useless. It was Providence, it had to obey the balance of the heavenly Tao. Intense winds howled, Providence was furious, it was humiliated and angry from being exposed. Countless wind flowers attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used myriad self again. A large number of Fang Yuan phantoms dispersed Providence's firepower. The wind flowers killed Fang Yuan's phantoms. This was a true massacre. But the effect was minimal. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among the phantoms. He landed on Danghun Mountain again. With Danghun Mountain, it was a place that could be defended. It gave Fang Yuan some breathing room. Deactivating familiar face, Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. There was a deep wound on his back, blood was flowing. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. But because of change form immortal goo, he managed to disguise his wound. It deceived Providence. My defense is still too weak. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh and immediately started healing himself. He did not use man as before. Man as before was an immortal goo, using it would expend immortal essence. Moreover, man as before could only recover to his previous state. Fang Yuan was hit by a wind flower petal in the air. He was injured. At that time he could not use man as before immortal goo. If he used his immortal goo aura, his identity would be exposed. Thankfully, the Tao marks in my body do not interfere with each other. Even mortal healing methods are very effective. Fang Yuan felt his huge advantage in this aspect. Normally speaking, it was hard for goo immortals to heal injuries. Because they had Tao marks in their body, the obstruction of Tao marks would greatly weaken the effect of mortal killer moves. When using immortal healing methods, one had to consider whether the Tao marks would reject each other. Fang Yuan did not have this obstruction, and using mortal methods had another advantage: he could conserve immortal essence. This time, Fang Yuan's immortal essence storage was not as high as the previous tribulation. The biggest reason was the closure of jewel-yellow skies. Cold intent assaulted him. Frost started to spread from Fang Yuan's forehead. Soon his whole body was covered in a layer of frost. Not just him, the whole of Danghun Mountain suffered the same fate. Fang Yuan raised his head. His pupils shrunk as he realized the situation was not good. Snow moons had appeared in the sky again, and there were 3 of them. The 3 times the cold light overlapped with each other, the cold intent became even heavier. Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods to protect his mind were no longer effective. He had to use other methods. His body also had to be protected. He used several defensive mortal killer moves. His body flickered with light, finally maintaining his body temperature. The number of snow moons and the speed at which they appeared were far beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. His plan of returning to Danghun Mountain to rest was in vain. Fang Yuan's heart raced. When he saw the 3 snow moons, he realized this was a moment of life and death. The longer he delayed, the more snow moons there would be, and the slimmer his chances of passing the tribulation would be. He had to retaliate immediately. He could not slack off. Otherwise, the opportunity was fleeting. Any delay would be like boiling a frog in warm water. His current predicament would turn into a hopeless situation. There would be no chance of survival. If it were other Gu immortals, they might hesitate. But Fang Yuan had rich battle experience. After realizing his situation, he used Myriad Self again. Using the same method, a large number of Fang Yuan phantoms moved around, attracting a large number of windflowers. Fang Yuan's true body was mixed among them. He flew into the sky without hesitation. Once he flew into the sky, the cold light's power rose rapidly. It was no longer suppressed by Danghun Mountain's soul path Tao marks. This was an intense battle. Fang Yuan wanted to destroy the snow moons. The 3 times cold light gave him more pressure than the windflowers. And the worst thing was, the 4th snow moon was slowly forming in the sky. Meanwhile, Providence tried all ways to stop Fang Yuan. While he was attacking, a large number of windflowers danced in the sky, attempting to kill Fang Yuan on the spot. 1, 2, 3 crescent moons were destroyed by Fang Yuan. The process was difficult. But more snow moons were forming at the same time. The cold light made Fang Yuan's heart turn cold. The cruel reality made his limbs shiver. His chances of survival were getting slimmer. Fang Yuan's expression was hard as steel. He could only puff out his chest and face the danger. Chapter 1105. Ding ding ding. A windflower hit Fang Yuan's back. The defense on Fang Yuan's body was like a piece of paper, immediately torn to pieces. The robe on his back was torn to shreds, blood splattered and flesh flew. My luck is bad. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He had dozens of strength path phantoms around him, but there was only one windflower flying towards him, attacking casually. But his true body was hit. As time passed, dog shit luck's protection became weaker. Providence's chances of finding the true body increased. Worse still, there was still Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Dark Limit Immortal Gu was activated once, protecting Fang Yuan and concealing his aura. Its effect was greatly reduced. Once this protection disappeared, it would be worse than losing dog shit luck. Time passed. Seconds felt like years for Fang Yuan. He endured it bitterly. He had already lost count of how many snow moons he had destroyed, how many windflower attacks he had suffered. Dog shit luck and Dark Limit's protection was weakening, but familiar face formed by Attitude Gu and Change Form Gu was like a pillar, supporting Fang Yuan from start to finish. There was also Myriad Self, but at this moment, its offensive ability was no longer useful. It could only be used as cannon fodder. Providence was not a fool, it could think. After Fang Yuan's tactic became clear, every time Myriad Self was used, the time it could find Fang Yuan's true body was getting shorter. Fang Yuan's injuries were also getting heavier. He had no choice but to use Immortal Gu Man as before. But this way, his immortal essence was being expended rapidly. He did not have much to begin with, but now he was running dry. Providence was high above. It controlled the earthly calamity. It was invincible. Fang Yuan was like an ant struggling between life and death. There were more snow moons. Fang Yuan could not keep up. The situation was getting worse. Fang Yuan could not see any hope. But he did not intend to give up. He gritted his teeth and persevered. The wind was like mocking him for overestimating his abilities. The snow moons hung high in the sky, they were like cold gazes. Looking at a fly like Fang Yuan who was struggling in vain before his death, Li Tianlan felt that it was useless. Fang Yuan's entire body was bathed in blood. His white robe had completely turned into a blood-red robe. His blood and sweat had been frozen by the cold light. He was battered and exhausted. His black hair, which was originally flowing in the wind, was now completely disheveled. It was also broken into countless pieces, and now it was of different lengths. It made Fang Yuan look like a combination of a madman and a beggar. His face was ice cold. He did not laugh wildly nor did he shout. He was like a block of ice. He was about to be crushed by the heavens and earth, but he didn't utter a single word. In this desperate situation he could only silently persevere. The sound of the wind died down. The power of the windflower calamity was slowly fading away. He had reached his limit. There was a limit to the power of the earthly calamity. Even though Providence had enhanced it to its maximum level and was controlling it personally, Fang Yuan was not killed by the windflowers. Very soon the number of windflowers decreased drastically, and there were no more gales in the world. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly and madly urged his immortal essence. His target was still Shuiyu. Although the windflower tribulation had faded, the snow moons in the sky also stopped forming, but there were still remnants of the windflowers. There were quite a few snow moons left. It was a tough battle. Fang Yuan no longer had the strength to grit his teeth, his body was extremely weak. Myriad self. Strength path giant hand. Sword wave triple layered. Familiar face. His condition was not good, some of his immortal killer moves failed to activate at times. Each failure caused him to suffer backlash and spit out blood. The earthly calamity was already at its limit. Fang Yuan himself was the same. There was no point in escaping now. Not only could the windflowers obstruct him, the snow moons could also fly slowly, the range of the cold light was too huge. The earthly calamity had not ended yet. Heaven and earth chi were not stable, it was impossible to retrieve the immortal aperture. Undeniably, Providence had planned for a long time and created the most suitable earthly calamity against Fang Yuan. The previous earthly calamity. Reckless Savage's true meaning split a portion of the earthly calamity's strength. This time, even though Providence could not avoid it, it affected Reckless Savage's true meaning, turning the portion that was affected into the snow moon tribulation, increasing the difficulty of the earthly calamity instead. The current situation. It depended on who could last longer. An hour later, Fang Yuan fell to the ground on Danghun Mountain. His immortal essence was almost completely depleted. Familiar face could not hold on any longer, his mind was exhausted and had dissipated long ago. Fang Yuan expended a lot of effort and strength to destroy a large number of snow moons, but there was still one snow moon left in the sky. Relying on Danghun Mountain's protection, Fang Yuan was able to block the cold light. His body was covered in injuries, many of them were covered in blood-colored ice shards. Fang Yuan had no strength left, the frost on his body was getting thicker and thicker, gradually freezing him inside the ice. The final trace of wind lingered above the ice, carrying Providence. It wanted to watch Fang Yuan walk towards death. He had little immortal essence left, he had used an immortal killer move, but Fang Yuan suddenly showed the smile of a victor. I survived this calamity. At the next moment, the desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish suddenly appeared, it swung its tail and smashed the final snow moon. Beast enslavement immortal goo. A few minutes later, the heaven and earth chi calmed down, Fang Yuan immediately left northern plains. Not long after he left, two figures came out of the underground ice layer. This is the place. One of the figures carefully looked around before saying. The other figure cautiously twitched his nose and sniffed around. Then he said with certainty, what we sensed just now wasn't wrong. Someone had just undergone tribulation here, there are traces of fluctuations in the heaven and earth chi, they have not completely calmed down. The two figures were blurry, they had evidently used methods to conceal themselves. However, since they knew about the calamities and tribulations, and could inspect them so clearly, they were definitely Gu immortals. Sigh. The northern icy plain was created by reckless savage demon Venerable in the past. There are only glaciers here, there is no land. The heaven and earth chi here is much thinner than other places. If Gu immortals undergo tribulation here, they will expend even more heaven and earth chi. At a certain level, the glaciers will shatter and the earth will shake. One of the two mysterious Gu immortals sighed, his tone was filled with worry. The northern icy plain is the final paradise of our snowman tribe. We live underground in the icy plain, We have no conflicts with the world. Who would have thought that the human race wouldn't give up? They even want to encroach on our last piece of land. Another mysterious figure, who seemed to be younger, said indignantly. It turned out that these two Gu immortals were not ordinary, they were variant human snowman Gu immortals. The young snowman Gu immortal continued, First Supreme Elder is too stubborn. In my opinion, we should have gotten rid of that Chudu back then. Look now, not only does Chudu undergo tribulation, others also come here. As time passes, our resting place will be visited by more and more Gu immortals. The older snowman Gu immortal sighed, Sigh. I can understand First Supreme Elder's thoughts. He is worried that the battle with Chudu will expose our existence to the world. Right now, the world is ruled by humans, their position is firm and unshakable. If we are exposed, all of Northern Plains human Gu immortals will hunt us down. Are we going to let this continue? Are we going to let more and more Gu immortals undergo tribulations above us? Actually, with our strength and fighting in the icy plain, as long as we plan carefully, it is not hard to kill a few human Gu immortals. Of course, I admit that Chudu is very strong. To be safe, we can give up on him, but the other Gu immortals can do it. If we kill a few people, who will know that we did it? Anyway, humans are in a mess internally, righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators have never stopped fighting. The young Gu immortal said. Sai, you are right. We should report this situation to the people first. Let the other very high elders come over and discuss it. The two snowman Gu immortals discussed for a while before vanishing on the spot. Even though Fang Yuan was heavily injured, he did not stop, rushing back to Langya blessed land. If Providence wants to get rid of me, it is the best time to do so when I undergo tribulation. Not only can it increase the power of the calamities and tribulations to the limit, it can even control the calamities and tribulations personally. The most terrifying thing is that it can influence other existences and create human tribulations to trap and kill me. Fang Yuan firmly remembered this information in his mind. This knowledge was also a precious gain from his transaction with Sixth Hair. In the Battle of Etian Mountain half a year ago, he was a crucial human tribulation. He was a pawn for Providence to deal with Spectral Soul. Because of his personal experience, Fang Yuan was very vigilant towards the so-called human tribulation. What kind of existence was Spectral Soul? He had the help of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. He planned for 100,000 years, but was still defeated by Providence. Compared to them, what did he count as now? Thus, Fang Yuan did not care about his heavy injuries and directly moved. He moved very quickly. He did not give Providence any time to plan. There were no accidents on the way back. Fang Yuan successfully returned to Langya blessed land. After reaching Langya blessed land, he let out a sigh of relief. He knew that he was safe for now. Next, Fang Yuan hid in his cloud city to heal his injuries. He also returned all the immortal Gu that he had borrowed. A few days later, Fang Yuan's injuries healed completely. He recovered to his peak condition. He started to modify Danghun Mountain in his immortal aperture. Speaking of which, this mountain was a huge help to him in his tribulation. Danghun Mountain was in a terrible state. It was tall and majestic before, but after the tribulation, it was reduced to a small mound by the wind. Landscape as before. Under the effect of this immortal Gu, Danghun Mountain returned to its original state. Only in this state could Danghun Mountain produce Guts Gu with the highest efficiency. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He quickly took out Danghun Mountain and gave it to Langya blessed land. However, even though Danghun Mountain produced a large number of Guts Gu, the sales channel Jewel Yellow Skies was closed. Right now, there were a large number of Guts Gu in Langya Sect's treasury. They could not be sold. Fang Yuan was quite anxious. 2 months later, the third earthly calamity will occur. Its power will be even stronger than this one. If I do not make some breakthroughs at this stage and my strength does not increase, I am afraid I will be in danger. But the growth of strength does not come out of nowhere. It requires all sorts of cultivation resources. Treasure Yellow Heaven. When will it open again? Chapter 1106. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. This was a landscape of rivers and swamps. But it was not as vast and deep as the outside Eastern Sea. The highest water level was only 50 to 60 feet. Most places were like mud pits to desolate beasts. This was because there were not many water path Dao marks in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At this moment, in a corner of Mini Eastern Sea, 2 desolate beasts were fighting. Oh! The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled as it pounced. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. If this bite landed, even the mountain rocks would be crushed. But its opponent, a desolate beast flying bear, had a crafty light flashing in its eyes as it retreated. The shark fin wolf used too much strength, its attack was easily dodged by the flying bear. Next, the flying bear raised its thick paw and slammed at the shark fin wolf's head. With a loud bang, the huge force caused the shark fin wolf to crash to the ground. It was dizzy and could not get up for some time. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this attack. I used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo earlier. My strength did increase greatly. But Flying Bear Transformation almost made a mistake. This immortal zombie that I am temporarily borrowing has a lot of strength path Dao marks. Even though I have changed form Immortal Goo, I can only forcefully transform. The strength path Dao marks are resisting change form Immortal Goo's influence. Transformation path Goo immortals mainly had transformation path Dao marks on their bodies. These Dao marks could change into other Dao marks under the influence of Goo worms. Change form Immortal Goo was the essence of transformation path. With it, the Goo immortal could undergo all sorts of transformations. Flowers, birds, fish and worms. Grass, trees, mountains, rivers, sun, moon and stars. They could all transform. But this Goo only had the form, it needed to be paired with other Goo worms. Only then could it transform in strength, speed, defense and other aspects. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture is in my body. I can only use the strength path immortal zombie to train in transformation path methods. But strength path immortal zombies have strength path Dao marks. It is very difficult to use change form Immortal Goo. But Flying Bear Strength has the amplification of strength path Dao marks. The effect is better. Fang Yuan compared inwardly, feeling the wondrous use of his body. There was no interference or obstruction between Dao marks. This was a huge advantage. The boundaries between each path were clear, they were clearly separated. Even if it was a secondary cultivation. He also had to distinguish his priorities. But when it came to Fang Yuan, the boundaries between the sects became blurred. He could cultivate all of them. Looks like strength path immortal zombies can only familiarize themselves with transformation methods. They can't let me truly understand my improvement and the limits of my abilities. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart as he controlled the flying bear to dodge agilely. It turned out that the shark fin wolf had crawled up again, and its ferocious nature was unleashed as it attacked crazily. But Fang Yuan had the intelligence of the human race. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. His tactics were clear, and his control over the flying bear was as smooth as flowing water. The shark fin wolf could barely touch the flying bear. Even though Fang Yuan had beast enslavement Immortal Goo and controlled this desolate beast. But after the earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had to return beast enslavement Immortal Goo. Therefore, before returning it, he released his control over the shark fin wolf and the spine fin star arowana. This had its benefits. Without the influence of beast enslavement Immortal Goo, the desolate beast shark fin wolf would be able to display its true ferocity and serve as a qualified sparring partner. Bang! Another loud sound echoed. The shark fin wolf had already been slammed into the mud by the flying bear's large paw many times, as muddy water splattered everywhere. This time, the shark fin wolf whimpered as it crawled up, and after looking at the unharmed flying bear, it actually turned around and fled with its tail between its legs. Fang Yuan, who was still anticipating the shark fin wolf's attack, was stunned and thought, did I flick it too hard when I subdued it? Has it greatly reduced its ferocity? The shark fin wolf fled and Fang Yuan felt bored for a moment. But these days of sparring are not without gains. At least it proves that my transformation path attainment level is indeed at Grandmaster. Transformation path Grandmaster. After Fang Yuan's blood path Grandmaster, strength path Grandmaster, wisdom path Grandmaster and star path Grandmaster, his fifth path had advanced to Grandmaster. The 500 years of experience in his previous life did not give Fang Yuan any help. The main reason why transformation path could reach such a level was because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. Providence wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, so it schemed continuously to raise the power of calamities and tribulations to the limit allowed by the heavenly Tao. Fang Yuan had passed 2 earthly calamities, but the power of these earthly calamities had already surpassed normal, and could match many heavenly tribulations. Thus, even Reckless Savage's true meaning was drawn out by many times. Blessings and disasters were accompanied by blessings and disasters. Calamities and tribulations had a rule, that was, blessings and disasters were equal. The greater the calamities and tribulations, the more dangerous it was for Fang Yuan, but after passing them, he would gain even more benefits. Fang Yuan's transformation path Grandmaster had experienced 3 infusions of Reckless Savage's true meaning. The first was He Lolan's 10 extreme immortal ascension. The last 2 were his own earthly calamities, drawn out by the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Thus, to reach Grandmaster level he had accumulated enough. Even though becoming a transformation path Grandmaster is worth celebrating, the current situation is not good. Fang Yuan was deeply worried. The calamities and tribulations were getting stronger each time. After passing the second earthly calamity, Fang Yuan already knew how much stronger the following calamities and tribulations would be. The second earthly calamity was very dangerous, he had only passed it. Along the way the snow moon appeared. If not for Fang Yuan's decisiveness to attack, the consequences would have been unthinkable. At the final stage, Danghun Mountain was reduced to a mound. He had so little immortal essence that he could not even use an immortal killer move. He had to rely on the Desolate Beast to pass. It could be said that Fang Yuan had used up almost all of his trump cards. During the first earthly calamity, Reckless Savage's true meaning split a small portion of the calamity and tribulation's power. Providence's snow monsters did not have the initiative. During the second earthly calamity, Providence's plan was very thorough. It even took into account Reckless Savage's true meaning. It even made use of it and influenced it to transform into the snow moon, increasing the power of the Windflower Tribulation. Providence can think of the third earthly calamity. It must have considered Danghun Mountain and my current immortal killer moves. There are also the Desolate Beast and Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong's subordinates. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan underwent tribulation after tribulation. He had a deeper understanding of Providence. On the other hand, Providence was the same. It also probed deeper into Fang Yuan's information. Currently, Fang Yuan had 7 methods to undergo tribulation. The first was to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain, using Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture killer move to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning and divide Providence's control over the calamity and tribulation. The second was to use Dogshit Luck, using Luck Path to weaken the calamity and tribulation. The third was Attitude Gu, Dark Limit Gu, and Change Form Gu. There was also Familiar Face, which could transform into countless forms and confuse Providence. The fourth was Strength Path, Sword Path, Blood Path, and other Immortal Gu as well as Immortal Killer moves. They were direct confrontation methods. The fifth was Danghun Mountain. It had a huge geographical advantage. The sixth was the complete otherworldly demon identity. Providence could not influence Fang Yuan's thoughts. The seventh was some external forces. For example, desolate beasts like the Spine-Fin Star Dragonfish and Shark-Fin Wolf, Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, Langyasek's Hairy Man Gu Immortals, and so on. All these methods and trump cards. The will of the heavens was already clear. At most, the seventh external force will have some changes. But these external forces are not reliable. My enslavement path attainment level is not high. I am not proficient in enslavement methods. Spine-Fin Star Dragonfish, Shark-Fin Wolf, and so on. They can be enslaved by me, but they can also be used by Providence to regain freedom through calamities and tribulations. Thus, when I undergo tribulation, I only hid these outside because I was afraid Providence would use them instead. There is also the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. He is a variant human Gu Immortal. He has sufficient intelligence. If he regains freedom, he will be more dangerous than desolate beasts. Unless I have no other choice, I will not expose the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret to him. Most importantly, he had once used Heaven's wish to descend into Tai by blessed land in the form of an earthly calamity. If he is like the snow monsters easily influenced by Providence and turned against me, that would be terrible. At this rate, my third earthly calamity will be a situation where I have a slim chance of survival, and my fourth earthly calamity will be a hopeless situation where I will die. Fang Yuan was clear about his situation. Even though he passed the second earthly calamity, Jewel Yellow Skies was not opened. His cultivation would not have much progress without the help of resources. Gu Immortals undergoing tribulations were in such a situation. The calamities and tribulations get stronger each time. The Gu Immortal had to work hard to increase their strength beyond the increase of the calamities and tribulations. The weaker the Gu Immortal's aptitude and foundation, the weaker the calamities and tribulations, the longer the interval, it was not difficult to continue cultivating. But Fang Yuan's aptitude and foundation were number one since ancient times. He had the sovereign immortal fetus and could cultivate in all sects. That was why the calamities and tribulations were so terrifying. The increase in strength was unheard of, and the interval between each calamity was only 2 months. If it were any other Gu immortal, they would have died long ago. Only Fang Yuan's aptitude was strong, and he had painstakingly preserved a considerable amount of cultivation resources, allowing him to last until now. Thinking about how many immortal Gu Fang Yuan had, how many immortal killer moves, how many Grandmaster attainment levels he had, as well as Danghun Mountain Langya sect, and other external factors that he could use. But even so, Fang Yuan's future was not looking good. The closure of Jewel Yellow Skies has completely disrupted my plans and rhythm. At this rate, I will not be able to survive. What troubled Fang Yuan was Jewel Yellow Skies. If Jewel Yellow Skies opened, everything would be smooth sailing for him. But when would Jewel Yellow Skies open? Nobody could say for sure. Maybe at the next moment, maybe in a few months. With Fang Yuan's situation, if Jewel Yellow Skies opened in a few months, he would definitely die. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter and his strength rose sharply. Day after day of waiting, Jewel Yellow Skies did not show any signs of activity. Fang Yuan's injuries had already healed, but his immortal aperture's development had not improved at all. Langya sect's development had also been obstructed. Land Spirit of Langya had summoned Fang Yuan many times, discussing the matter of taking down the falling star hound. Fang Yuan naturally did not agree. The relationship between the two continued to deteriorate. Land Spirit of Langya lowered the reward for Fang Yuan's mission of guiding the hairy Mangu immortals to the lowest point. Fang Yuan had almost no gains. Under Sixth Hair's instigation, the other hairy Mangu immortals also started to feel indifferent towards Fang Yuan. They even started to hate him. Even though the second earthly calamity was over, Fang Yuan's situation was getting worse. Should he wait for Jewel Yellow Skies to open, or should he change and adapt? Fang Yuan was facing such a difficult problem now. Chapter 1107. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time. He chose to wait. After the second earthly calamity, he gained a deeper understanding of Providence. Tai Chiu seems to be safe, but Providence has already made arrangements. They are just waiting for me to go there. Earlier, when Langya sect was developing in Tai Chiu, everything was going smoothly. It was most likely because of Providence's enticement. After that, the falling star hound appeared. It was Providence's probing and pressure. They wanted to use Langya sect to force me out. In that case, it's even more impossible for me to go. Maybe Fang Yuan was overthinking things? Maybe Providence was not so resourceful. Maybe Providence did not have the time to make arrangements in Tai Chiu? Fang Yuan thought about this, but he got rid of this wishful thinking. He could live until now because he was vigilant. He did not want to get lucky. Everything should be prepared for the worst. He did not want others to love him. He did not want the world to be kind to him. He did not want fate to favor him. He had to rely on himself. He waited. Fang Yuan calmed down. He waited for Jewel Yellow Skies to open. He had to consider everything. This was the safest and most advantageous method for him. Time continued to pass. Soon, half a month passed. Jewel Yellow Skies did not show any signs of activity. Sixth Hair was jumping around. The hairy Mangu immortal's attitude towards Fang Yuan was getting worse. Someone even pointed at Fang Yuan's nose, scolding him for having ill intentions, saying that even though he joined Langya sect, he was not truly contributing to the sect. I have my own difficulties in all of this, Fang Yuan explained plainly. From then on, he stayed in Cloud City and rarely moved about. He also rarely took on missions to guide hairy Mangu immortals in battle, because the rewards of this mission were too low due to the land spirit of Langya. He could not manage his immortal aperture, and was barely proficient in transformation path methods. Fang Yuan did not idle. He used wisdom path methods to make many deductions. But there was no light of wisdom. This made Fang Yuan feel a huge difference. The progress of the deduction was rather slow. Compared to the instant results of the light of wisdom, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. What does the attitude of others matter? As long as I join the Langya sect. It's not against the sect's rules. Why would Langya land spirit violate his own rules first and remove my status as a guest grand elder? The possibility is very small. Fang Yuan continued to wait. Even though the environment around him was putting more and more pressure on him, he remained unmoved. 10 days later. Northern Plains Myriad Bean Garden. The land here was fertile and the weather was beautiful. Green fields were irrigated by spring water and the roads were crisscrossed. When Chudu arrived, he looked around and couldn't help but feel much better. He said loudly, "Fellow Taoist Tianxiaxen." As expected of the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. The outside world of Northern Plains is already filled with bloodshed, but you are farming here leisurely, you are truly an unworldly expert. In the hundreds of thousands of acres of green fields, there were many figures who were bent over farming. Most of them were ink men, they had black skin and white hair, they were a type of variant humans. One of them was a human, he was dressed like an old farmer and had a slightly hunched back. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, he had deep wrinkles on his face and his coarse hands were holding two peculiar bean sprouts. His trousers were rolled up, he was stepping on the muddy water. He did not have the demeanor of a Gu immortal, he was like a mortal. But after hearing Chudu's words, he raised his head and stood up. Facing the famous domination immortal of Northern Plains, he did not show any fear or uneasiness. Instead he smiled lightly, "Chudu, you think too highly of me. How can I be called the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains? There is always someone better than you, who knows how many capable people are hidden in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. I inherited old immortal Tian Yuan's true inheritance, but I was not skilled enough and my foundation was exposed. In my early days I fought with Dongfang Naganori and lost to him by more than a little. Forget about the title of #1, forget about it. This wisdom path Gu immortal Tianxia Xn was originally immortal, he could not even be considered a Gu master. But due to a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a huge immortal opportunity. Eventually he inherited the true inheritance of the famous wisdom path great expert old immortal Tian Yuan and became a wisdom path Gu immortal. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori revived his tribe and led Dongfang tribe to rise up, he naturally had to infringe on other people's benefits. Even though Tianxia Xin inherited the true inheritance and became a Gu immortal, his aptitude was ordinary, his immortal aperture was ordinary, his calamities and tribulations were not intense, and because of his nature he did not have any ambitions. He had been cultivating at home, but Dongfang tribe's expansion disturbed his peaceful life. Even though Tianxia Xin was unwilling, Dongfang Naganori was too domineering. After losing to Dongfang Naganori, he was chased out of Myriad Bean Garden and had to roam outside. While roaming, he interacted with other Gu immortals, letting Northern Plains Gu immortal world know about him. Later on, when Dongfang Naganori died, Dongfang tribe's headquarters were destroyed, countless cultivation resources were plundered by others. As a super force, Dongfang tribe was like a red flower of the past, vanishing in a single day. Without Dongfang Naganori, Dongfang tribe completely collapsed. Tianxia Xn took the chance to return to his former home, becoming the owner of Myriad Bean Garden. Even though his aptitude was ordinary, the true inheritance he inherited was very impressive. Northern Plains Gu immortals respected him as the #1 person after Dongfang Naganori. With Dongfang Naganori's death, he naturally rose and became the publicly recognized #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But he did not have any grand aspirations or ambitions, he was willing to be ordinary, he did not want to give up his mortal life after becoming a Gu immortal. He personally went to the garden to farm every day. Of course, Myriad Bean Garden was huge, most of the labor was done by inkmen. Gu immortal Tianxia Xin's inkmen slaves were famous in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Chudu smiled, he walked in front of Tianxia Xin. Brother Tian is magnanimous, if I had Brother Tian's wisdom path attainment, I would have claimed to be #1 long ago and looked down on Northern Plains. Let's see who can match me in this world? Tianxia Xin squinted, laughing heartily. Brother Chu, you are an overlord among immortals with great ambitions, I cannot compare to you. What? Brother Chu, do you also want to profit from that He tribe? So you came here today to ask me to deduce something for you? Chudu nodded, before shaking his head. He tribe is about to be destroyed just like Dongfang tribe. Right now, almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortal world is attacking and plotting against He tribe. However, I do not want to go over and get involved in this mess. I am here. I have something more important to ask Brother Tian to deduce for me. A look of admiration appeared on Tianxia Xin's face. Good. As expected of domination immortal Chudu, you do not go with the flow. Such perseverance. What do you want me to deduce? I want you to deduce a person. This is a clue. Chudu said as he handed an immortal Gu to Tianxia Xin. This immortal Gu was like a silver-winged dragonfly, its wings were shining with silver light. Tianxia Xin's gaze turned cold. A rank 7 sword path immortal Gu. He was slightly surprised, a profound aura emanated from his body. He gave the answer himself. This is flying sword immortal Gu, Bo Qing used it before. As expected of Tianxia Xin, that is indeed the case. Chudu praised, explaining his purpose. It turned out that he wanted to obtain the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method from Fang Yuan, to draw out reckless savages' true meaning to help him cultivate. Compared to the tempering aperture method, his previous method of nurturing strength path Gu masters to become immortals. It was too cumbersome and inefficient. Even though he kept Fang Yuan's flying sword immortal Gu, he could not catch up to Fang Yuan, he could only compromise with Fang Yuan. But after that Fang Yuan left. Even though he gave Chu Du his contact details, Chu Du could not get a reply. Occasionally Fang Yuan would reply, but they were all perfunctory. Chu Du became increasingly anxious. Especially when Jewel Yellow Skies closed a few months ago. Chu Du completely lost contact with Fang Yuan. Chu Du was also one of the Gu immortals who was looking forward to the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies. But thinking about it, he felt that even if Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Fang Yuan would not care about him. It was quite unbelievable. What kind of person was Chu Du? He actually had to beg a Gu immortal to pay attention to him. But the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method was very important. It was Chu Du's opportunity to cultivate. Chu Du even ignored He Tribe's storm. He went to find Tian Xiaoxin. He wanted to use his method to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Since you're ignoring me, then I'll take the initiative to find you. Chu Du thought. This was the domination immortal style. Tian Xiaoxin continued to deduce. After a while he said, "Good. This immortal Gu is still the target. Brother Chu, you did the right thing by not forcefully refining it. This way I have a 50% chance of deducing his location." Chu Du frowned. Only 50%? If the other party is hiding in his immortal aperture, I will not be able to deduce him. A 50% chance is already very high. Tian Xiaoxian said. Chu Du nodded helplessly. Then Brother Tian, please do it. Let's go somewhere else. I need about 3 days. Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Earlier, he was summoned by the land spirit of Langya, but this time, it was not to urge him to attack the falling star hound, but to tell him that something big was happening in northern plains. Hey tribe. Fang Yuan muttered as his gaze flickered. Hey tribe was facing the danger of being destroyed. It was not good. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan was one of the main culprits in this situation. Let's review the development of the situation. Fang Yuan destroyed 88-point Jianghu Tower and destroyed Imperial Court blessed land. Northern Plains righteous path was incomparably shocked and furious. They tried to find him by all means possible. But at that time, Shadow Sect helped to conceal him. Fang Yuan also worked hard and managed to deceive them for some time. Next, He Qing joined Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect and the Celestial Court Gu Immortals led by Feng Jioga engaged in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. He Qing abandoned the immortal Gu House Dark Prison and escaped. He was dealt with by Fang Yuan. Next, Blazing Heaven Demonist dealt with Old Ancestor Shueshan. Both sides reached a compromise. Blazing Heaven Demonist repelled He Tribe's 4 Supreme Elders' Green City rampage, while Old Ancestor Shueshan took the chance to steal immortal materials from He Tribe's headquarters, earning a huge fortune. Finally, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect was destroyed. Nobody covered for Fang Yuan. Celestial Court exposed Fang Yuan's secret to the public. The truth of the Imperial Court case was revealed. Northern Plains Gu Immortals naturally wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, but they could not deduce Fang Yuan's location. Firstly, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were too rare. Secondly, Fang Yuan was a coward. He always stayed in Langya blessed land. Thirdly, this damned scoundrel actually had extraordinary Wisdom Path attainment. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not find He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing either. Fang Yuan was the main culprit. They were the accomplices. But they were following Wuxia now. Central Continent's Celestial Court made a move but could not catch them. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were furious. Especially the Righteous Path Gu Immortals, those dominating superforces and Huangjin tribes. Their lives were originally very beautiful, relying on their ancestor Giant Sun Immortals' blessings. They could bully Demonic Path and Lone Immortals, and play the Imperial Court contest game once every 10 years. Hey, it was quite exciting. All in all, the Righteous Path was prosperous. The Huangjin tribes dominated Northern Plains. The overall situation could not be shaken. But Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed. 88-point Jianghu Tower collapsed. All of this beautiful foundation had completely collapsed. The culprit could not be found, the accomplices could not be found, so they could only look for He Tribe. Who asked He Lulan to be a member of He Tribe? If He Tribe did not take the blame, who would? Chapter 1108. He tribe is in such a situation, should I interfere? Fang Yuan considered the feasibility of this. Even though He tribe was a superforce, a Huangjin tribe, among the superforces of northern plains, it was still weak. Furthermore, it was surrounded now, it was facing the entire northern plains Gu immortal world. Its ending was self-evident. It would definitely end up with a broken family and dead people. Even if He tribe was unwilling, how could they resist the entire Gu immortal world alone? Unless they had the protection of a rank 8 Gu immortal, but He tribe did not have such a person. He tribe's 4 supreme elders could form the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. To a certain extent, it could match rank 8 battle strength. But this was the only trump card He tribe could take out. Fang Yuan got more excited as he thought about it. To him, the current situation was chaotic, everyone wanted to take a bite out of He tribe. In such a situation there were bound to be opportunities. Don't forget, Fang Yuan had a huge advantage. He had the Gu immortal captive He Cheng. He Cheng was a Gu immortal. He was different from ordinary He tribe Gu immortals. He had authority. He was deeply trusted by the 4 supreme elders. He tribe's 4 supreme elders were cultivating the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. There was a flaw: they could not split up, they could only delegate their authority. He Cheng was the representative they were satisfied with. He Cheng managed He tribe's daily affairs. He knew everything about He tribe. He Cheng was in Fang Yuan's hands. He could search his soul, will, and all sorts of methods. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. He Cheng could not resist him. Right now, Fang Yuan knew a lot about He tribe. He knew more about them than those Huangjin tribes that were fighting He tribe. He knew more about them. He knew more about them. He had so much information to back it up. Fang Yuan had a huge advantage to begin with. There was another crucial point in He tribe that attracted Fang Yuan the most. That was He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan was also a He tribe Gu immortal. He was a famous historical figure. He had died long ago. But in the past, He Fan cultivated time path to rank 8 level. He controlled He tribe, allowing He tribe to dominate a region at that time. It was also one of the top superforces. It was very powerful and glorious. However, one's lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He tribe gradually weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. He Fan was dying. He left behind his Zhou Ao true inheritance, but none of He tribe's descendants could inherit it. A rank 8 Gu immortal's true inheritance, if successfully inherited, might be able to nurture a rank 8 Gu immortal. If He tribe really had a rank 8 Gu immortal, the current situation would not be like this. In the world of Gu immortals, rank 6 Gu immortals were at the bottom, rank 7 Gu immortals were in the middle, and rank 8 Gu immortals were at the top. If He tribe had a rank 8 Gu immortal, if He Lulan became the culprit behind the destruction of 88-point Jianghu Tower, He tribe would be able to bear the consequences. Were there any rank 8 Gu immortals? The deterrence of a superpower was on a completely different level. Even if this He tribe rank 8 Gu immortal was besieged by other rank 8 Gu immortals, they would at most have to pay a huge price and pay resources and compensation. The tribe would at least be able to survive. Not like now. Even though He tribe had many Gu immortals, they could not protect the tribe. He Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan muttered to himself, bright light flashing in his eyes. In my current situation, the biggest obstacle is providence. And providence's strongest method is calamities and tribulations. Every calamity and tribulation is like the gates of hell. I am too easily targeted by providence, it is too dangerous. And the interval between each calamity and tribulation is only 2 months in the outside world. This is too short. If he had more time, Fang Yuan would be able to face the test of the calamities and tribulations more easily. But Fang Yuan had such aptitude, the sovereign immortal fetus was too monstrous. This was a heaven-defying creation. Heaven and earth could not tolerate it. However, man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu immortals had unparalleled intelligence. Regarding the interval between calamities and tribulations, predecessors had thought of countless methods. Among them, the most mainstream method was time path delaying methods. Langya Blessed Land was like this. Long-hair ancestor had once invited a time path great expert to greatly reduce the time flow in Langya immortal aperture. This way, the interval between calamities and tribulations was even longer. After long-hair ancestor died, this blessing was also passed down. This allowed the land spirit of Langya to have sufficient time to react and prepare, to deal with every calamity and tribulation. I don't know any time path Gu immortals. Even Tai Bai Yunxing could not slow the time in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan knew about Tai Bai's inheritance, because he had once soul-searched Tai Bai Yunxing in Imperial Court Blessed Land. But the truth was, not all Time Path Gu immortals had methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. Tai by Yunxing was an obvious example. Even if I know any Time Path Gu immortals or take the initiative to get to know some Time Path experts, my sovereign immortal aperture is too secretive. It is an important matter. How can I let these Time Path Gu immortals know about it? They are hard to trust. Instead of relying on others, I should rely on myself. If I can obtain He Fan's true inheritance and slow the time in the immortal aperture, that would be amazing. Ordinary Time Path true inheritances might not have methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. But He Fan's true inheritance was not ordinary, it was left behind by the rank 8 He Fan. In He tribe's history it was clearly recorded. When He Fan was alive he helped many He tribe Gu immortals to slow the time in their immortal apertures. This way He tribe's Gu immortals could deal with calamities and tribulations easily, their chances of passing tribulations were greatly increased. As time passed, He tribe's Gu immortals surpassed the other super forces. Above them was the rank 8 Gu immortal He Fan, who dominated northern plains, and below them were a large number of He tribe rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals. They had the advantage in numbers. This created the dominance of He tribe in history. Fang Yuan knew about He tribe's history through the captive He Cheng. Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew about this. She had a time path injury, time flowed very quickly, she had no choice but to turn into an immortal zombie. To heal her injuries, Blazing Heaven Demoness made a scheme to let her sister Su Xian Air infiltrate He tribe, to obtain He Fan's true inheritance and heal her injuries. But to think that Su Xian Air's act turned into reality, she fell in love with He Cheng and gave birth to He Lulan, creating a scene of love and hate. All in all, as long as Fang Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, he would be able to slow the time in his immortal aperture. Once the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, Fang Yuan's situation would change drastically. Even though the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, the cultivation resources inside would be produced slower, and his cultivation level would not grow as fast as before. It was safe and stable. Fang Yuan's cultivation pressure and difficulty would decrease by more than a level. The advantages definitely outweighed the disadvantages. He Fan's true inheritance. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more excited he got. To him, this was the key to breaking out of this predicament. If I leave and go to He tribe to participate in this chaotic battle, there are many ways to do that. Knowing valuable information is my first advantage. Secondly, I have dark limit immortal Gu, I can conceal my aura, Providence cannot sense me. Thirdly, I have familiar face and change form immortal Gu to disguise my identity, I can take advantage of the chaos. Should I go or not? Fang Yuan thought about it for a while, but he still chose to watch from the sidelines. He did not move immediately. He tribe's situation was too chaotic. Righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals all wanted a share of the loot. The situation was chaotic, all sorts of people appeared one after another. Among the rank 6 Gu immortals, there were low-level Gu immortals like Old Lu, there were also ordinary Gu immortals like Qing Shenzi as well as Zhuozhan, Divine Lord Tiandu, Shiho and other experts. Among the famous rank 7 experts, there were Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. According to some vague rumors, Heavenly Lord Baizu was showing signs of appearing, and old ancestor Shui who was also not willing to be left out. Fang Yuan assessed the situation, he felt that the time was not ripe yet. This was only the early and middle stages. All sorts of forces and Gu immortals were devouring He tribe's resource points. These Gu immortals were still a long way from the main camp. All sorts of forces were hindering each other, it was chaotic. Countless people were fighting against each other. If they could not determine who was stronger, how could they seize the resources? If Fang Yuan went in now, he might be implicated no matter what identity he disguised himself as. Moreover, Dark Limit Immortal Gu's protection could only last for a while, it could not last long. The most crucial thing was Providence. Providence was likely to make arrangements against Fang Yuan. What did Providence know? Spring-Autumn Cicada had Providence, Spring-Autumn Cicada had followed Fang Yuan for so long, Providence probably knew everything. In the transaction with Sixth Hair, Shadow Sect told Fang Yuan, Providence was vast, it was everywhere. Providence itself covered the 5 regions and 2 heavens, this advantage was unparalleled, it knew a lot of information and secrets. All sorts of reasons prevented Fang Yuan from acting or attacking casually. He decided to wait for He tribe's situation to clear up a little, he would be able to see the situation clearly and gain the upper hand. The key to this operation was speed. After accumulating strength and striking with one strike, he would leave. There was no more suitable and correct battle tactic than this. Fang Yuan waited patiently, using Langya Sec's channels to understand the outside world situation. Days passed. The battles surrounding He tribe were getting more and more intense. Countless Gu immortals were involved, they had their own victories and defeats, there were endless schemes and plots, it was like a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to expand, drawing in even more people. This way the whirlpool itself became even more chaotic. Many secluded cultivators could not resist the temptation, they showed themselves. Of course there were also people like Fang Yuan, they did not act. Several days later in Myriad Bean Garden. I have tried my best, but the other party seems to be inside his immortal aperture, there is no result. Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tianxia X inside, he had a guilty expression. So that's it. Chu Du showed an unconcealable look of disappointment. However, I have gained something else on my side. Tianxia Xn suddenly changed the topic. What do you mean, Brother Tian? Chu Du was confused. Shortly after he saw Tianxia Xn return Flying Sword Immortal Gu to him, he pointed at this Immortal Gu and said, "This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is not simple, there is an imprint on it. I have already analyzed this imprint, it is the key to opening an immortal true inheritance." What? There is such a thing? Chu Du was greatly surprised, his heart pounded. Is this sword immortal Bo Qing sword path true inheritance? Chapter 1109. No. Hearing Chu Du's guess, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tianxia Xn shook his head. This insignia is an information path method. According to my deductions, it should be an information path true inheritance, and the location of the true inheritance is not in Northern Plains, but Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea information path true inheritance? Chu Du frowned, his expectations fell by a lot. Originally, he had little hope of cultivating a sword path true inheritance. Because he cultivated strength path, he had a huge foundation of strength path Dao marks, it was very difficult for him to cultivate other paths. But sword path had strong offensive capabilities, and it was related to the legendary, pseudo-venerable, Bo Qing. Chu Du was naturally very curious. But now that he heard information path, this curiosity decreased by many times. With Chu Du's knowledge and experience, he knew the advantages that information path could bring to his cultivation. But he had a direct personality, he had great ambitions, he preferred to have more offensive methods. He was called Domination Immortal, there was a saying, there are only wrong names but no wrong nicknames. Since Chu Du could not cultivate sword path, he could not cultivate information path. In this world, from ancient times until now, only Fang Yuan could cultivate all the sects. Other Gu immortals who cultivated two paths would have to spend a lot of time and effort. Unless there was a special situation and they had a good immortal Gu, most situations would have more disadvantages than advantages, it was not a wise move. Seeing Chu Du's expression, Tianxia Xn knew what he was thinking, he urged, "Brother Chu, don't underestimate this insignia. According to my deduction, I only engraved Flying Sword Immortal Gu later. This information path method is simply unheard of, it has broadened my horizons, it is not ordinary." Chu Du's expression became solemn. Once he was reminded, he felt that Tianxia Xin's words were not false. If it was engraved on ordinary rocks, clouds, or water, it was not strange. But engraved on Gu worms, this was very rare. Because this Flying Sword Immortal Gu was a rank 7 sword path Gu. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu immortals underwent tribulations time and time again, adding Dao marks to their bodies. As for the immortal Gu themselves, they were fragments of Dao marks of different paths. They would cause internal friction, conflict, and rejection. This insignia was an information path method. It was also a trace of information path Dao mark, it was actually able to imprint on a sword path Dao mark fragment and even survive for a long time. He was like a lone boat in the midst of a tsunami, unwavering. Looking at it this way, this kind of information path method was simply shocking. "Brother Chu, how about I negotiate with you?" Tianxia Xin suddenly said. Chu Du smiled lightly. Even though he was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, he could guess Tianxia Xin's thoughts. Chu Du waved his hand and interrupted Tianxia Xin. "Brother Tian, please don't blame me. This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is not mine, it belongs to my friend. To tell you the truth, this friend of mine has been missing for a long time. I am worried, so I asked you to calculate his whereabouts. The immortal fate on it naturally belongs to him." The deduction of a wisdom path Gu immortal. It couldn't be obtained out of thin air. One needed to have a basic clue. And the more clues there were, the easier it would be to deduce and evolve. Thus, Wisdom Path Gu immortals often yearned for information path methods. Tianxia Xian was originally not interested in most information path methods because his master was old immortal Tian Yuan, and his wisdom path inheritance was extraordinary. As a result, his horizons were raised by many levels. But this information path true inheritance in front of him was too outstanding. Even a Gu immortal like him who was willing to live a normal life was moved. In that case I was rude. Hearing Chudu's direct rejection, Tianxia Xian's tone was very dejected, but he still returned Flying Sword Immortal Gu to Chudu. This rank 7 sword path Immortal Gu was only a crucial clue for the deduction. It was not Chudu's payment to Tianxia Xian. Of course, Chudu asked Tianxia Xian to deduce for him. The payment was very generous. This deduction did not achieve Brother Chu's goal. According to the rules, I will return half of the payment. Tianxia Xian looked at Flying Sword Immortal Gu being kept in his immortal aperture by Chudu. He sighed and said. Chudu shook his head and laughed. No need, even though I did not achieve my goal, I did not leave empty-handed. Brother Tian is indeed the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. The payment was worth it. I will take my leave now. Chudu was known as the Domination Immortal, but he was not arrogant to the point where he did not know how to behave. Tianxia Xian was one of the few wisdom path great experts in Northern Plains. He might need his help in the future. How could Chudu let go of this relationship so easily? Tianxia Xian hesitated. However, Chudu had already left. He did things swiftly and decisively, very straightforward and efficient. When he left, he was actually very happy. The rank 7 flying sword itself could attract a Gu immortal's attention. Now that there was an information path true inheritance clue, Chudu felt that Fang Yuan would not give up no matter how he thought about it. This way he had a higher chance of blackmailing Fang Yuan. The method to draw out reckless savage's true meaning, I must obtain it. The fire in Chudu's heart burned intensely. Tianxia Xian looked at Chudu's departing figure as he sighed helplessly. If it were anyone else he might have tried to snatch it. But the other party was the Domination Immortal. Chudu only cultivated Strength Path, while Tianxia Xian cultivated Wisdom Path, but Tianxia Xian could not muster the courage to deal with Chudu's Strength Path was declining, but Wisdom Path had always been noble and rare. But since ancient times, there had never been a path to decide who was stronger. There was only the strongest Gu immortal, there was no strongest Gu worm or path. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. To humans, Gu worms were just tools. Time passed, Northern Plains was in a turbulent situation. The encirclement around He tribe was gradually closing in. Like Fang Yuan had guessed, He tribe was fighting against the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world alone. How could they have any chance of winning? Even though He tribe's Gu immortals resisted intensely, they were still losing time and time again. The bloody aura of battle and the huge benefits that He tribe represented attracted more and more hyenas and vicious sharks. He tribe's headquarters, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. At this moment, He tribe's Gu immortals gathered together. They were gloomy and gloomy. He tribe's 4 supreme elders were at the highest positions. He Cheng was already captured by Fang Yuan, his good friend He Bai was injured. Besides them there were 6 other He tribe Gu immortals, they were all rank 6. The atmosphere was very tense. The tribe is facing a great calamity. Everyone here is the backbone of our He tribe. Tell me, how can we survive this calamity? First Supreme Elder spoke first, breaking the silence. But He tribe's Gu immortals looked at each other. No one spoke for a while. This was not the first time they had discussed this. During the previous discussion they had spoken up enthusiastically. Someone suggested they had to retaliate strongly. Towards those who dared to extend their hands into He tribe's territory, they had to punish and attack them severely. Of course their main goal was to seek peace. Any kind of peace had to be fought. He tribe's Gu immortals were not fools, they naturally knew this principle. Unfortunately, even though the principle was clear, after He tribe used it they could not fight 4 hands. Even though they retaliated strongly, they were forced to retreat again and again. Right now, almost everyone in He tribe was injured. There was even a rank 6 Gu immortal who had died. Second Supreme Elder sighed. If not for the 4 of us making a mistake in cultivating Green City Rampage, we would not have been separated from each other. Otherwise, the current situation would be much better. He tribe occupied a lot of resources, but He tribe had few Gu immortals. Most of them only had rank 6 cultivation level. As far as the surrounding forces were concerned, He tribe had few troops. Their battle strength was also not high, they could not control the situation. It is all He Cheng's fault. This person is the main culprit of our He tribe. What kind of daughter did he raise? She made such a huge mistake. He even lost the tribe's immortal Gu house dark prison, he deserves to die. A He tribe Gu immortal cursed in pain. That's right, that's right. He Cheng has committed a heinous crime. At once He tribe's Gu immortals spoke up, everyone was agitated. He Cheng lost the immortal Gu house dark prison. This was a huge mistake indeed. Otherwise, with dark prison, together with the 4 supreme elders' Green City rampage, they would not be in such a passive situation. First supreme elder was silent. Dark prison was originally owned by him, he had lent it to He Cheng. But He Cheng had lost dark prison. First supreme elder was also responsible for his negligence. Normally, the 4 supreme elders trusted He Cheng deeply and let him manage the tribe's affairs on their behalf. He tribe's Gu immortals were cursing and criticizing right now, they were actually vaguely dissatisfied with the 4 supreme elders, it was just that they could not vent it out directly. After a while, third supreme elder finally lost his patience and said, "All right, at this point in time the matter has already happened, what use is cursing? If the tribe's crisis of survival was lessened by these curses, I would have already cursed to the heavens. Everyone has the same surname He, we all have the same bloodline, if the tribe perishes, there will be no intact eggs in the nest, you should all understand the logic." Once he said this, the cursing subsided. Fourth supreme elder coughed. Regarding the current situation, anyone can speak their mind. The immortals were silent. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, it was hard to have any effective countermeasures. I have some opinions. At this time, a rank 6 Gu immortal suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him, it was He Bai. This immortal cultivated wood path, he had rank 6 cultivation level, he was called He tribe's rockman when he was young, he was clumsy with words and had a simple and refined personality. He was usually the closest to He Cheng, they had a deep friendship. Speak, we are all ears. Let's see what unique opinions you He Bai have. The Gu immortals' words were sharp, they hated He Cheng to the core, even He Bai was disliked by them. He Bai's expression did not change, he was like a rock, he spoke in a low voice. I do not need to say much about the current situation, everyone is clear about it. Not only righteous path and demonic path Gu immortals, even lone cultivator Gu immortals have appeared, wanting to take a bite out of our He tribe. In the end, it is all about benefits. Everyone gives the wall a push when it is down, the survival of the tribe is the most important thing. As long as we can survive, resources, benefits, reputation, they are all external things, we can give them up. Are you proposing to surrender? Unfortunately, traitors like He Cheng and He Lulan appeared in our tribe, Imperial Court Blessed Land is destroyed, do you think the other Huangjin tribes will let us off easily? A Gu immortal sneered and mocked. He Bai slowly shook his head. The Huangjin tribes naturally won't, but in northern plains, there is one person who can help our He tribe escape this calamity. He Bai slowly said a name. The immortals heard this and were all shocked. Chapter 11:10. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was dyed red like fire. It was too beautiful to behold. A gentle breeze blew, causing the golden wheat on the ground to ripple. This is the wheat field that He tribe nurtured, it is quite grand. Gu immortal Lu Qingming floated in the sky, looking down as he said plainly. He tribe planted large amounts of wheat here. This type of wheat was called golden wheat. It matured once every 2 years, but what it produced was not barley for human consumption, but a kind of metal called gold essence. This place was originally a barren wasteland. Because it was rich in minerals, it even formed bare or so not a single blade of grass grew. He tribe planted the golden wheat and used this method to mine here. Not only did they use ingenious ideas, they also put in a lot of effort. That was why this vast wheat field was formed. Even Lu Qingming couldn't see the end of the wheat field even from high up in the sky. There was another person standing beside Lu Qingming. This person was called Su Guang, he was a light path Gu immortal. His eyes were filled with fervor as he looked at the wheat field under his feet. He tribe's wheat field is already famous in northern plains. Every time it was produced, at least 500,000 kilograms of gold essence could be harvested. These gold essences had always been a huge source of income for He tribe. Although these golden essences are only rank 5 mortal materials and we don't use them much, if we collect them and sell them we can get a good price. Lu Qingming smiled and nodded. It's indeed worth it. I advise the two of you not to make a mistake. This place has already belonged to my Guan clan. A figure appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of Lu Qingming and Su Guang. His face was solemn. He was brimming with fighting spirit. The third eye on his forehead was extremely eye-catching. Lu Qingming and Su Guang exchanged glances and immediately reached a consensus. They had already sensed that there were Gu immortal auras here. Earlier he said he would not move, it was to lure out the other Gu immortals. So it is Guan clan's Gu immortal, Guan Xinzhao. Lu Qingming said politely. I've long heard of the famous three elites of Earth. But in the battle of Dongfang Naganori, Han Dong had already died in Taichio. If the two of you insist on making a move today, I'm afraid the name of the Earth-traveling three elites will be completely erased. Guan Xinzhao wasn't polite at all. He was a Guan clan Gu immortal, Guan clan was a super force. Gold family. Therefore he was full of confidence. Su Guang laughed heartily. You are of the righteous path while us brothers are of the demonic path. The righteous and the demonic Tao are opposing each other. How can we retreat so easily? Naturally we have to fight to determine the winner. Guan Xinzhao snorted coldly and directly attacked. In that instant, immortal energy swept outwards, radiance erupting. Both sides began to fight in the sky. Two figures. One big and one small, flying close to the ground. Grandpa, where are we going? The younger one, who was only a young man, asked curiously. My good grandson, the place we are going to is the Gushing Spring Forest. Do you know? The large figure was an elderly Gu immortal wearing a yellow robe. His wide sleeves fluttered wildly in the wind. The youth rolled his eyes. The Gushing Spring Forest is an underground fountain that forms a forest of water columns. It is said that there are countless water path Gu worms and earth path Gu worms there. It is an important place for He tribe. Not bad. Grandpa did not teach you for nothing. My good grandson, aren't you cultivating the water Tao? This time we are going to Gushing Spring Forest. What water path mortal Gu do we need? If he was lucky he might even be able to plunder more springs. They are planted in Grandpa's immortal aperture. When you become an immortal one day, Grandpa will give these resources to you. The old Gu immortal said. The young man was moved but said worriedly, Grandpa, you are only a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortal. If you attack He tribe's important place, what if you lose your life? The young man spoke bluntly, but the elderly Gu immortal did not get angry. He instead smiled and reminded his grandson. More than 10 days ago, He tribe's Gu immortals had already holed up in their headquarters. Right now, there are no Gu immortals guarding He tribe's important places outside. He tribe's Gu immortals are not here. What if there are other Gu immortals? Didn't we hear yesterday that even an old demon like Pai Shuihan appeared? The young man was still worried. You don't understand. The elderly Gu immortal was confident. Gushing Spring Forest might be He tribe's important place, but compared to the others, it is the lowest. An old demon like Pai Shuihan would not be interested in this place. The super forces closest to He tribe are Lu tribe, Guan tribe and Yao tribe. We cannot snatch the resources from these three tribes. We will not attack those places that are too close to He tribe's headquarters. Those important treasure lands are being fought over by experts, we will not be able to get them. Even if we watch from the outside we might lose our lives. Thus, Gushing Spring Forest is the most suitable choice for us. So that's it. The young man realized at once. Wind blew, the grandfather and grandson got closer to Gushing Spring Forest. Suddenly, the elderly Gu immortal's expression changed, he heard the sounds of intense battle. Oh no. The elderly Gu immortal's expression sank as he flew into the sky. Right now the sun was shining brightly, the sunlight was scorching hot. Gushing Spring Forest entered the grandfather and grandson's vision, but they found that this place was already in a chaotic battle. The originally paradise-like Gushing Spring Forest was now in a mess, it was extremely chaotic. Spring water splashed everywhere and explosions could be heard endlessly. At a glance, close to 10 Gu immortals were involved. At once, the grandfather and grandson looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What they could think of, others had already thought of. There were many wise bottom-tier Gu immortals. In the sky, dark clouds were gathering and it was raining. Two groups of people were facing each other in the sky above this ordinary grassland. Guan tribe and Lu tribe. 3 Guan tribe Gu immortals, 2 Lu tribe Gu immortals. The atmosphere was not heavy, instead, the leaders of the two sides were talking enthusiastically. If it weren't for the unsuitable weather, it would have been a tea party to reminisce about the past. Lord Third Supreme Elder, our side has the advantage, why don't we take this chance and occupy this place? On Guan tribe's side, Gu Immortal Guan Shenjiao finally lost his patience and transmitted his voice. Guan tribe's third supreme elder was talking enthusiastically with the other side, but he transmitted his voice to reject Guan Shenjiao. You are muddle-headed. Have you forgotten the lesson from a few days ago? Recklessly attacking. In the end, it caused an even bigger commotion. We could not protect the golden wheat field and were robbed clean by other demonic path Gu immortals. This place hides a fragment of immemorial red heaven. It is an extremely important place. Who knows how many people are secretly paying attention to this place? But our Guan tribe and Lu tribe are considered to be local tyrants. That's why our two clans are competing openly. At this moment we cannot be anxious, we cannot lose our sense of propriety and attack recklessly. Once we attack, the situation will go out of control, it will be easy for others to snatch victory. Guan Shenjiao was reprimanded. He could not help but feel ashamed. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. My lord is right, Shenjiao was too rash. Eastern Sea on an inconspicuous nameless island. Wuxia, Shirnu, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing appeared. This is the island. Wuxia looked around, letting out a breath of turbid air. Fang Yuan, this should be the turbulent flow sea area, right? Tai Bai Yunxing guessed. He had once roamed Eastern Sea for a period of time. It was normal for him to have Eastern Sea mortal goo that could tell directions. Wuxia smiled, that's right. This is the secret camp that Master gave me not long ago, we will rest here. Currently he was still using Fang Yuan's identity to deceive Tai Bai Yunxing. Among the four Gu immortals, only Tai Bai Yunxing did not know the true details. Wuxia silently mobilized his thoughts. After a while, he waved his hand, follow me. Instantly, a certain arrangement that was hidden here was activated. He Lulan's group's vision changed. When they focused their eyes again they were already under the island. This place had already been excavated, a luxurious palace with 5 floors was in front of them. This looks like an immortal Gu house. He Lulan exclaimed internally. Shadow sect was huge, they had arrangements all over the 5 regions. Even though they lost Etion Mountain, their remaining forces were not to be underestimated. But what happened next shocked her even more. The 3 immortals followed Wuxia. Inside the palace door opened by itself, evidently acknowledging Wuxia's identity and welcoming him. This is? So many immortal Gu. After entering one of the palaces, Shirnu and Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but exclaim. Wuxia smiled as he explained, the turbulent flow sea area has a great advantage, it gathers all kinds of water in the world, including the tributaries of the river of time. Precisely so, even though this is not a blessed land, it is a rare treasure land in the 5 regions. My shadow sect had already found out the location of this tributary of the river of time many years ago, thus we made arrangements on this island, digging out the island and placing an immortal Gu house inside. We could also absorb the power of this tributary of the river of time to refine Gu. Thus, every once in a while an immortal Gu would be refined. Tai Bai Yunxing had already guessed it, he could not help asking, don't tell me this immortal Gu house is the legendary Regret Pool? Wuxia nodded before shaking his head, but for most parts of Regret Pool, even though it recreates the most powerful Gu refinement ability of Regret Pool, its offense and defense are very weak. Moreover, once it is placed it cannot be moved. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and trembled in excitement. There are 3 pools in the world, Heavenly Pool, Regret Pool and Wine Pool, they are famous in the 5 regions and have left their names in history. To think that I would have the fortune of seeing Regret Pool today. He Lulan's knowledge was lacking, her understanding of time path was naturally not as deep as Tai Bai Yunxing. Refining immortal Gu is extremely difficult. This Regret Pool can actually refine so many immortal Gu with just one immortal Gu house. Wuxia smiled as he explained, Regret Pool is a time path immortal Gu house, its Gu refinement ability can be huge or small. My shadow sect's Gu immortals can refine immortal Gu here, and if they succeed, the success mark will be preserved here. When the immortal Gu is destroyed, Regret Pool can be activated, using the power of the tributary of the river of time and the preserved success mark to refine the immortal Gu again. The success rate is usually 50 to 60%. 50 to 60%. He Lulan was extremely shocked at such a high number. There are also many drawbacks. For example, after the Gu refinement succeeds, the preserved mark will disappear, and the Gu immortal will need to replenish it. Also, if not for the tributary of the river of time hidden here, activating this ability will require a huge expenditure, it cannot be used often. Wuxia added. He Lulan still had some shock on her face. She looked at all the immortal goo in front of her and sighed from the bottom of her heart. Even so, it is extremely strong. Chapter 11:11. The remnant forces of Shadow Sect were not to be underestimated. There were more than 10 immortal goo in front of He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. But looking at these immortal goo, the joy that had just appeared on the two's faces gradually faded. I have the great strength true martial physique, but there is not a single strength path immortal goo among these immortal goo. He Lulan shook her head and sighed, her tone filled with regret. Sigh. Fang Yuan, you know that I cultivate time path if I use these immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunxing's situation was the same, there was no time path among these immortal goo. Most of the immortal goo belonged to soul path. Shirnu was silent, he was an earth path goo immortal, there were 2 earth path immortal goo here, but his immortal goo had not decreased. Wuxia nodded, the smile on his face did not change. He knew that these immortal goo were destroyed in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. These days, Immortal Goo House Regret Pool had been operating on its own, using the previous success mark and the tributary of the River of Time here to refine these immortal goo. Thus Soul Path was the majority. There was originally a Time Path Immortal Goo, but the refinement failed. As for Strength Path Immortal Goo, there was none. That great strength true martial physique, Immortal Zombie Dali, was a rare dual cultivator of wisdom and strength in history. Unfortunately, when he refined the Strength Path Immortal Goo, Shadow Sect had not rebuilt Regret Pool yet, he could not leave behind any successful goo refinement mark. Don't worry. You're just worried about the internal friction between the Dao marks, but I have a wonderful method here that can allow you to cultivate another path. Moreover, the Dao marks of this path will not conflict with the Dao marks that you're cultivating. There is such a method in this world? Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes bulged in shock. Shirnu's gloomy expression also changed. This kind of method was simply unheard of. He Lulan narrowed her eyes, she suspected that Wuxia was using this chance to increase his control over them. She felt that this was a scheme. She lightly said, how can there be such a good thing in this world? There are gains and losses, such a method has many drawbacks, right? Wuxia laughed, I guarantee that there will be no side effects. He took a deep look at He Lulan but his gaze darkened. Naturally he thought of Fang Yuan and could not help but feel depressed. Compared to Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, the Dao marks of the 2 sects did not interfere with each other, so what was there to be surprised about? Shadow Sect's Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo could cultivate all Dao marks at the same time, they did not interfere with each other. Spectral Soul was inside the door of life and death. He devoured countless Goo immortal souls and obtained a vast amount of cultivation experience. After 100,000 years of preparation, he had pushed the realms of countless schools to the level of martial grandmasters. A long time ago the Shadow Sect had been practicing the dual cultivation method for a long time. It was the initial version that had been researched. His highest achievement was Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, Shadow Sect had spent 100,000 years, they used up the entire Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance's foundation, and even used Spectral Soul's main body to barely succeed. But Heaven's plans supersede man's, even though Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was refined, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan took the fruits of his labor. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was a one-time consumable goo, Fang Yuan had used rebirth. There were no more Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo in the world, in theory it could be refined again. But to refine a second one the price and risk was simply too great. Even Wuxia did not have the courage to do so. Thus, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was basically extinct. Unless I capture Fang Yuan and use him as the main immortal material to reverse refine. But now is not the time to deal with him. I need to strengthen myself first, gather the remaining forces of Eastern Sea, and save my main body as soon as possible. Wuxia sighed internally. Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan's grudge had to be settled sooner or later, but there were priorities. Now was not the time to be entangled with Fang Yuan. Time passed quickly. Northern Plains, Lanya blessed land. It had been over a month since Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity. Jewel yellow skies did not open. There was no movement. Fang Yuan's plan to develop his immortal aperture was severely obstructed. He had no choice but to cultivate and deduce as much as he could. While paying attention to the chaos in Northern Plains, he also placed He Fan's true inheritance in his plan. There were only 2 months between the earthly calamities. Now over a month had passed. In less than a month, Fang Yuan would face his third earthly calamity. This world was not long, but it was not short either. Fang Yuan could almost smell the aura of the calamities and tribulations. What made Fang Yuan worried was that the third earthly calamity would be stronger than the second. Up until now, his strength was basically no different from the time of the second earthly calamity. If I can obtain He Fan's true inheritance, I can use immortal goo to delay the time in my immortal aperture. That way, not just the third earthly calamity, even the future calamities and tribulations would be beneficial. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information from He Cheng. He Fan's true inheritance was very impressive. It came from the rank 8-time path great expert He Fan. If he could inherit this true inheritance, he would be able to enter He Fan Grotto Heaven. Not only would he become the owner of the Grotto Heaven, he would also be able to obtain many-time path immortal goo there. Many goo immortal true inheritances only had immortal goo recipes or immortal killer moves, they lacked immortal goo. This was because the feeding of immortal goo was a problem. It was hard to leave immortal goo to the inheritor. But He Fan's true inheritance was different, because the immortal goo that He Fan left behind were all stored in his immortal aperture. The first requirement for a goo immortal's immortal aperture to be developed was to satisfy the feeding requirements of their immortal goo. Goo immortals like He Fan were equivalent to the current Northern Plains rank 8 goo immortal Yao Huang. Their immortal aperture development was absolutely perfect. If Fang Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, his strength would rise, even multiply. Once he slowed down the immortal aperture's time flow, the dangerous situation would be alleviated, it would turn for the better. It would not be like now he was walking on the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would die. Over these days, with the help of Langya sect, Fang Yuan learned a lot about the chaos in Northern Plains. This was not to say that Langya sect was good at gathering information. On the contrary, because of the hairy man goo immortal status, it was hard for them to gather information. They could not compare to Fairy Li Shan. The main reason was that the chaos in Northern Plains was too huge. It involved almost the entire Northern Plains goo immortal world. Their battle might be hidden from mortals, but to goo immortals, it could not be concealed at all. It could not be concealed either. There was no need to gather information, it was all out in the open. Even though Fang Yuan was in Langya blessed land, he had been paying attention to the entire situation. He tribe was the scapegoat this time, it was too huge. They were already at the brink of impending disaster, and their clan was at the brink of extinction. Goo immortals from the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators swarmed over like a pack of hungry wolves. Looking at the map of Northern Plains, He tribe was located in the southeast area of Northern Plains. It had a huge territory and controlled a large amount of resources. These resources attracted countless wolves and leopards. Initially, these bandits were still restrained, but soon, with huge profits, the demonic path goo immortals started to fight. The conflict between the righteous and demonic paths continued to intensify. The symbolic event was the battle between Guan Xinzhao and the earth-traveling heroes. Guan Xinzhao was outnumbered, his golden wheat field was snatched by 2 demonic path goo immortals. Next, a large number of goo immortals appeared. The demonic path goo immortals were the earth-traveling heroes, Old Lu, Half-Moon Brute Master, and Zhuozhan. They plundered He tribe's resources. The situation was chaotic, the righteous path was caught unprepared. It was under such circumstances that the gushing spring forest suffered a destructive plunder. It was a pity that He tribe's hundreds of years of meticulous planning was lost. The righteous path goo immortals quickly became vigilant, they started to come to a tacit understanding. Even when fighting for the fragment world of immemorial Red Heaven, such an important resource, they restrained themselves and did not attack wantonly. The goo immortal world had always been dominated by the righteous path. Especially Northern Plains righteous path, they all had the Huangjin bloodline, they had the same origin. The demonic path goo immortals' momentum fell. But soon as half of the resources were divided, Free Scholar, Pai Shuihan, and other demonic path rank 7 experts appeared one after another, causing another round of chaos. It was unprecedented. The demonic path's momentum actually suppressed the righteous path. Initially, He tribe's goo immortals split their forces to defend, but soon after suffering, they gathered all their goo immortal battle strength and hid in their headquarters, not appearing again. This undoubtedly encouraged the demonic path goo immortals' arrogance. Of course, other than this, there were other reasons. For example, a long time ago, old ancestor Shui Hu defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, becoming the #1 person in Northern Plains goo immortal world as a demonic path expert. And most importantly, the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower caused immortal goo to fly everywhere. A large number of demonic path and lone cultivator Gu immortals benefited greatly. After that, Qin Bai Sheng held an auction, allowing many Gu immortals to obtain suitable immortal Gu. Their battle strength rose by a lot. This caused the strength of the entire demonic path and lone cultivators to rise by a lot. They could compete with the righteous path. I destroyed 88 Point Jinyang Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land. In just a few years, this influence has already spread to the whole of Northern Plains. The current situation in Northern Plains is completely different from 500 years ago. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Because of him, the whole of Northern Plains had changed beyond recognition. The other large regions were still fine. But in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had already lost a large portion of his rebirth advantage. Of course, ever since he learned of Providence, he had some doubts about his rebirth advantage. Fang Yuan had been waiting patiently. He tribe had many resources that moved him. But he did not move. The most important resource in He tribe was He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan was very clear about this. Several days passed. Finally, Fang Yuan received news that Northern Plains Gu immortals were attacking He tribe's headquarters. He Fan's true inheritance is hidden in He tribe's headquarters. It is time to move. Fang Yuan immediately left. He left Langya Blessed Land through the teleportation formation. Land Spirit of Langya supported his actions. After all, this was a good chance to observe Northern Plains Gu immortal world closely. It was a good chance to find out the strength of the various forces. At the same time, if he was lucky, he could gain a lot of benefits. Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to send Langya Sec's hairy man Gu immortals there, but Fang Yuan was a pure human. He was extremely crafty. He was the most suitable candidate. Fang Yuan used the same method. Once he appeared in Northern Plains, he used Dark Limit and Familiar Face to conceal his identity. At the same time, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu and Blood Torrent to travel. He moved very quickly. He did not encounter any trouble. Northern Plains Gu immortals were all gathered at He tribe's headquarters. Fang Yuan had no obstructions along the way. Not long later, He tribe's headquarters were already in sight. He Fan's true inheritance, here I come? Fang Yuan thought to himself, but who could have thought that at this moment, Jewel Yellow Skies would suddenly reopen? It was bustling. The reopening of Jewel Yellow Skies made all the Gu immortals who had been waiting for a long time burst out with enthusiasm. Fang Yuan halted his steps, falling into hesitation on whether to advance or retreat. A message came from Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan opened it. It was from Chudu. Chapter 11-12. 2 days later. The sun shone brightly in the blue sky and white clouds. The surroundings were boundless, and a stretch of jade stretched for thousands of miles. 2 Yao clan Gu immortals floated in the sky. They did not conceal their figures. They were openly displayed in front of everyone. The female Gu immortal Yao Ju looked up, a smile appearing on her round face. The weather is really good today. I can't help but feel happy. Beside her, Yao clan's female Gu immortal Yao Zihan sighed. The weather is good, we are in a good mood, but He tribe's Gu immortals are the complete opposite. Purple light surged in her eyes as she looked at the empty grassland beneath her feet with relish. On the other side of the clouds, there were also 2 male Gu immortals. Both of them looked like middle-aged men with thick beards. They wore armor on their backs, their arms exposed and their muscles bulged. His feet were also without boots, and his trouser legs were also very high, almost revealing his knees. The only difference was that one's skin was charred black, while the other's skin was dark yellow. Only another Huangjin tribe in Northern Plains had such attire. That was the Meng family. Meng Ji's skin was dark yellow. He stared at the 2 Yao clan female immortals and said, "That is Yao Zihan." The purple light in her eyes is clearly Yao clan's inherited killer move, Purple Jade Eyes. This Purple Jade Eyes is able to see through the paradise and heavenly caves. The Yao family can be said to be able to see through the situation of Iron Eagle Paradise. On the other side, Meng Si looked up and said casually, "It's no big deal. When it comes to snatching, we'll have to talk with our fists." At this point, he suddenly raised his head and looked to the east. Multicolored light shot into the sky from the east. Golden splendor flickered as a magnificent palace slowly flew over. The Gong family is here. Amazing, they even brought their clan's immortal Gu house Golden Dawn Hall. This shows how determined Gong clan is. The Gong family has always been like this, paying attention to extravagance. Let's not bother about him. The righteous path Gu immortals conversed secretly. Most of the people's gazes were still focused on Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Iron Eagle Blessed Land was He tribe's headquarters, a public blessed land. If the door was not opened, it would be impossible to see it from the outside world. Unless there was an immortal killer move like Yao Zihan's purple jade eyes. The righteous path Gu immortals were waiting patiently. Because according to what they knew, the demonic path Gu immortals had already joined forces. He was the first to attack. As it turned out, the chaos in Northern Plains had drawn out a rank 7 demonic path expert called Huang Di. This person had high cultivation level. He had inherited a legend of Northern Plains in history. Earth path expert, Old Earth's true inheritance. He had a way to break into the blessed land. As for Iron Eagle Blessed Land, it was a public blessed land that was pieced together. Naturally, its defense could not be compared to ordinary blessed lands. Demonic path Gu immortal Huang Di took the lead this time, gathering a large group of demonic path and lone cultivators to act together. If they fought to a certain extent, Iron Eagle Blessed Land would collapse sooner or later. This way there were loopholes everywhere. Even if the door was not open, righteous path Gu immortals could freely enter and exit. Fellow Taoists, Gong Air invites everyone to come to the palace for a chat, to fight against He tribe together. Outside Gong Clan's immortal Gu house, Golden Dawn Hall, an elderly rank 7 Gu immortal appeared. He wore a golden robe and spoke in a calm tone. It's that old bastard Gong Air. The clan's information is correct. It's really him. This Gong clan wants to lead the masses? If we enter the palace, he will definitely consider himself as the leader of the alliance. This is an old problem of Gong clan. But Gong clan brought an immortal Gu house this time. They are probably the strongest force in our righteous path. Who would be foolish enough to go up? Let the Gong family lead us? The righteous path Gu immortals sneered internally. None of them moved. Gong clan was a Huangjin tribe, a super force. Gong clan's supreme elders were very ambitious. They wanted Gong clan to become the overlord of the righteous path. But among the Huangjin tribes, no one was willing to submit. But earlier Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu worked together but lost to old ancestor Shuihu. And the only remaining rank 8 Gu immortal in the righteous path, Prince's Impatience, was a member of Gong clan. Gong clan spread the news that only Prince's Impatience could match old ancestor Shuihu in the righteous path. Thus their arrogance soared. Gong Air stood in front of the immortal Gu house, thinking that the righteous path would respond. But after a long while no one moved. There was not even a response. Even though he was old and had experienced a lot, his expression turned unsightly at this moment. Baizu tribe's Gu immortals greet senior Gong Air. Right at this time, 3 Gu immortals flew over, getting close to Gong Air. Among these 3, the leader was a rank 7 Gu immortal, while the other 2 had rank 6 cultivation level. The 3 immortals were very low profile. They had smiles on their faces and were emitting kindness from all over their bodies. Gong Air's expression relaxed. He felt that these 3 Gu immortals from Baizu tribe were quite amiable. Most importantly, he had a way out of this embarrassing situation. He quickly invited these 3 immortals into Golden Dawn Hall. Seeing this, the righteous path Gu immortals had complex expressions. It turned out that this Baizu tribe was not of the Huangjin bloodline. It was a super force that had just entered the righteous path. Its source was the famous rank 8 Gu immortal, Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu was originally a lone cultivator, but after Imperial Court Blessed Land collapsed, he saw the hope of establishing a super force. But in Northern Plains' current situation, the righteous path super forces were almost all Huangjin tribes. In order to enter, Baizu Heavenly Lord took the initiative to befriend Yao Huang. They even worked together to deal with old ancestor Shuihu. Even though they fought 2 against 1 and lost. But Heavenly Lord Baizu's original goal was achieved. After obtaining Yao Huang's friendship and Yao tribe's recognition, Heavenly Lord Baizu used his own bloodline descendants as the main force and successfully established Baizu tribe. Baizu tribe's Gu immortals were all nurtured in Heavenly Lord Baizu's grotto heaven. Even though they were few in number with the chaos in Northern Plains, Heavenly Lord Baizu sent 3 to participate in this grand event. Baizu tribe. These Baizu tribe Gu immortals are as crafty as Heavenly Lord Baizu. We were at odds with Gong tribe, but in the end, Baizu tribe gained the upper hand. The righteous path Gu immortals were basically of the Huangjin bloodline. They had occupied Northern Plains for a long time. Even though there were many internal conflicts, they were more against outsiders, like Baizu tribe. It is a pity that Baizu tribe is protected by Heavenly Lord Baizu. They cannot make a move. Even so, we have many methods to deal with them. To establish a superforce in northern plains, it is not so easy. At once, the other righteous path Gu immortals contacted each other, discussing how to deal with Baizu tribe. Boom. The immortals had just discussed. Before they could come up with any ideas, they heard a loud sound. Countless gazes landed on it. Sure enough, on the grassland, space had exploded like a shattered mirror. The shattered light and shadow covered an area of several thousand li. The scene in Iron Eagle blessed land. It was directly displayed in front of the immortals. Right now there was no need for killer moves like purple jade eyes. The immortals could directly see all kinds of scenes. The righteous path immortals' attention was attracted. Inside Iron Eagle blessed land, there was already a chaotic battle. Large numbers of demonic path Gu immortals were fighting over He tribe's resources and treasures. Some were looting, some were fighting intensely. Crack crack. Lightning shot everywhere. Rocks and soil flew everywhere. There were deep pits everywhere. It was a charred scene. Divine Lord Tiandu's body was covered in lightning. He shouted, "The lanterns here are all mine. Who dares to snatch them from me?" Old Lu and the rest turned around. They looked at each other, seeing the wariness on each other's faces. Divine Lord Tiandu gained 2 lightning path immortal Gu. His battle strength has risen sharply. Let's retreat. Right? There are treasures everywhere. Why should we fight to the death with him? These Gu immortals were all bottom tier rank 6 Gu immortals. They quickly transmitted their voices and wisely retreated. At another location, the desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle cried out weakly. It was stepped on by a pig. A demonic path Gu immortal was sitting on the pig's back. He was fat and muscular. He wore armor and held a pair of bronze hammers in his hands. He had a smug expression. "Damn it. A feathered beast like you dares to sneak attack me?" Just as he said this, his expression suddenly froze as he looked towards the east. A peacock flew over from the east. It had an overflowing immortal aura and spoke in human language. Its voice was crisp and clear. "Zhuozhan. Fairy Shirua, it's you." Zhuozhan's expression immediately changed. He smiled as he tried to curry favor with her. Peacock flying immortal Shirua, rank 6 transformation path Gu immortal. How about exchanging the desolate beast under your feet with me? I just happened to capture a desolate beast shadowless horse. Shirua suggested. Zhuozhan's eyes shined with bright light. He quickly nodded. Of course. Fairy Zhuozhan is very willing to accept your request. On the other side, the wind was like green willow trees. It was visible to the naked eye. Lumps of wind were moving endlessly here. A figure descended from the sky. He said excitedly, "To think that there is a rank 7 immortal material, green jade wind here." It was the rank 7 Gu immortal expert Pai Shuehan. "Brother Pai, I have already taken over this immortal material. You should go somewhere else." A figure appeared. It was a scholar with an elegant demeanor. Pai Shuehan's pupils shrunk. He said coldly, "So it is you, Free Scholar." Free Scholar smiled calmly. He was also a rank 7 expert. His reputation and methods did not lose to Pai Shuehan. Last time in Taichio, we did not have a clear victor. Let's spar this time. Pai Shuehan actually challenged him. Free Scholar's smile faded a little. "I heard that Brother Pai comprehended a new immortal killer move. I want to see it." All sorts of scenes were reflected in the eyes of the righteous path Gu immortals. Because of the demonic path Gu immortal Huang Di, these demonic scoundrels gained the upper hand. No matter. Iron Eagle blessed land has a unique structure. It is famous for raising desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. The land here is sparse, but the sky is vast and tall. It is large at the top and small at the bottom. The truly valuable things are still in the spherical wooden eagle nest in the sky. A bunch of mobs. He tribe's Gu immortals have not even appeared. They have not even touched the true core resources, but they have already fallen out. The righteous path Gu immortals were restless. Right at this time, a figure flew down like lightning. He was so fast, in an instant he entered Iron Eagle blessed land. Who is he? He has sword path cultivation. A junior from Nian Air tribe. I think he is called Nian Air Pingji. The righteous path Gu immortals were shocked. This person had been hiding in the sky. He had not communicated with them earlier. Who is it? In the blessed land, Qing Xianzi sensed something. He raised his head and shouted. A sword light flashed. It was too fast to cover one's ears. Qing Xianzi's head fell to the ground. Chapter 11-13. Even though Qing Xianzi only had rank 6 cultivation level, he had passed one heavenly tribulation. He could not resist it at all. Nian Er Pingji killed him on the spot. At once, the expressions of the righteous path Gu immortals changed. Qing Xianzi's head fell to the ground, separated from his body. Blood spewed out of the headless corpse as it twitched. Qing Xianzi died with a grievance, his eyes were still wide open. Nian Er Pingji's sword light continued to shoot forward with a shocking aura. The next to die is you. Nian Er Pingji said plainly, his voice resounding in the sky. The second unlucky person was also a demonic path Gu immortal. But Nian Er Pingji was already exposed. This commotion attracted attention. Thus, this demonic path Gu immortal situation was better than Qing Xianzi. He quickly retreated. But Nian Er Pingji still caught up to him and killed him. The righteous path Gu immortal's expressions changed again. Lu tribe's Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshen suddenly smiled, looking at the sky. Nian Er Fu, this is the new sword son of your Nian Er tribe? Bam. Smoke burst out, a fat voice could be heard from within the smoke. This was a rank 7 Gu immortal, but from his appearance he looked very young, like a fat boy of 5 or 6 years old. The fat boy chuckled, he looked around the righteous path as he said in an old tone, I am ashamed, ashamed. After this lad obtained the sword Saint True Inheritance, he was restrained by my first supreme elder for 10 years. Coming out this time has made him crazily excited. Lu Zhuanshen and the rest's expressions changed again, they transmitted secretly. Nian Er Sword Saint. We were just discussing earlier, this person is a rank 8 Gu immortal of Nian Er tribe. His historical status is like He Fan of He tribe. He led Nian Er tribe to become the leader of Northern Plains righteous path. Nian Er Sword Saint was a legend, he once cultivated light path. Later on he successfully converted to sword path. After his death, he left behind the sword Saint True Inheritance, but because of the dangerous test, there are very few inheritors. I heard that this sword Saint True Inheritance has 3 rounds split into 3 parts. After passing the first round, one will obtain the first part of the sword Saint True Inheritance. They will be called Sword Son. I didn't expect that after more than 300 years, the 92 family would have another true sword son. The righteous path Gu immortals felt vigilance rising in their hearts. If this child was allowed to develop, he would become the future leader of Northern Plains righteous path. There must be his active figure. If he could advance further and reach rank 7 and pass the second round, he would inherit the second part of the true inheritance and become a true inheritance sword master. Nobody in the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world would dare to look down on him. In fact, the rank 6 sword son was no longer someone to be underestimated. How long had it been he had actually killed another demonic path Gu immortal? Nian Er Pingji let out a long roar. He was in high spirits. His speed was extremely fast. He became one with his sword. Only sword rays could be seen, but his figure could not be seen. The sword light deflected. Then it pounced towards the nearest demonic path Gu immortal. The sword light pierced this demonic path Gu immortal's body, but he smiled coldly. Junior, I killed a few weaklings. Have you become so audacious and arrogant to the point of challenging this old man? Old Monster Corpse Poison said. A purple mist rose up from the terrifying injuries on his body. The purple mist dissipated. His healed body was revealed. In contrast, Nian Er Pingji's sword light dissipated, revealing his staggering figure. Everyone saw Nian Er Pingji now. He was a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, but he could not conceal the purple poisonous blood that was flowing out of his mouth and nose. Fight again. Nian Er Pingji was heavily injured, but his eyes seemed to be burning with fire. Then I will kill you first before searching for treasures. Old Monster Corpse Poison laughed sinisterly. Hee hee, youngsters nowadays are really like newborn calves that are not afraid of tigers. Nian Er Fu glanced at them from afar and retracted his gaze. Next, with a swoosh, his figure vanished in the air, appearing beside Qing Xianzi's corpse at the next moment. Nian Er Fu stretched out a chubby hand, waving at Qing Xianzi's corpse. Immediately, Qing Xianzi's head and body were lifted up by an invisible force, flying into Nian Er Fu's immortal aperture. Youngsters are really arrogant, they don't even want their battle spoils. This is a Gu immortal corpse. Even though the immortal Gu are gone, the Dao marks are not for nothing. TSK. Nian Er Fu shook his head. Even though he was a rank 7 senior of the clan, he was greedy. Even when Nian Er Pingji fought with rank 7 Old Monster Corpse Poison and fell into a tough battle, he did not help. Instead, he collected the Gu immortal corpses that Nian Er Pingji killed. Kill. This is mine, don't even think about taking it. Meng Ji is here, who dares to fight? The scene became more chaotic because after Nian Er Ping Ji took action, the righteous path Gu immortals also moved into Iron Eagle blessed land. This way there was a huge commotion everywhere, all sorts of cultivation resources were being fought continuously. Eagle cries rang out incessantly. A desolate beast peacock raised its head, its eyes showing a human-like desire. It was peacock flying immortal Hirua. So many Iron Crown Eagles. Hey tribe's Iron Eagle blessed land truly lives up to its name. Hirua thought, if I can capture all of these desolate beasts. Iron Eagle blessed land had a huge area, the precious resources on the ground and underground were all lower in value than the sky. Hey tribe's Gu immortals did not show themselves, but they mobilized all of their Iron Crown Eagles to seal the sky. Large numbers of desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles were flying in the sky, anyone who dared to violate them would be hunted down by them. Precisely so, most of the demonic path Gu immortals chose to move on the ground. They had to fight for all the resources on the ground first. A bird in hand was worth 1,000 in the bush. To Hirua the Iron Crown Eagles were extremely attractive. Because in her cultivation plan, the next transformation was the Iron Crown Eagle transformation. The desolate beast peacock flew quickly. In a while, Hirua attracted the attention of several Iron Crown Eagles. Hirua was vigilant, she quickly retreated after attracting the Iron Crown Eagles. She was alone, she could not defeat so many desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. She planned to lure one away and deal with it alone, before slowly devouring it. This is the affinity wood? Murong Qingxi landed and looked at the rootless wood floating in the pond, her eyes shining brightly. Fairy Murong has good eyes, this is it. A lone cultivator Gu immortal answered. His name was Yun Liang, people called him Young Master Yun. He had arrived earlier than Murong Qingxi, he was currently concentrating on collecting the affinity wood. Murong Qingxi looked at young Master Yun Liang but did not stop him, she only watched. She waited patiently until Zhu Liang succeeded in handling the wood of fate and successfully collected it. Fairy has waited for so long, I am ashamed. Young Master Yun Liang bowed with a gentle attitude. Murong Qingxi smiled, I won't hide it from young Master Yun, although this affinity wood is only a rank 6 immortal material, it is compatible with my path. I wonder if we can spar. Young Master Yun laughed. Before Murong Qingxi finished, he continued, affinity wood is fragile, there must be no interference during the collection process. If Fairy did not wait for a while, how could I successfully collect it? In this spar, if Fairy Murong wins against me, I will give all the affinity wood to you. Murong Qingxi shook her head, no need for all, just half will do. Fairy please. Young Master please. The two of them exchanged blows but they were evenly matched. Young Master Yun Liang gave half of the affinity wood to Murong Qingxi, the two left in satisfaction. Righteous path Gu immortals usually had poise and restraint. Nian Er Ping Ji and Nian Er Fu of Nian Er tribe were actually anomalies in the righteous path. Although Northern Plains Gu immortal world was prosperous, suppressing demonic path and lone cultivators, the righteous path Gu immortals who came this time could not match the demonic path and lone cultivators in terms of numbers. The reason was, the other Huangjin tribes had their own territories and resources that needed to be guarded. Although righteous path Gu immortals had a lot of numbers, they could only send these people over. In contrast, demonic path and lone cultivators did not have such worries. There was another reason, super forces had huge businesses and had mortal forces outside. Thus, demonic immortals and lone immortals who traveled alone were usually restrained. As long as there were no huge benefits involved, they would not fight to the death. Gu immortals were not easy to kill. If they became enemies with a Gu immortal, they could use guerrilla tactics to retaliate. It would be a headache for super forces. As the saying goes, the barefooted do not fear the barefooted. At another place, the victor between Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan had also been decided. Although Pai Shuihan had a new immortal killer move, he could not match Free Scholar's signature method, 1,000 disintegrations. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly and immediately retreated, without any hesitation. It was not worth fighting to the death for a mere cultivation resource. Although demonic path Gu immortals were free, because they were often alone, they could only rely on themselves to resist calamities and tribulations, unlike righteous path forces who had Gu immortals in their tribes to trust and obtain help from. Thus, demonic path Gu immortals and lone cultivator Gu immortals were concerned about calamities and tribulations. They would coldly calculate the costs. They could fight for resources, but if they expended too much immortal essence, it was better not to engage in unprofitable transactions. In the sky outside Iron Eagle blessed land, The Immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall was still floating on the spot, emitting a dazzling radiance. Gong Tribe's Gu Immortals and Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortals did not make a move, they were drinking tea and chatting in the hall. Gong Tribe's Gu Immortal Gong Air was already anxious internally, but he did not show it on the surface. He casually mentioned, "The Immortals are fighting over it. Iron Eagle blessed land surface and underground resources are almost gone. Are you still not going to act?" Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortals looked at each other, shaking their heads as they smiled. Iron Eagle blessed land's precious resources are almost all in the sky. If He Tribe's Gu Immortals do not appear, this battle will only be at the middle stage. Gong Air was puzzled. Although the Baizu clan was part of the righteous Dao and had the protection of Heavenly Lord Baizu, their foundation couldn't be compared to the Huangjin clan. At this moment, Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortals were acting like they were at the top of their heads. They were calm and collected. Many people could not understand them. Chapter 11-14. The Fourth. Peacock Flying Immortal He Ruo captured another Iron Crown Eagle. She was very happy. Desolate beasts were not ordinary. In the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains, desolate beasts were everywhere, but few Gu Immortals would go to these places. Moreover, wild Iron Crown Eagles and those raised by He Tribe had a huge difference in battle strength. Adding on Peacock Flying Immortal's tactics, she had great gains, capturing 4 Iron Crown Eagles alive. He Tribe raises Iron Crown Eagles. They are famous in northern plains. They are indeed amazing. I wonder how they nurture so many Iron Crown Eagles? He Ruo sighed to herself, looking at the sky. There were still large numbers of Iron Crown Eagles flying in the sky. The 4 captured by He Ruo were nothing compared to the entire flock of eagles. Strange. He Tribe's Gu Immortals have not appeared at all. Even if I captured 4 Iron Crown Eagles, are they not going to do anything? He Ruo was still very vigilant. She was not overwhelmed by the joy of victory. Whistling sounds could be heard. A figure charged towards the eagle group with the momentum of wind and lightning. He Ruo's pupils shrunk, recognizing the person. This is New Air Gu. Looks like he is going to suffer. New Air Gu came from New Air Tribe. The latter also had Huangjin bloodline, a super force. New Air Gu had a large stomach and head. His body was not symmetrical. His eyes were protruding out. His limbs were thin like twigs. His skin was pale like a sick person, without any color of blood. But one could not judge a book by its cover. He was a famous rank 7 Gu Immortal expert. He was on par with the demonic path's free scholar and Pai Shuihan. New Air Gu's attack. This angered the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky. At once, over 100 Iron Crown Eagles charged towards him. New Air Gu was shocked. He did not expect himself to attract so much hatred. The eagle group flew over, casting a heavy shadow that covered New Air Gu's vision. In the midst of danger, New Air Gu quickly activated his tribe's signature Immortal Killer move. His stomach suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it expanded by 5 to 6 times, making New Air Gu look like a pregnant woman. New Air Gu stretched out his hands, slapping his stomach. Boom. With a loud sound wave, the eagle group's charge slowed down. Boom boom boom. There were 3 consecutive loud bangs, and the sound waves came one after another. The eagle group's momentum was hindered even further. The dense formation became uneven. New Air Gu let out a strange cry, and the surrounding Iron Crown Eagles suddenly felt dizzy. Then he hurriedly flew through the gaps in the flock of eagles and finally escaped the encirclement of the eagles. After chasing for a while, the flock of eagles returned to the sky. New Air Gu had already landed on the ground. He was sweating profusely as he looked up at the sky. His stomach had gone down, but there was still a lingering fear in his heart. A teasing voice came from the side. New Air Gu, why are you in such a sorry state? New Air Gu followed the voice and saw that the person was over 8 feet tall, with scarlet eyes, dark blue skin, purple hair, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. New Air Gu snorted coldly. Don't be sarcastic, Guancho. You had guts. You should do the same thing as me. Guancho sneered. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I'm not as stupid as you. New Air Gu was enraged. He glared at Guancho, his eyes spewing fire. Guancho sneered and looked at him fearlessly. New Air Gu was a famous righteous path rank 7 expert. He cultivated sound path. And Guancho was not weaker than him. He cultivated transformation path. These 2 were Gu Immortals from New Air Clan and Guan Clan respectively. Their background and forces were about the same. As expected of a famous expert, Even though he is in a sorry state, he is completely unharmed. Hirua saw this scene and quickly retracted her gaze. New Ergu is here, and Guancho is also targeting these Iron Crown Eagles. It seems that the cultivation resources on the ground are almost all gone. Hirua quietly retreated. She only had rank 6 cultivation level and was a demonic path Gu immortal. She did not dare to get too close to these two righteous path experts. The battle situation in Iron Eagle Blessed Land continued to change. The flames of war raged in the sky. Battles of all sizes were happening in every corner. Some battles only ended in victory or defeat, while some were life and death battles. Some had huge gains, while others were escaping with heavy injuries. The cultivation resources on the ground and underground of the Blessed Land were getting lesser and lesser. Some bottom-tier Gu immortals were also eliminated. They were either dead or injured. Some wisely chose to retreat, while some seemed to have methods to preserve their lives. They concealed themselves and observed the situation. More and more Gu immortals were looking at the sky. Countless greedy gazes were unrestrainedly sizing up the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky. There was also the vague spherical wooden eagle nest that was concealed by the eagle group. The eagle group was huge. This was the accumulation of He tribe for many years. They had spent a lot of effort, energy and wealth. It could be said to be the #1 resource in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Even the likes of New Ergu would find it hard to block the Iron Crown Eagle's attacks. There were simply too many of them. Of course, it was also because New Ergu did not want to expend too much immortal essence. His pair of goldfish eyes looked around. Seeing that more and more Gu immortals were gathering, he shouted, "There are too many Iron Crown Eagles. He tribe's Gu immortals have not appeared yet. Everyone, let's attack together and divide this eagle group." "I agree with that." Free Scholar was the first to respond. The two were of the righteous path and demonic path respectively, but in the current situation, they had reached a tacit agreement to deal with the eagle group and get the benefits first. The eagle group was huge. There were also many Gu immortals. If they attacked together, these Iron Crown Eagles would be meat on the chopping block. It was unknown who made the first move, but the battle between humans and eagles began. The sky was filled with attacks, one after another. Waves of eagle cries were sharp like diamonds. Human voices were equally loud. Earth, water, wind, and fire surged, lightning flashed, and golden light flew. Outside the Blessed Land, Gong Air sat in Golden Dawn Hall looking down. In his vision there were all sorts of colors. It was like fireworks that were blooming in the sky. But these fireworks concealed terrifying killing intent. From time to time, Iron Crown Eagles would lose their lives, their flesh and blood would be torn apart. There were also Iron Crown Eagles that were captured alive. Gong Air's eyes shined with bright light. All sorts of battles, scenes of righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals fighting, were all secretly used by him. He recorded them down in detail. This information was very precious. Ever since the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower, a large number of immortal Gu were obtained by Northern Plains Gu immortals. After Qin Baisheng's auction, the Gu immortals exchanged for the cultivation resources they wanted. After this period of preparation, many Gu immortals' methods had changed. Their battle strength could not be compared to the past. There were Gu immortals who acted the same way as Gong Air. There were many. Everyone had the same thoughts. Information was very important. Be it super forces or lone Gu immortals, they would not be able to resist. Most of the time, knowing what the enemy's immortal Gu was, one could easily deal with them. Even if there was no way to deal with them, it was good to be prepared. The Gu immortals dealt with the Iron Crown Eagles while observing the surroundings, collecting information. Under the intense battle, there were turbulent undercurrents. The Gu immortals evaluated themselves and their opponents. They confirmed their position in the current Gu immortal world. After this period of cultivation, were they strong or weak? Who could they bully and who could not be provoked? The Iron Crown Eagles were only for the immediate benefits. The information gathering was for the future. Gong Air watched for a while, feeling increasingly impatient. The 3 Baizu tribe Gu immortals beside him had fought with He tribe until now. They were not showing any signs of moving. This time he brought Gong tribe's Golden Dawn Hall. He wanted to obtain the greatest benefits. It was worth the trip. Gong Air could not bear it anymore. He pointed downwards, saying to the Gu immortals around him, "Iron Eagle Blessed Land is getting worse. There are over 1,000 holes. But right now none of He tribe's Gu immortals are here. There is something fishy. Go down and help your comrades, guard against He tribe's schemes. Our Gong tribe is the leader of the righteous path after all. We have the responsibility to protect it." "Yes." The two Gong tribe Gu immortals acknowledged the order. The three Baizu clan Gu immortals sitting at the side found it funny. This He tribe battle had a predetermined outcome from the start. Even if there was something fishy, there was no danger. Gong tribe's Gu immortal style was like this: they were clearly acting for their own benefits, but their excuse was righteous. At the same time, at the highest point of Iron Eagle blessed land, He tribe's Gu immortals were gathered, looking at the battle below them with heavy moods and unsightly expressions. Why is that person not making a move yet? At this point there is no movement at all. Don't tell me the previous agreement is no longer valid? Several He tribe Gu immortals questioned, feeling uneasy. That person has agreed with his status, he should not go back on his words. Let's watch first. This time we have set up 3 lines of defense. The Iron Crown Eagles are only the first. He tribe's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder spoke, calming the immortals down. Hirua turned into a desolate beast peacock, flapping her wings as she fought against the 3 Iron Crown Eagles. This was a small corner of the huge battlefield, and she was only an inconspicuous member among the countless Gu immortals. Without rank 8s, rank 7 experts were in the limelight. There were also some rank 6 experts who were trying to take advantage of the situation. Suddenly, a strange fragrance drifted over. Hirua's heart jumped, she quickly held her breath. I'm poisoned. Realizing this, Hirua quickly used her Gu worms to heal herself. The 3 Iron Crown Eagles cried out in pain. Suddenly they could not muster up any strength, they fell to the ground powerlessly. A figure flew into the sky, catching these 3 Iron Crown Eagles and stuffing them into his immortal aperture. It was Old Monster Corpse Poison. He laughed strangely, purple chi coiling around his body. After taking care of the 3 Iron Crown Eagles, he looked at Hirua with a gaze filled with evil desires. Hirua's heart shook, she felt a bone-chilling cold. Hee little girl, come over here. Old Monster Corpse Poison blew a breath of air at Hirua. Hirua had just suppressed the poison in her body, but when Old Monster Corpse Poison blew at her from afar, she lost control of her body and fell down powerlessly. I was too greedy. I wanted to get more Iron Crown Eagles. Most of my attention was on the Iron Crown Eagles, but I was ambushed by Old Monster Corpse Poison. Seeing that she was about to fall into Old Monster Corpse Poison's hands, Hirua felt despair. Right at this time a sword light flew over. It was as fast as lightning. The sword light was powerful. After piercing Old Monster Corpse Poison's body, it flew out 100 steps and turned into Nian Er Pingji. Old Monster Corpse Poison flew into a rage. You little brat, how dare you keep pestering me? Chapter 11:15. With this interruption, Hirua suppressed the poison and escaped, regaining her life. Nian Er Pingji's body was tattered. One of his arms was rotten to the point only white bones were left. His face was covered in purple chi, he was deeply poisoned. But he raised his head and looked at Old Monster Corpse Poison, saying in a calm and arrogant tone, "Before the victor is decided, I cannot leave." Old Monster Corpse Poison was furious. There was a trace of regret in his anger. How did he offend such a lunatic? Which sword child in history is not a lunatic? But this one here is even crazier. Far away, Nian Er Fu shook his head, waving his chubby hand. An Iron Crown Eagle cried out in fear, flapping its wings as it tried to escape. But the power of Space Path was activated. The Iron Crown Eagle vanished into thin air, entering Nian Er Fu's immortal aperture. Old Monster Corpse Poison attacked Nian Er Pingji ruthlessly, but he placed most of his attention on Nian Er Fu. Nian Er Pingji only had rank 6 cultivation level. Even though he inherited a portion of Sword Saint's true inheritance, he could not match a rank 7 expert like Old Monster Corpse Poison. Nian Er Pingji was able to survive until now because of Nian Er Fu's help from afar. This Nian Er Fu was a Space Path Gu immortal. He had unfathomable cultivation level and countless methods. He plundered resources and made a huge profit, while protecting Nian Er Pingji, preventing Old Monster Corpse Poison from dealing a fatal blow. Old Monster Corpse Poison felt more and more regret as he fought. There was a great opportunity in front of him, but he was fighting with a Gu immortal, allowing countless resources to be taken away by others. Old Monster Corpse Poison had been famous for many years. He had a huge background. He had once joined a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch as a living person, before betraying them. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had tried to capture him but failed repeatedly. As Nian Er Pingji fought against Old Monster Corpse Poison, his fighting spirit soared. No matter how pathetic he was, he had already become famous. From now on, the entire Northern Plains Gu Immortal world would know that Nian Air tribe had such a person with incredible potential. Actually, if it were other super forces Gu Immortals, they would not offend a demonic path Gu Immortal like this. But Nian Air tribe was different. This Huangjin bloodline super tribe was different from other Huangjin tribes. Their clansmen lived in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. They did not occupy any territory in the outside world of Northern Plains. In this way he had less to worry about. Even if the demonic path Gu Immortals wanted to attack, it would also be very difficult for him to succeed. After all, there were very few methods to enter immortal apertures. Even if they managed to enter, they would lose a lot of advantages in the opponent's home ground. Youth is truly beautiful. Nian Er Fu sighed. His voice was filled with vicissitudes of life, but his appearance was that of a chubby little boy. The combination of the two was very strange. Only old Monster Corpse Poison knew how terrifying he was. In just a short period of time, Nian Er Fu had already made dozens of moves. Not only did he save Nian Er Pingji's life, he also successfully ambushed old Monster Corpse Poison a few times. After capturing a few more Iron Crown Eagles, the road in front of Nian Er Fu's eyes was clear. A huge spherical wooden eagle nest was floating steadily in the air. There was nothing to guard against. I've long heard that He tribe has a unique rearing method. They can use all kinds of metals, ores and other immortal materials to increase the Iron Crown Eagle's reproduction rate and speed up their growth. What rare ores and immortal materials are inside this eagle nest? Nian Er Fu was about to move when his expression froze. A figure flew out of the eagle nest in front of him like a gust of wind, flying far away. Demonic Path Gu Immortal Hui Feng Zi. This person was a rank 7 wind path expert. He was publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Even Yao Huang could not do anything to him. He had joined Shadow Sect and Celestial Court. His identity as a traitor had not been exposed yet. In this chaotic battle, Hui Feng Zi was like a fish in water. He was not just fast. He was also agile. He displayed the greatest advantage of wind path to the extreme. Soon, Nian Er Fu saw Hui Feng Zi easily pass through the layers of obstacles and enter another eagle nest. Sigh this lad. You are simply blocking my path to riches. Nian Er Fu looked at Nian Er Pingji as he sighed to the sky. The battle between humans and eagles was coming to an end. The number of Iron Crown Eagles decreased. Gu Immortals entered the spherical wooden eagle nests one after another. Good. It is actually the rank 7 immortal material domination copper. Gu Immortal Sherho shouted in joy. He had great gains. Damned Hui Feng Zi, he dared to steal my things. Meng Ji shouted angrily. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Hui Feng Zi who was flying far away. Hui Feng Zi did not say anything, but he was feeling very puzzled. I did not touch that eagle nest. It seems that there are many Gu Immortals like me. I am the scapegoat for them. In each of the spherical wooden eagle nests, there was a rank 7 immortal material. They were either metal or veins. And most importantly, there was a lot of it. The Gu Immortals had great gains. They all had joyful expressions. This was simply a feast. He tribe's painstaking effort was going to be split among them. The stronger the Gu Immortal, the greater their gains. The strong preyed on the weak in the Gu Immortal world. This was a perfect example. He tribe's Gu Immortals were silent. They looked at the spherical wooden eagle nests. Some were emitting thick smoke, some had fallen to the ground, some were damaged and spinning in the air. These eagle nests were once the pride of He tribe. They were the symbol of their tribe's strength. But now they were being trampled and looted by others. Anger, unwillingness, hatred, fear. All sorts of emotions were weighing down on He tribe's Gu Immortals. They could not even breathe. Enough. A He tribe Gu Immortal suddenly stood up. He had a large body. He looked around fiercely before fixing his gaze on First Supreme Elder. How long are you going to wait? Are you still counting on him? Can't you tell? That person pretended to agree to our terms. We will not take away any resources and will be trapped in the blessed land. We cannot leave. This is clearly a scheme. He is toying with us. Everyone, where is your courage? Are you not angry? Are you not filled with hatred? Are you going to sit here and wait for death or fight bravely? This is our home. But now these outsiders are plundering and looting us. Taixing. Second Supreme Elder had a complex expression. He called out to this He tribe Gu Immortal who was scolding the Immortals. First Supreme Elder, say something. He Taixing's gaze was imposing. He stared at He tribe's First Supreme Elder. The immortals' gazes gathered on First Supreme Elder's face again. He Tribe's First Supreme Elder was silent for a while before speaking. In this situation, resources are all external objects, so what if we give them up? If not for that person, He Tribe would have no place in Northern Plains at all. Let's wait and see. He Tai Shing heard this and his body shook. He breathed in deeply as he stabilized himself. At once, he did not feel anger in his heart, instead, he felt a sense of sorrow. Seniors, this junior is untalented. I think Lord He Tai Shing is right. At this time, a rank 6 Gu immortal from He Tribe stood up. This junior thinks so too. If we do not fight now, when will we? At most, we will die. More and more He Tribe Gu immortals walked out. He Tai Shing felt a surge of energy in his heart upon seeing this, and his eyes regained their sharpness. You. The second Supreme Elder's face was filled with astonishment. The first Supreme Elder remained silent. He Tai Shing suddenly raised his head and laughed. 3 lines of defense? Even if we have 30 lines of defense, what can we do in this situation? Let's go. Let us face these enemies. How can He Tribe's glory be tarnished? He Tribe's things are not so easy to take. They will pay the price in blood. He Tai Shing walked with his head held high. He turned around and left the hall. 7 or 8 He Tribe Gu immortals were silent. They had stern expressions as they followed behind him. First Supreme Elder, are you not going to persuade them? Third Supreme Elder was restless. Forget it, let them go. First Supreme Elder sighed. He seemed to have aged 100 years. He Tribe's first line of defense was broken. The Iron Crown Eagles were either dead or injured, none were left. The Gu immortals flew into the sky. They saw the Dragon Eagles. A large number of Dragon Eagles formed the second line of defense. So many Dragon Eagles. Someone's eyes shined. Even though the number of Dragon Eagles is not as large as the Iron Crown Eagles, it is still a huge fortune. Someone evaluated. Some impatient Gu immortals had already started to attack. The Gu immortals gasped. Many of them had surprised expressions. They gradually found something strange. There is something wrong with these Dragon Eagles. That's right, I have interacted with ordinary desolate beast Dragon Eagles before. How could they be so troublesome? The life force of these Dragon Hawks is stronger and they are faster. Could it be that the rumor is true? The immortals were reminded of this. They recalled that 50 to 60 years ago, there was a rumor in Northern Plains Gu immortal world that He Tribe had a huge breakthrough in raising Dragon Eagles. They had created a brand new desolate eagle. It looked like a Dragon Eagle, but it was not. These are not Dragon Eagles, they are Resonance Eagles. These eagles were not created by He Tribe, they are the blood and sweat of my Qiao Tribe. A Gu immortal cried out in pain. Everyone looked, it was Qiao Dong. This immortal was also a righteous path Gu immortal. He was Qiao Tribe's first Supreme Elder. Qiao Tribe was He Tribe's vassal. A long time ago, Qiao Tribe wanted to leave He Tribe, but He Qing stopped them and taught them a lesson. No wonder Qiao Tribe and He Tribe were in conflict. There was an inside story. The immortals had different expressions, but they did not say anything about this. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. This was very normal. Moreover, this Qiao Dong could become an immortal because of He Tribe's support. Now that He Tribe was in trouble, he came to attack Iron Eagle blessed land. Most of the righteous path Gu immortals and Huang Jin Tribe's supreme elders looked at Qiao Dong with cold and hostile gazes. They were very disgusted with such a traitor. But behind Qiao Dong was Lu Tribe's Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshen. It was obvious that Qiao Dong had sided with Lu Tribe. Lu Tribe and He Tribe had a bad relationship. Qiao Tribe was He Tribe's vassal. But now that He Tribe was about to fall, it was not strange for Qiao Dong to side with Lu Tribe. Traitor, die. Right at this moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly sounded out. Chapter 11:16. In the blink of an eye, a shadow the size of a small mountain crashed towards Qiao Dong. At that moment, Qiao Dong could not move, he could only shout, "Elder Lu, save me." Lu Zhuanshen appeared in front of Qiao Dong, his body was shining with white light, dispelling the shadow. "He Tai Shing, with me here, you cannot touch Qiao Dong." Lu Zhuanshen looked at the newcomer with intense hostility. The Gu immortals became restless. Be it the Dragon Eagles or the Resonance Eagles, they were no longer important. The important thing was that He Tribe's Gu immortals had appeared. With the rank 7 Gu immortal He Tai Sheng at the lead, 7 or 8 rank 6 Gu immortals stood in front of the immortals. He Tai Sheng looked around before his gaze landed on Lu Zhuanshen. He smiled coldly and asked, "Is that so? Lu Zhuanshen was shocked. He turned around to look. Qiao Dong, who was behind him, was still standing and floating in the air, but his expression was frozen and filled with fear. He had no life force, he was dead. Immortal killer move. Life absorption, eerie darkness. Lu Zhuanshen first cried out in surprise, and then anger surged in his heart. But this anger quickly disappeared, and what remained was a faint sorrow and admiration. He and He Taixing were old rivals. They had fought over 100 times. He knew that even though this life absorption eerie darkness was powerful, it could not be used easily. He had to pay a huge price every time he used it. Lu Zhuanshen had never seen He Taixing use such a trump card at the start of the battle. From this, Lu Zhuanshen understood. This old rival that he had fought for most of his life was already prepared to die. He wanted to kill as many as he could. After He Taixing killed Qiao Dong, the morale of the He tribe Gu immortals behind him soared. He Taixing was a veteran. He used this chance to mobilize his methods. At once, the Resonance Eagles formed into groups. They were in an orderly formation. He tribe's Gu immortals occupied one area. They attacked and defended. With the Gu immortals mobilized, the second line of defense stabilized. The difficulty rose rapidly. This angered the Gu immortals who were attacking He tribe. Obstructing someone's path to wealth was akin to killing their parents. This was a huge grudge. Moreover, He tribe was weak. Their only immortal Gu house dark prison was gone. They were only wary of Green City rampage. The situation had already been decided. He tribe's Gu immortals were merely struggling before death. "I'll fight you." Pai Shuihan was the first to charge forward. He waved his hand and a boundless wave appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards He Taixing. The waves flew into the air and froze into glaciers. In an instant, the temperature plummeted. "Be careful, this is Pai Shuihan's signature killer move, River Flow." A He tribe rank 6 Gu immortal shouted. He Taixing chuckled. He had a grudge against Pai Shuihan as well, so he wasn't surprised that Pai Shuihan would attack him. "You've already lost to me, so how can you be so brave?" He Taixing's eyes glowed with a dark light. He didn't move and merely looked over. The White Frost River was quickly dyed with a layer of black water, and after a few breaths, it disintegrated. Pai Shuihan gave a muffled grunt. Suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Surrounded by enemies, using killer moves consecutively is not a good idea. A figure suddenly appeared behind Eben Sheng's head. It was Huang Di. This rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal had contacted other demonic path Gu immortals and entered Iron Eagle blessed land first, causing the righteous path to lose their advantage. He had earned a lot. Now that he had the chance, he attacked and wanted to cut off He Taixing's head. But He Taixing did not move. He did not even turn around. He waved his sleeves behind him. Immediately, dark light surged like a tidal wave, sweeping up Huang Di. He flew far away. Huang Di struggled to get out of the black tide. He had a shocked expression. His 7 orifices were spewing out black blood. He burrowed into the ground without even turning around, vanishing. "A mere rat wants to fly?" He Taixing scoffed. He looked around and shouted, "Who's next?" Nobody came. He Taixing had shocking battle strength. He was much stronger than Pai Shuihan and the rest. And the immortals could tell that this person was determined to die. He had surging battle intent. He charged forward with an indomitable will. In this state, his battle strength was even more terrifying. Why did the immortals come to Iron Eagle blessed land? To get rich. Since they wanted to get rich, why would they fight to the death with this person? The Gu immortals made way for He Taixing. They went to other places. The battle unfolded. On one side, the righteous and demonic factions were working together. They had the advantage in numbers. On the other side, He tribe's Gu immortals had the terrain advantage. They had a large number of desolate beast resonance eagles as helpers. The battle raged on. He tribe's Gu immortals were determined to die. They were defending their homeland. They had high battle intent. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals wanted to get rich. They did not want to fight to the death. They were restricted. The intelligence of Gu immortals was not something the Iron Crown Eagles could match. At once, the second line of defense was impregnable. He Taixing saw that no one was attacking him. He took the initiative to attack. "Meng Ji die." He Taixing shouted angrily. He pounced at the nearest Meng tribe rank 7 Gu immortal. "Humph, why would I fear you?" Meng Ji was courageous. He retaliated. Boom boom boom. Both sides fought. The sky exploded. Air currents rumbled. After a few rounds, Meng Ji, who was proud of his bravery, turned around and ran. He was courageous. But He Taixing was no longer courageous. He was a lunatic who did not fear death. In his battle with Mengji, he had been trading injury for injury, trading life for life. After a few times, Mengji could not take it anymore, he retreated. He Taixing was about to chase when he heard He Tribe's Gu immortals calling for help. He went to help them. Guanzhou, take this. He Taixing pounced, dark light flowed around him, engulfing the surroundings. Guanzhou was a transformation path Gu immortal, he turned into a lion. He shouted loudly, colliding with He Taixing. At the next moment, Guanzhou's lion form was sent flying like a broken sack. He Taixing pounced again. Guanzhou let out a strange cry and quickly transformed into a small bird, shooting away like lightning. Coward! He Taixing snorted coldly, he could not catch up. Looking around, He Taixing's gaze landed on the nearest rank 7 Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshen. Lu Zhuanshen was very alert. He saw He Taixing coming, he immediately retreated. He Taixing chased after him. Lu Zhuanshen led him to Divine Lord Tiandu. Divine Lord Tiandu's body shuddered. He left immediately. Lu Zhuanshen led He Taixing to Free Scholar. Free Scholar snickered. A three-way battle ensued. Boom boom boom. A moment later, with a loud sound, Lu Zhuanshen and Free Scholar were forced to retreat. He Taixing continued to fight everywhere, he was unstoppable. In the sky, He Tribe's first Supreme Elder sighed. Taixing, this child? He knew that He Taixing had a forbidden move, he could expend his lifespan to increase the power of his killer move. Right now he was fighting with his life on the line. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals did not intend to fight to the death. It was true. But just this alone was not enough to make him invincible. He Taixing made many Gu immortals suffer. These people all had high cultivation level or profound methods. In the previous battles, a large number of weak Gu immortals had already been eliminated. But no matter how strong He Taixing was, he could not reach rank 8. With the power of one person, he could not save the situation. Resonance eagles were captured or killed, He Tribe Gu immortals' blood splattered in the sky. Fight. Fight to the death. They fought until the very last soldier, until only He Taixing was left. He was bathed in blood, he stood up straight, looking at the Gu immortals around him, he laughed heartily. Good, come and take my life. The immortals looked at each other, no one attacked. Lu Zhuanshen had a complex expression, he knew that He Taixing was already at the end of his rope. His immortal essence was expended, there was no need to worry about him. But he could not attack. He Taixing grinned, then let me. Saying so, he charged towards the Gu immortals ahead. Charge. The final charge. He died in the middle of the charge. Sad He Taixing. Strong He Taixing. Once He Taixing died, the immortals had no more obstacles. They charged towards He Tribe's final line of defense. 12 eagles blocked their path. Enemy eagles with overflowing killing intent, absolute eyebrow eagles with divine might, shadow eagles that were fast as shadows, whale-swallowing eagles with strong bodies. Without exception, these eagles were all ancient desolate beasts. Rank 7 battle strength. He Tribe's first Supreme Elder and the rest of the 7 descended from the sky. At this point they no longer had any hopes of getting lucky, they imitated He Taixing and fought. Ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. 4 Supreme Elders worked together. It was strong enough to fight rank 8 Gu immortals. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals dispersed. Resources were more important. At this point, everyone had earned a lot, but they had also invested a lot. Not only did they expend a lot of energy, they also expended a lot of immortal essence. Who would be foolish enough to fight Green City Rampage to the death? Whoever got caught would be unlucky. At the highest point of Iron Eagle blessed land, there were 12 eagle nests of different shapes. These eagle nests were not round ball wood, they were precious rank 8 immortal materials. Immediately, countless Gu immortals fought over them. The scene was simply chaotic. Green City Rampage went on a killing spree, some unlucky people died at the hands of the 4 Supreme Elders. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. It's too dangerous, let's go, let's go. Nian Er Fu carried the unconscious Nian Er Pingji as he retreated secretly. We cannot stay here for long. Pai Shuihan also retreated. He plundered most of the eagle nests, he obtained a large number of rank 8 immortal materials. Some sensible Gu immortals started to retreat. The 12 eagle nests were already destroyed. Suddenly there was a ripple in the air, a 13th eagle nest appeared, it attracted a lot of attention. The immortals shouted as they pounced. This is mine. Chu Du actually appeared, blocking in front of the immortals. Ah, domination immortal. The immortals were moved, they stopped moving. Chudu was stronger than He Tai Sheng. Lu tribe was a super force, but they could not do anything to him. In the huge northern plains Gu immortal world, only people like Qin Baisheng could match him. Up until now, everyone was not in a good state. And Chudu seemed to be fighting for the first time. At once, no one dared to move forward. Chudu successfully intimidated the immortals. He was about to take this mysterious 13th eagle nest. Green City Rampage charged over, his voice was like thunder. Chudu, you dare to move? Chudu smiled coldly. Why not? Boom. Both sides fought fiercely. Green City Rampage's giant was actually sent flying by Chudu's punch. Even though the ancient battle formation is powerful, it is based on humans. In your current state you are not my match. Chudu stood proudly looking at the immortals. The immortals' gazes were ready to move, but they were also hoping that someone else would make a move first, so that they could take advantage of the situation. A disorderly mob. Chudu commented. He attacked again, grabbing at the eagle nest behind him. Suddenly a shocking change occurred. An immortal Gu house appeared, smashing towards Chudu's forehead. Mortal thatched hut. A Gu immortal shouted, recognizing that this was once Dongfang tribe's immortal Gu house. Scram. Chudu raised his palm, shouting like thunder. Boom. With a muffled sound, mortal thatched hut was actually sent flying by his palm. Gasp. Everyone took in a deep breath. Chudu successfully kept the 13th eagle nest into his immortal aperture. Next, he focused his gaze on Green City Rampage. The four great supreme elders were in despair. Wait. Just as Chudu was about to deal the killing blow, a grand voice resounded in the surroundings. An unparalleled aura, like an invisible mountain, came crashing down with a boom. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Heavenly Lord Baizu. The immortals were shaken. The same name appeared in their minds at the same time. At this point in the battle of He tribe, a rank 8 Gu Immortal had finally appeared. It was not accurate to say that he appeared. They could only hear his voice but not see him. Didn't they say that the rank 8 great experts had already reached an agreement? They would not take action personally? Some righteous path Gu Immortals who knew the inside story were confused. At the next moment, the immortals heard Heavenly Lord Baizu's voice. He tribe's battle has ended. The survivors of He tribe have all joined us. From now on, this place will be our Baizu tribe's territory. We are willing to give up our tribe name and change our surname to Baizu. He tribe's elders echoed. The immortals were shaken. This was no small matter. The situation of Northern Plains Gu immortal world had changed. The smart ones knew. Heavenly Lord Baizu said this because he had already reached an agreement with the other rank 8 great experts. No need to leave. I will hold a banquet here for 3 days and 3 nights to entertain everyone. Heavenly Lord Baizu said. He tribe's surviving Gu immortals had twitching expressions. This chaotic land that was still bleeding earlier was actually holding a banquet. This change was too sudden and huge. We are willing to celebrate Baizu tribe. We congratulate Lord Heavenly Lord. The righteous path Gu immortals quickly reached an agreement and spoke. The demonic path and lone immortals were restless. Chudu snorted coldly. It was extremely ear-piercing. He flicked his sleeves and left. Under everyone's gazes, he slowly flew into the sky. Chapter 11:17. Haha, Domination Immortal, I am going too. Amidst the silence, Feng Zi's laughter could be heard. Then he was surrounded by a strong gust of wind and he flew away. Countless gazes were also focused on him. Feng Zi was publicly recognized as the #1 movement expert in Northern Plains. Yao Huang had once tried to capture him but failed. This was Feng Zi's proudest achievement. Chudu and Feng Zi were daring. They did not give Heavenly Lord Baizu any face. The immortals had many thoughts but none of them moved. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not make a sound either. He watched as the two left. He tribe's first supreme elder quickly shouted, Lord Heavenly Lord, forget about this Feng Zi. But that Chudu took away the 13th eagle nest. This eagle nest has He Fan's true inheritance. The immortals heard this and became restless. They conversed in secret. He Fan's name was well known among the immortals. This great expert was the pride of He tribe's history. He had led He tribe to become the overlord of Northern Plains. If he was still alive, who would dare to attack He tribe? No matter, I already know. Heavenly Lord Baizu's voice was heard again. He had a plain tone. First Supreme Elder's heart shook, his lips trembled, he wanted to say something but did not speak. Second Supreme Elder suddenly said, Lord Heavenly Lord, Iron Eagle blessed land is about to collapse. If we hold a banquet here, it might not even last half a day. Hey tribes Gu Immortals, don't worry, we have been preparing for a long time. At this time, 3 Gu Immortals arrived. The Immortals looked at them with a sense of realization. These 3 Immortals were none other than Baizu tribe's 3 Gu Immortals. During the entire He tribe battle, they had been watching from the sidelines. They were listening to Heavenly Lord Baizu's arrangements to clean up the battle. Next, Baizu tribe's 3 Gu Immortals attacked together, using an immortal killer move. The killer move's effect was immediate. In an instant, Iron Eagle blessed land that was on the verge of collapse stabilized. Seeing this, many righteous and demonic immortals' expressions changed. This immortal killer move was extremely powerful. This was the first time they had seen it. It was not recorded in history. They realized, Baizu tribe did not just have Heavenly Lord Baizu, the other Gu Immortals could not be underestimated. Gong Air greets Lord Heavenly Monarch. Next, Gong Clan's Gu Immortal Gong Air came forward alone. After entering Iron Eagle blessed land, he bowed towards the sky. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would dominate. Gong Air was very arrogant, but facing a rank 8 existence, he had to be respectful. However, he was feeling very depressed. At the final moment of He tribe's battle, Gong Air had wanted to activate Immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall to snatch cultivation resources. But Baizu tribe's Gu Immortal smiled and told him not to act rashly. Naturally, Gong Air would not listen to their suggestions. However, he soon received a message from the prince's impatience. The gist of the message was, tell him not to act rashly, otherwise he would become Heavenly Lord Baizu's enemy. If you infuriated Heavenly Lord Baizu and made him kill you, you deserved it. The prince's impatience wouldn't stand up for you. Gong Air heard this. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to make a move and suffered a great loss. In this trip, he mobilized Golden Dawn Hall to help, but the benefits were not worth the effort. Originally, Gong Air wanted to act as the leader of the righteous path, but the other Huangjin bloodline Gu Immortals ignored him. Baizu tribe's 3 Gu Immortals responded to his call and went to Golden Dawn Hall as guests. This gave Gong Air a way out. But these 3 Immortals had other intentions. Gong Air was representing Gong tribe now, he had no choice but to appear. He greeted Heavenly Lord Baizu, but he was extremely unhappy with the prince's impatience. Damn it, damn it. This time I was defeated by the prince's impatience. His surname is not Gong after all. He is just a son-in-law of Gong tribe, an external supreme elder of our tribe. Generally speaking, it was rare for super forces with a family system to have a supreme elder who didn't share the same surname. They were not like Central Continent's super sects, which could easily take in external supreme elders. External supreme elders who joined super forces often had to have a close relationship with the tribe's Gu Immortals. For example, husband and wife. Or perhaps they could become sworn brothers. Fairy Jianghu had once joined He tribe, but on the surface she was He Cheng's concubine. Princess Impatience's true identity was a spy that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. He was in charge of overturning Imperial Court blessed land and controlling 88-point Xinyang Tower. In his early years he had married a female immortal from Gong tribe. Later, with the secret support of Spirit Affinity House, he became a rank 8 Gu Immortal and wandered outside, ignoring Gong tribe. Princess Impatience lived in Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. He ignored his former Gong tribe wife. He only lived with 2 female Gu Immortals, Yulan and Lu Yao. Gong tribe was very unhappy, but Princess Impatience was a rank 8 existence. Gong tribe's Gu Immortals could only swallow their anger. This time, while old ancestor Shuehu forced Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat. Gong tribe's Gu Immortals thought of a plan. They spread the theory that Princess Impatience could defeat old ancestor Shuehu. Firstly, they wanted to use Princess Impatience's influence to raise Gong tribe's status in the righteous path. Secondly, they wanted to force Princess Impatience to oppose old ancestor Shuehu. If the two sides fought, regardless of victory or defeat, it would be beneficial to Gong tribe. This plan could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but how could a rank 8 Gu Immortal be so easily targeted? This time Gong Air was taught a lesson. Princess Impatience secretly made an agreement with Heavenly Lord Baizu. It was obvious that Heavenly Lord Baizu had paid a price for it. Princess Impatience concealed this matter and did not inform Gong tribe in advance. He sacrificed Gong tribe's benefits to fill his own pockets. But at the crucial moment he sent a message, not leaving behind any evidence. Gong tribe could only suffer this loss. who asked Heavenly Lord Baizu to only target Prince's impatience. Gong tribe did not have a second rank 8, strength was the basis of an equal conversation. 3 Baizu Gu immortals stabilized Iron Eagle blessed land. Not only did they stabilize it, they even started to repair it. For the next 3 days and 3 nights, Iron Eagle blessed land continued to hold a celebration. In He tribe's former headquarters, they announced the rise of Baizu tribe. There was a deep meaning behind this, it was thought-provoking. Almost all the Gu immortals attended this celebration. Other than Domination Immortal and Wind Child, there were exceptions. Other than these two, there might be others. For example, during the Battle of He tribe, the mysterious Gu immortal who appeared for a brief moment, the existence who controlled ordinary thatched hut. It was unknown if he was hiding among the immortals, or if he had already slipped away. The Righteous Path Gu immortals mostly attended the first day of the celebration before taking their leave. The Gong tribe Gu immortals led by Gong Air were the first to leave. When he left, Gong Air took large strides, but in the eyes of observant people, they could feel the dejection of the Gong tribe Gu immortals. Next was Nian Air tribe. This superforce only sent 2 Gu immortals this time. One was rank 7 Space Path Gu immortal Nian Air Fu, the other was the current generation Sword Sun Nian Air Pingji. Even though the latter only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was in the limelight during this battle of He tribe. He could be said to have become famous after this battle. But it was not without a price. Old Monster Corpse Poison, who was at a corner, stared at Nian Air Pingji with hatred, gritting his teeth. The hatred between the two sides was too deep. Meng tribe, Yuan tribe, New Air tribe, Yi Lui tribe and others left one after another. Lu tribe, Yao tribe and Guan tribe, these 3 tribes Gu immortals. They were the last ones to attend the entire banquet. 3 days and 3 nights later they left. This was giving Baizu tribe enough face. Because these 3 tribes were different from the other Huangjin tribes, their territories in northern plains were the closest to Baizu tribe, they needed to build a good relationship. As for the demonic path and lone immortals, they also left in 3 days and 3 nights. The stronger they were, the earlier they left. But there were also some Gu immortal experts. They stayed behind alone as if they wanted to get close to Baizu tribe. If it were any other Huangjin tribe, they would not have such a grand ceremony. But Heavenly Lord Baizu was a lone cultivator, the lone immortals and some demonic path Gu immortals could accept it. Farewell, farewell. Take care, forgive us for not sending you off. Iron Eagle blessed land had been completely repaired in these 3 days. The blessed land's entrance opened, He tribe's Gu immortals and Baizu tribe's Gu immortals came out. They stood at the entrance and sent them off. They were very polite. The Gu immortals who left did not belong to any factions. They sighed to themselves. After this battle with He tribe, the situation in Northern Plains Gu immortal world had changed. He tribe's Gu immortals surrendered, sending off these Gu immortals who invaded their blessed land. They definitely did not feel good about it. But Heavenly Lord Baizu made them do this. It was simply a humiliation. Among them, He tribe's first supreme elder felt the deepest emotions. During the battle with He tribe, he was heavily injured. Heavenly Lord Baizu personally healed the other He tribe Gu immortals. He was the only one left. His face was pale. He dragged his injured body to send off the guests. He coughed out blood from time to time. He was in a pathetic state. He had lost all his face. He tribe's first supreme elder knew clearly. Earlier, I purposely exposed He Fan's true inheritance to make Heavenly Lord Baizu attack Chudu. If I kill him, I can take revenge for Chudu's invasion. If I cannot kill him and Chudu escapes with his personality, he will definitely take revenge on Baizu tribe. But to think that Heavenly Lord Baizu did not attack at all, he knew this was my scheme, so he purposely punished me for the past 3 days. Sadness, pain, hatred, fear, all sorts of emotions mixed together, filling He tribe's first supreme elder's heart. Finally, after sending off the final Gu immortal, He tribe's Gu immortals and Baizu tribe's Gu immortals were summoned by Heavenly Lord Baizu. At the highest level of Iron Eagle blessed land, in the discussion hall of He tribe, the immortals met with Heavenly Lord Baizu. We pay respects to Lord Heavenly Lord. The immortals stood on the spot and bowed. Thank you for your hard work. Heavenly Lord Baizu sat on the high seat, smiling. From today onwards, He tribe's Gu immortals will have to change their surname to Baizu. He tribe's resources will be divided by the Northern Plains immortals. It is a foregone conclusion. This is also the agreement that I made with the other rank 8s. In the future, you cannot use this as an excuse to look for trouble. The immortals quickly acknowledged the order. Heavenly Lord Baizu paused for a moment before saying, "But He Fan's true inheritance is no small matter, it involves rank 8s. Even if I do not cultivate time path, I can use it as a reference. Chudu does not care about it, I already know the location of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After some time, I will be able to forcefully enter and take everything." Heavenly Lord Baizu did not look forward to inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. Even He tribe itself could not inherit this true inheritance, let alone an outsider like him. The true treasure was He Fan Grotto Heaven, as well as the resources accumulated in it. This was enough to move the hearts of any rank 8s. He tribe's first supreme elder heard this and was extremely shocked. "The location of He Fan Grotto Heaven is the greatest secret of our tribe. Including me, only the 4 supreme elders know about it. How could Heavenly Lord Baizu know? Could it be that someone had secretly sided with him? Did they tell him this secret?" Realizing this, He tribe's first supreme elder felt a chill down his spine, his body shuddered. With a plop, he knelt on the ground, prostrating towards Heavenly Lord Baizu. "I have failed in my task, I have sinned greatly. Lord Heavenly Lord, please punish me." "What sin did you commit?" Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down at He tribe's first supreme elder with a faint smile. He tribe's first supreme elder was covered in cold sweat. He could not say that he schemed against Heavenly Lord Baizu 3 days ago. It would be an offense if he said it. Thus he switched to another topic. "In this battle in He tribe, we predicted that Fang Yuan would appear to take advantage of the situation. The entire battle we have been using immortal methods to investigate. But we did not find any trace of him. It is my fault that we did not capture Fang Yuan." Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. "Your investigative methods are truly unique. To think that you can directly identify otherworldly demons. I'm afraid that Fang Yuan did not come. It is a pity. If he appeared, I would definitely capture him. With this bargaining chip, I would not have to pay such a huge price." It turned out that He tribe and Heavenly Lord Baizu had already discussed and set up an ambush against Fang Yuan. The fact that Fang Yuan was the culprit of the Imperial Court case was already widely known. Northern Plains Gu Immortals also knew that Fang Yuan had Spring-Autumn Cicada and fixed immortal travel. The battle in He tribe was a great opportunity that was hard to come by in hundreds of years, but Fang Yuan did not come. This was out of the Immortals' expectations. After all, with fixed immortal travel it was very convenient to travel. But they did not know the subsequent twists and turns of the Battle of Etion Mountain. Right now, fixed immortal travel was already under the control of the Celestial Court. As for this investigative immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons, it had its origin. An otherworldly demon had once appeared in He tribe. When he was a mortal Gu master, he had many shocking performances, attracting the attention of the higher-ups. His famous 4-direction sparrow battle method was something that even He tribe's 4 supreme elders enjoyed playing with without getting tired of. After soul-searching, He tribe's Gu Immortals found out that this person was an otherworldly demon. Thus, He tribe's Gu Immortals researched his body from top to bottom. Even though this person's life was expended, but they obtained an immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons. This secret was only known to He tribe's 4 supreme elders. The other He tribe Gu Immortals did not know about it. Heavenly Lord Baizu continued, "Forget about Fang Yuan's future. Your He tribe knows how to adapt to circumstances. It is a blessing for you to surrender to my Baizu tribe. I will take action 3 days later and remove the obstruction for you 4 supreme elders. You will be able to split up and move freely. Don't worry as long as you sincerely abandon your past. From now on, you will live as Baizu tribe's Gu Immortals. Think for our tribe and contribute to the tribe. I will not mistreat you. Yes. We will obey Heavenly Lord's orders." He tribe's Gu Immortals quickly responded. He tribe's first supreme elder even knelt on the ground, crying tears of gratitude. "Heavenly Lord is magnanimous, you do not mind our subordinates' incompetence. We are deeply grateful. You are also thinking for us, resolving our many years of illness. You are truly like a second parent." Saying so, he kowtowed fiercely, tears flowing down his face. But in his heart there was a cold chill. Heavenly Lord Baizu had great methods. He wanted to dismantle Green City Rampage in the first meeting. This weapon would no longer belong to He tribe's 4 great supreme elders. Heavenly Lord Baizu was extremely satisfied. He gave some words of encouragement before waving the immortals away. He sat there without moving, thinking in his mind. He tribe's Gu Immortals have just joined us. Their status has plummeted. It is like heaven and earth. They must be feeling agitated and unable to calm down. They will not be able to adapt to it. However, this first Supreme Elder of He tribe has such an attitude, it is already quite good. I did not waste my effort in beating him up, I can spare his life. It is a pity that Fang Yuan did not appear, otherwise if I captured him, my gains would be even greater. Now I can only pay the price myself. To prevent the other rank 8s from interfering in this matter, Heavenly Lord Baizu paid a huge price. Thinking about it made him feel heartache. However, I cannot trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. Right now, Baizu tribe finally has a foothold in northern plains. There is also Heifan Grotto Heaven. If I can take it, I can make up for my previous losses. Of course, I cannot be rash now. I need to recuperate and stabilize the situation. This time, I have already provoked the sensitive nerves of the righteous path. If I attack Heifan Grotto Heaven again, the other rank 8s will not be able to sit still. Thankfully this time, He tribe spent all their wealth to feed the righteous and demonic immortals. The various forces are fighting and restraining each other, they will not find trouble with my Baizu tribe in the short term. Heavenly Lord Baizu thought about it. At this moment he clearly considered the situation of Baizu tribe and himself. He could be said to have a clear understanding of the situation. Chapter 11-18. Southern Border. Mountains stood tall, there was a continuous stretch of green. Mountain winds continued to howl. More than 10 Gu immortals were thousands of li apart, forming a huge circle. In the sky above this circle, an elderly Gu immortal was using his immortal essence, concentrating on setting up a formation. A huge formation had already taken shape, it covered a huge range of 100,000 li, it was covering a beautiful and dreamy lump of light. This huge lump of light was colorful and dazzling, it was the giant dream realm. After the battle of Etian Mountain, it had turned into ruins. Spectral soul was schemed against by providence. Fang Yuan obtained the fruits of his labor, while his main body was trapped in the dream realm, being continuously expended by the dream realm. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not know the details of the battle of Etian Mountain, they knew the huge benefits this giant dream realm represented. The Gu immortals here came from southern border's various righteous path super forces. After a difficult negotiation, they came to an agreement to control this giant dream realm together. This dream realm was too important, none of the super forces could monopolize it. They were also worried that the demonic path and lone immortals would come and take advantage of it, so the righteous path Gu immortals worked together to occupy this place and set up a super Gu formation here, to slowly divide the benefits of the dream realm. Rise! The elderly Gu immortal in the sky suddenly shouted, his body burst out with boundless light. Following him, the southern border righteous path Gu immortals also exerted their strength. A large amount of immortal essence was expended, countless mortal Gu flew around, immortal Gu flew out of the Gu immortals' hands, landing in suitable locations. Many Gu immortals were sweating profusely, they had nervous expressions. There were even people whose fingers were trembling slightly. They had been setting up the Gu formation here for 9 days and 9 nights. Evidently, the Gu immortals had reached a critical juncture in setting up this super Gu formation. They are about to succeed. Are we still not going to make a move? If we don't, sigh. There is no chance. There are Gu immortal experts hiding around them, I suspect there are even immortal Gu houses guarding them. In that case, a silent exchange unfolded. The demonic path and lone immortals also understood the value of this giant dream realm. Even without this dream realm, a mysterious battle had happened here. Maybe some Gu immortal remains or inheritances were left behind, they were all precious treasures. But the righteous path Gu immortals were extremely cautious, they did not give these demonic path and lone immortals any chances. Helpless, these Gu immortals wisely chose to retreat. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge beam of light shot up into the sky. The pillar of light appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. A grand super Gu formation gradually turned invisible, vanishing from the immortal's vision. You've worked hard for many days. I finally succeeded. The old Gu immortal in charge of setting up the formation descended slowly. The righteous path Gu immortals gathered together. In this Gu formation, my Wu clan is using 5 immortal Gu. Therefore, 30% of this dreamland should belong to my Wu clan. That makes sense. But, my Luo clan's immortal Gu are no less than your Wu clan's. What are you talking about? Without all of us working together and expending immortal essence, can this super Gu formation be set up? In my opinion, In terms of contribution, my clan's first supreme elder, Lord Chi Chuyu, was the one in charge of setting up the Gu formation. He is the undisputed number one. Even though the Super Gu formation was set up, the righteous path Gu immortals had not decided on how to split the dream realm yet. At once, the discussions became louder and louder. They started to quarrel. There was no result from quarreling. The righteous path Gu immortals left on bad terms. They started to make plans for their own benefits. A few days later, Shangliang Mountain. XNCI greets Lady Qing Qing. Shang XNCI bowed. Shang Qing Qing looked at Shang XNCI, nodding in satisfaction. I was not wrong about you. You have been the clan leader these days. You have done well. Shang clan members are showing signs of loyalty. XINC's achievements today were all thanks to Lady Qing Qing's guidance. It's all thanks to Lord Qing Qing's guidance. Shang XNCI sincerely thanked him. Shang Qing Qing went straight to the point. I called you here because I have something to ask you. After you became the clan leader, the first thing you did was to get rid of the Black and White Demon's arrest warrants. Do you know? Your brother Black Demon is not Fang Jing, he is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan? Shang XNCI was confused. She had not expected that Lady Shang Qing Qing would call her here to talk about her brother Black Demon. Shang XNCI became the clan leader of Shang Clan. She had broadened her horizons. She knew many secrets. She even knew that this beautiful fairy in front of her was a high and mighty Gu immortal who looked down on mortals. This Gu immortal was actually talking to her about a mortal Gu master. How could she not be confused? Shang Qing Qing said solemnly, XNCI, listen to what I am going to say. Every word is important. Yes, I will listen to your teachings. This black demon Fang Jing that you know, his real name is Guyue Fang Yuan. He has a huge origin. It is not a small matter. He is elusive and extremely dangerous. He is a demonic path Gu immortal. He committed a huge crime. Now not only southern border, even central continent, northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert Gu immortals are chasing after him. Shang Qing Qing said in a low tone. Shang XNC's mouth was wide open. She was dumbfounded. At once she felt like she was hearing things. When did Brother Black Demon become an immortal? And even Lady Shang Qing Qing was so wary of him. Don't doubt your ears. Why would I joke about this? You had a relationship with the demon Fang Yuan? Tell me everything now. Shang Qing Qing asked. Yes. Shang XNCI finally regained her senses. She recalled, I first met Brother Black Demon in the caravan. He was actually a good person. He helped me out of trouble. As Shang XNCI recalled the past, she could not help but reveal a trace of gentleness on her face. Throughout the process, Shang Qing Qing listened quietly, not saying a word. After Shang XNCI finished speaking, she mustered all her courage and explained for Fang Yuan. Lady Qing Qing, I think there is a mistake? Fang Jing, Brother Fang Yuan is just a mortal Gu master. How can he be a great demon that harms the world? Hehe. Shang Qing Qing showed a mocking smile. If he is not a great demon, who is? His craftiness and viciousness is not something you can imagine. He caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Central Continent's celestial court could not catch him. Nobody knows where he is, what evil deeds he is doing, or what schemes he is plotting. Your relationship with him isn't as simple as you think it is. I can tell that he's scheming something. Do you know? Because of your relationship with him, my entire Shang clan is facing pressure from southern borders Gu immortals. From today onwards, you have to cut all ties with him. You have nothing to do with him. Be a good Shang clan leader. You can leave now. Shang XNCI had no choice but to leave. You are letting her go just like that? After Shang XNCI left, a figure appeared beside Shang Qing Qing. This immortal was thin and had a dark expression. It was Shang clan Gu immortal Shang Tan Mo. Shang Qing Qing smiled. What else can I do? Shang Tan Mo said with a serious expression. We cannot believe her words. We need to soul search her and find out what happened. Shang Qing Qing smiled even more brightly. Look at this. Saying so, she stretched out her hand from her sleeves. Her hand was pale. It was like a tree trunk. There were small flowers growing on her fingernails. Shang Tan Mo saw this and was slightly stunned. I forgot, you have this immortal killer move. It is much more reliable than soul searching. I already know about the relationship between that Fang Yuan and Shang clan. He came to Shang clan city to seek cultivation opportunities, as expected of someone who has spring-autumn cicada. This is not a big deal. He did not set up any traps. Shang Qing Qing said. Shang Tan Mo nodded. Then I am assured. But how do we explain to those people outside? Shang Qingqing smiled coldly. Them? They just want to obtain more dream realms, so they used Fang Yuan as an excuse to attack Shang clan. The results of my investigation are enough to shut their mouths. Shang Tanmo's eyes shined with bright light. He raised his head and looked far away. His gaze seemed to pierce through Shangliang Mountain, looking at the giant dream realm. Maybe our Shang clan Gu immortals have been polite for too long. Others think that we are not good at fighting. The situation was constantly changing. In northern plains, He tribe's battle had already ended, but there were still some lingering effects. The righteous and demonic factions as well as lone immortals had their own gains. He tribe was destroyed, by Zhu tribe replaced it, changing the situation of the Gu immortal world. And in southern border, the giant dream realm revolved around the righteous path Gu immortals. They worked together and were superior. They first excluded the demonic path and lone immortals. But in the righteous path, a battle to divide the giant dream realm was about to begin. No matter when or where, all sorts of scenes of pursuing benefits were happening. More than 10 days passed like this. Northern plains, northern icy plain. Fang Yuan placed his immortal aperture down. He looked up at the sky as he muttered, "The third earthly calamity has finally arrived." Heaven and earth chi rumbled endlessly. There were no clouds or mist. The sovereign immortal aperture had a strange scene of peaceful weather. One by one, birds appeared out of thin air. Their bodies were glowing with a faint green light. They flew extremely quickly in front of Fang Yuan's eyes. They were like long lines of light. The birds' cries were crisp and clear. They contained endless life force. Spring Oriole. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this bird. Even though it was small and looked like a sparrow, it was a true desolate beast. This bird is very special among desolate beasts. It has a large number of rule path, life, Dao marks. But its lifespan is very short. After hatching from an egg, it can fly in the sky. Everywhere it goes, Dao marks will spread out from its body, changing the world and giving it endless life force. After a dozen or so breaths of time, it will die of old age. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He saw that in this Kokitahara, the ground that was originally covered in a thin layer of ice and snow had already started to grow green sprouts. Soon, under the influence of spring oriole, the grass grew taller. There were even some wild flowers in it. Chapter 11:19. The chirping of birds was crisp and sweet. They did not stop. In the sovereign immortal aperture's Kokitahara, the desolate land that was covered in frost was now filled with endless greenery. The power of the earthly calamity was immense. After more than 10 breaths of time, the surrounding 100,000 li around Fang Yuan had turned into a grassland of greenery. The vegetation was lush. There were many flowers and plants. It was like the world had changed. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain with a solemn expression. He was on full alert. This was his third earthly calamity. He brought Danghun Mountain with him again. But the current situation was very strange. The spring oriole transformed from the earthly calamity's power was helping Fang Yuan to develop his immortal aperture. Half a month ago, when jewel yellow skies reopened, Fang Yuan did not choose to take the risk of going to He tribe. He returned to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. He managed many places, but Kokitahara was always used by Fang Yuan as a place to undergo tribulation. It was not developed. But now, this earthly calamity was helping Fang Yuan. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Fang Yuan. But providence is unpredictable. It will not be so kind. There must be an ambush or follow-up. I will observe the situation for now. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain, observing carefully. Kokitahara was very big. The grassland formed by the earthly calamity did not cover the whole of Kokitahara. It only covered a patch of white land with Danghun Mountain as the center. Looking around, the greenery became denser. Soon, saplings were uprooted and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, this place was going to form a huge forest with a radius of 50,000 li. Fang Yuan was surprised and overjoyed. The power of the earthly calamity was mostly destructive to the people of the world. This time it was used to develop the immortal aperture. The effect was shocking. If Fang Yuan were to replant this forest and grassland, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Spring orioles' lifespan was extremely short. They died one by one, turning into a dark green radiance that dissipated into the sky. But at the same time, a brand new spring oriole was formed, one after another. For a moment, The sky was filled with the silhouettes of these wild birds. There were many of them. Like a flock of sparrows, it was a magnificent sight. Wait. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Go. He thought of something and shouted in a low voice, pointing with his finger. Suddenly a sword ray flew out. As fast as lightning. Rank 7 Immortal Gu flying sword. Although Spring Oriole was fast, she couldn't keep up with this sword ray. However, it was nimble and didn't move in a straight line. It took Fang Yuan some effort to destroy one. A surge of true intent followed, pouring into Fang Yuan's heart. In an instant, Fang Yuan seemed to have become a spring oriole from birth to flight and then to death. In a short period of time. After experiencing life and death, one's state of mind would change accordingly. Fang Yuan completely absorbed this true intent. His eyes became clear again. He was now a transformation path grandmaster. Absorbing reckless savage's true intent was no longer as difficult as before. In the past he was like an empty basin filled with buckets of water. Now that he was absorbing reckless savage's true intent, he was like a well that contained buckets of water. It was much easier for him. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. This time he understood Providence's scheme. Fang Yuan's earthly calamity was very special, because of the immortal tribulation tempering aperture and the northern icy plain. It caused his earthly calamity to split into two parts. One was Providence's control, the other was reckless savage's true intense influence. In the previous two earthly calamities, the portion controlled by Providence formed first, while the portion affected by reckless savage's true intent appeared later. But in the third earthly calamity, the portion affected by reckless savage's true intent appeared first. This was Fang Yuan's expectations. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Fang Yuan suffered a small loss. Reckless savage's true intent was compared to the construction of blessed lands. Of course, the former was more important, the latter was secondary. Because reckless savage's true intent could directly raise his transformation path attainment level, and it could only be used during each tribulation, the risk and cost were very high. As for the construction of blessed lands, it could be done at any time. Providence knows about my vigilance. This is a good scheme. It is wary of my transformation path attainment level rising rapidly, causing me to waste a lot of reckless savage's true intent. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but he was not discouraged. Like a bolt of lightning he soared into the sky. In the air, his body shook as countless strength path phantoms appeared. Strength path killer move, myriad self. 10,000 of me charged over, forming a majestic tide of people, sweeping up the spring dawn jade orioles along the way. Spring oriole was a desolate bird after all. It moved freely in the crowd of myriad self, chirping continuously. Fang Yuan saw that myriad self was not effective. He quickly used another method. Immortal killer move, sword wave triple layered. Swish swish swish. Silver-white sword wave surged with endless sharpness as it pushed forward. Spring oriole's speed was slightly faster than sword wave. Fang Yuan's triple-layered sword wave killed a few, but the effect was not great. He frowned as he realized, the previous two earthly calamities let Providence know a lot about me. Be it myriad self or sword wave triple-layered, their weaknesses are known. This earthly calamity forms spring oriole. It targets these two killer moves. Providence purposely targeted them. It shows how deep their intentions are. In the previous earthly calamity, there were wind blades as well. But Fang Yuan had Danghun Mountain using it as a camp. It had a great defensive effect. But in the current situation, even though Fang Yuan brought Danghun Mountain, spring oriole was formed from reckless savage's true intent. Fang Yuan could not ignore it and defend. He had to take the initiative to attack, otherwise he would lose his greatest gains. Thankfully, I retrieved Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Gu. Sword light rampaged with a single thought from him. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died at Fang Yuan's hands one after another, but even more Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died on their own. If it was not Fang Yuan who ended Spring Oriole, there would be no infusion of reckless savage's true intent. Providence purposely schemed this time. Fang Yuan was schemed against. His losses were not small. This was not just the loss of reckless savage's true intent, there was also the loss of Green Grape Immortal Essence. Even though Flying Sword Immortal Gu was powerful, it was rank 7, every time it was activated, it expended a lot of Green Grape Immortal Essence. But each attack could only kill one Spring Oriole. Fang Yuan was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It was not effective. It seems that I will need new methods for the next tribulation. Old methods are becoming more and more useless. Fang Yuan could not help but think of wisdom Gu. If the light of wisdom could be used, this problem would be easily resolved. With his Grandmaster attainment level and wisdom path methods, he could deduce an immortal killer move. It was as simple as drinking water. Unfortunately, even though Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body, he did not dare to take the risk. The earthly calamity continued. After 15 minutes, there were still endless spring aureole being produced. In Kokidahara, not only was there green grass, a huge forest had already formed. The forest was filled with towering trees that were tens of feet tall, their trunks were like pillars. During this period, Fang Yuan tried other methods like poison spitting. In the previous earthly calamity, this killer move was extremely effective, but this time, it was completely ineffective against spring aureole. Howl howl howl. In the vast forest, the trees raised their heads and let out a cry. Next, they suddenly rose from the ground and turned into giant tree men. Fang Yuan immediately noticed the changes on the ground. He sneered, "It seems that this is the part that Providence controls. Fortunately, I was vigilant and eradicated half of the forest. Now it seems my defense is truly adequate." Countless tree men pulled out their roots from the ground, charging towards Danghun Mountain. They were slow, but their bodies were thick and sturdy. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed. He chose to defend himself. He landed on the peak of Danghun Mountain, looking at the tree men charging towards him from all directions. Patches of green were thick and dense. It was like the entire forest was pushing towards him. He felt suffocated. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger. Probing attack. Flying sword Immortal Gu charged forward, turning into a white rainbow as it pierced a distance of 50 to 60 li. All the tree ants along the way were pierced. These tree men stopped moving. But soon their injuries healed, they recovered and continued to crawl towards Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan used 3 layers of sword wave. The dazzling sword wave engulfed a large number of tree men with a loud sound. Not even a single fragment was left. The effect was great. But soon the tree men at the back filled up the gap. Fang Yuan frowned. These tree men are not desolate beasts, but they are not far from it. Not only are they tough, they can also absorb life force and recover rapidly. As for where the life force came from, it was naturally spring aureole. Ever since the first earthly calamity, even though Providence could not control all of the earthly calamity's power, it could coordinate with the portion affected by reckless savages' true meaning. Last time it was the cold moon and wind blades. This time, it was the tree men and spring aureole. They were both closely coordinated. The effect was extraordinary. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out a mouthful of poisonous gas. The poisonous gas spread in all directions among the tree ants. Dozens of tree ants moved slowly on the spot, and their lush green leaves were dyed purple. After a few breaths of time, their movements became slower and slower. Eventually they fell to the ground with a loud thud. Their trunks and leaves started to rot, turning into a pile of rotten leaves. The effect of the killer move poison spit was also quite good. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan could not use this killer move continuously. There were strong repercussions. He had to get rid of the poisonous gas left behind in his body, otherwise he might even poison himself to death. The tree men started to climb Danghun Mountain. Soon these tree men got a taste of Danghun Mountain's power. Their souls shook, their bodies trembled, large amounts of leaves fell off. But even so, the densely packed tall tree people advanced wave after wave, pushing each other, squeezing their way up the mountain. Danghun Mountain was indeed a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Just at the foot of the mountain, over 100 tree men died. Fang Yuan did not even waste a bit of immortal essence. Fang Yuan looked down at the scene, his frown became deeper. Even though these tree men were troublesome, they posed little threat. Because they moved slowly, Fang Yuan could use guerrilla tactics to kill these tree men. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong. This earthly calamity was too easy. Could it be that Providence felt that they could not get rid of me in one go, so their focus this time is to exhaust my foundation? Chapter 11:20. To exterminate these tree men, a vast amount of immortal essence would be expended. These tree men were more numerous than the snow monsters during the first earthly calamity, and they had strong recovery abilities. Fang Yuan could already see many broken branches that were inserted into the soil. New sprouts would sprout in the blink of an eye. Unless he used a killer move like triple-layered sword wave to exterminate these tree men, he would not be able to get rid of any future problems. Otherwise, these trees would expend a lot of earth chi in his immortal aperture to grow. But using triple-layered sword wave or flying sword immortal goo to exterminate these tree men was too much of a waste. If I were a fire path goo immortal, this situation would not be a problem. Fang Yuan was thinking of this when he suddenly heard a loud sound. From the fallen tree man corpses, flames rose up. The flames burned rapidly in the blink of an eye, they spread and engulfed countless tree men. The flames attached themselves to these tree men, the intense fire continued to burn, turning these tree men into charcoal, their leaves melted and soon, a large number of them died. The flames were nourished by the tree men, they became even more vigorous, the flames were now 50 to 60 feet above the ground. Intense heat waves assaulted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was stunned. What was going on? Evidently, this was also a transformation of the earthly calamity. But why was the earthly calamity burning itself like this? What was Providence trying to do? Was it helping Fang Yuan solve his problem? Fang Yuan quickly denied this thought. What a joke, why would Providence help him? From the soaring flames, a huge figure suddenly stood up. From the orange-red flames, a giant that was 180 feet tall appeared. This is... Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size, he subconsciously gritted his teeth. Giant calamity blazing tree. This was an ancient desolate plant. According to historical records, immemorial red heaven often had such giant calamity blazing trees. But this ancient desolate plant was very rare in the 5 regions, but it was not extinct. The predecessor of the giant calamity blazing tree could be any kind of tree in the world. After the forest fire, countless lives were burned to death. There was a certain probability that it would form the great calamity blazing tree. The giant disaster incinerating tree's entire body was surrounded by scorching flames. It burned all year round, making it difficult for anything to approach it. What was even more impressive was, this kind of giant disaster blazing tree would also bring countless misfortunes and disasters to the living beings that came close to it. Providence is really treacherous. Evidently, I have luck immortal goo protecting me. Providence saw through this and created giant disaster blazing tree. You're ruining my fortune. Fang Yuan felt that this was a huge challenge. Under normal circumstances, if he encountered a giant disaster blazing tree in the wild, he would have wisely stayed away. But it was different now. This giant calamity blazing tree had appeared in his sovereign immortal aperture. Not only was it absorbing the immortal aperture's earth chi, it was also bringing calamities and bad luck to offset his luck. If he sat back and did nothing, Fang Yuan would be plagued by bad luck after a period of time, and everything would go wrong. In fact, a catastrophe might befall them. As for refining immortal goo, don't even think about it. The flames soared into the sky, causing the wood to crackle. The location of the blazing tree was very special. It was near Jianghu Mountain. Even though Fang Yuan used his defensive methods, his eyebrows and hair were still curling from the high temperature. This is only the outermost area, but it already has such a high temperature, not to mention the surface of the blazing tree. Fang Yuan sighed as he left. He directly left Jianghu Mountain. Anyway, he had landscape as before. As long as Jianghu Mountain was destroyed, it could be restored. The problem now was how to destroy this tree. The giant calamity blazing tree was almost at the waist of Jianghu Mountain. Sword marks targeting death. Sword wave triple layered. Poison spit. Fang Yuan tried several moves, but the effect was not ideal. Before the poison could even get close, it was burned clean by the flames. Flying sword immortal goo penetrated the entire blazing tree trunk and flew back to Fang Yuan's hand. This attack. The entire giant calamity blazing tree shook intensely, but it soon returned to normal. As for sword wave triple layered, it extinguished the flames and charged towards the blazing tree, cutting off many leaves. But soon the flames in the sky returned to normal. The blazing tree rapidly recovered, its injuries were gone in a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, immortal chi surged out of his body as he shouted, "Strength path giant hand." There was a deafening rumble. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere, pushing the air aside. It grabbed at the blazing tree with an overwhelming aura. But the blazing tree was huge, it was almost half of Jianghu Mountain. The strength path giant hand grabbed the giant calamity blazing tree, trying to lift it up. But Fang Yuan tried for a long time, but there was no effect. The giant calamity blazing tree's countless roots were like dragons and pythons. They dug deep into the ground and absorbed earth chi. It also relied on the spring oriole that was flying in the sky to replenish its life force. It was as stable as Mount Tai, unmoving. As time dragged on, the entire strength path giant hand started to melt in the flames. Soon half of it was gone. Fang Yuan dispelled this giant hand. His thoughts changed as he thought of another plan. Rumble. A second strength path giant hand flew out, but this time, it did not grab the giant calamity blazing tree but Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan could not lift the giant calamity blazing tree, but the strength path giant hand had the power of pulling mountain immortal goo. It could lift Danghun Mountain. Whoosh. Wind blew intensely. Danghun Mountain was pulled into the sky by Fang Yuan. He threw it towards the giant calamity blazing tree. A huge sound was heard. The entire ground shook intensely. The giant calamity blazing tree was pressed under the mountain. Its blazing flames were no longer arrogant, they only stretched out from the foot of the mountain, forming a huge ring of fire around the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the battlefield expressionlessly. The giant calamity blazing tree could not turn back. It was being tortured by the soul path Dao marks on Danghun Mountain, but its life force was extremely strong. It was still resisting and struggling. The blazing flames started to roast Danghun Mountain. Some of the mountain rocks were turned into mud. It was not so easy to get rid of the giant calamity blazing tree. Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. He looked around. His vision was red. Sea of fire. The flames had already spread to the entire forest and grassland. As expected, Providence's construction was just a foundation for the giant calamity blazing tree. How could it be so easy? Fang Yuan's breathing became rough. He saw that giant calamity blazing trees were forming one after another in the sea of fire. Their roots were deeply inserted into the ground, absorbing earth chi to strengthen themselves. The previous one had not been eliminated yet. Now there were so many. Not just that, these giant calamity blazing trees were roaring. They stood up and turned into giant blazing tree men. They only had one target. That was Fang Yuan, who was in the sky. Boom boom boom. At the bottom of Danghun Mountain, the first giant calamity blazing tree had also turned into a tree man. It was very restless. It was trying to topple the mountain. Its strength was shocking. Every struggle caused Danghun Mountain to shake intensely. Every time it struggled, Danghun Mountain shook intensely, emitting a terrifying sound. In an instant, the situation had worsened to the point of no return. Fang Yuan could ignore the snow monsters earlier. He could deal with them slowly. But these giant calamity blazing tree men could not be ignored. Even though they moved slowly, they had a huge impact on the immortal aperture. Not only did they absorb earth chi, the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation would be damaged, it would also ruin Fang Yuan's luck. What should he do? The light of the fire shone on Fang Yuan's face. He was originally calm. Suddenly he smiled. Fortunately, I still have a backup plan. At the same time, far away in southern border, Shang Xnci looked at the fire in front of her in a daze. Within the fire, Fang Yuan's face seemed to appear. Brother Black Demon? Shang Xnci muttered in her mind. Tribe leader, Lord Tribe leader? A soft voice could be heard. Shang Xnci regained her senses. She saw Xiaolan, Xiao Dai, Lady Wei, Zhou Quan, and the other subordinates. Sorry, I was distracted again. Shang Xnci quickly apologized. Missy, this is the third time you have been distracted. Xiaolan muttered. I was rude. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Shang Xnci quickly apologized. Zhou Quan looked at Lady Wei without changing his expression. He coughed. Then, let's continue our previous topic, how to take back those former young tribe leaders of Shang clan. The Gu master groups that they control. After the discussion ended, everyone left the hall. Xiao Dai, what happened to tribe leader recently? Why does she seem to be distracted? Zhou Quan asked. Xiao Dai had a worried expression. I am not sure. It seems that tribe leader was summoned by the higher-ups. After she returned, she became like this. The higher-ups? Zhou Quan's expression changed. He knew about the existence of Shang clan's Gu immortals now. This matter concerned Gu immortals. He could not handle it. Yi Fan could not bear it anymore. I will go talk to Lady Xnci. Maybe as an outsider I can gain something. Young Master Yi is not an outsider. Xiaolan smiled. Then I will have to trouble young Master Yi. Lady Wei nodded, agreeing to this suggestion. A moment later, Yi Fan arrived at Shang Xanci's study room. The door of the study room was ajar. Yi Fan peeked through the gap and saw that Shang Xnci was holding a thin piece of paper, inspecting it. She was so engrossed in it that Yi Fan purposely made heavy footsteps, but she did not notice it. Yi Fan was about to cough to alert Shang Xnci of his arrival. But soon he heard Shang Xn's soft voice. "Brother Black Demon, what kind of person are you?" Yi Fan's mind shook. He instantly realized that the thin piece of paper in Shang Xn's hands was none other than Black Demon's arrest warrant. On it was Black Demon's portrait. Yi Fan felt extremely empty in his heart. His originally strong limbs felt weak and powerless. He stood outside the door, hesitating for a long time before gritting his teeth, turning around and leaving quietly. From start to finish, Shang Xinci did not notice him. Yi Fan left the city lord's manor, arriving at a street. This was Shangliang Mountain, an important place for Shang clan. It was brightly lit and bustling. But Yi Fan had a gloomy expression. He was asking himself a question. "Black Demon, what kind of person are you?" Northern Icy Plain. Chu Du's hands were behind his back. He looked at the vast icy plain. Suddenly his body shook. "It's here." He received Fang Yuan's transmission. He quickly activated his Immortal Gu. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Calamity Beckoning. At the next moment, the entrance of Sovereign Blessed Land opened. First, Spring Oriole was pulled out of the blessed land by a formless force through the entrance. Next, giant Calamity Blazing Trees were pulled out by a mysterious force that could not resist. They were indignant, they were furious. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Providence was also furious. But it was useless. About 2 hours later, the third earthly calamity ended. Fang Yuan stored his immortal aperture, appearing on the northern icy plain. Chu Du obtained a lot of reckless savage's true meaning. He shouted excitedly, "The road is long and arduous. After a few autumns, I have finally obtained Azure Cloud's blessing. Azure Cloud has entrusted me to observe the world. I can see everything in this world." His voice reverberated in heaven and earth, echoing in the clouds. He had the heroic aura of a domination immortal. "Sir, may I ask for your name?" Chu Du bowed to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled, reciting, "The winding road is narrow to heaven and earth. Calamities and tribulations are insignificant. Life and death are insignificant. My body is like a willow fluttering in the wind, be it clouds or mud. My will is one." Chapter 11:21. Time passed quickly. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Langya blessed land inside the Cloud City. Fang Yuan was meditating in a secret room. Using connecting heaven Gu, his divine sense was communicating with a certain female Gu immortals will in jewel yellow skies. "The quality of your pill azure incense is clearly lower than the one sold by Gu immortal Shizi. Lower the price." Fang Yuan bargained. But that female Gu immortal was not like Fang Yuan. She did not spread out her divine sense to manage the business. What she placed in jewel yellow skies, other than the goods that she wanted to sell, was her will. Unfortunately, this will was the unyielding will. It was the most stubborn kind. As expected, the female immortal shook her head and refused without any hesitation. "This is the selling price. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If not, then forget it." Fang Yuan was not resigned. He continued to try. "Reconsider? I want a lot of goods." The unyielding will was stubborn. She did not give in. Fang Yuan was a little sullen. These last days he had been operating the sovereign immortal aperture. He had to transact with jewel yellow skies. Not only did he sell his own resources, he also had to purchase other resources. But after the third earthly calamity, he was clearly not doing things smoothly. The female immortal's unyielding will was one of them. The situation was still good. Recently, Fang Yuan often encountered Gu immortals joining in and raising the price maliciously, or when there was a shortage of goods, they were cleared out by rank 8 great experts. Even though I have the protection of luck, during the third earthly calamity, I encountered the giant disaster blazing tree. It ruined a lot of my luck. Thinking of the third earthly calamity that he had just passed, Fang Yuan sighed. If not for the third earthly calamity, I would have thought about it for a long time and decided to cooperate with Chu Du. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Even if I passed it, I would have suffered heavy injuries and bad luck. In this current situation, it is just a slight hindrance. It is not a big problem for my cultivation. Fang Yuan quickly collected his thoughts and continued to negotiate with the female deity in the jewel yellow skies. Since the female immortal did not agree to lower the price, Fang Yuan could only pinch his nose and accept it. "Your pill azure incense. I bought them all." This female Gu immortal was stunned for a moment. Fang Yuan was indeed spending a lot of money. For this transaction, he would have to pay close to 10,000 immortal yuan stones. However, Fang Yuan remained calm and collected. After a period of accumulation, he was very rich. Even though he had survived the third earthly calamity, he had expended a great deal of green grape immortal essence. As for the immortal Yuan stone, he was still able to take out close to 10,000 pieces. After buying the Danqing incense, Fang Yuan withdrew his divine sense and stopped paying attention to jewel yellow skies. After inspecting it carefully, he confirmed that there were no problems with the pill azure incense before moving it into the sovereign immortal aperture. His mind entered his immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fang Yuan had arranged strength path immortal zombies in every place. Soon, a strength path immortal zombie flew over under his control and used goo worms to receive the Danqing incense. There was no other way. His sovereign immortal aperture space was too big, he could only use these strength path immortal zombies. Whenever this happened, Fang Yuan could not help but think of Hu immortal land spirit and star form land spirit. If there was a land spirit, he could let the land spirit do the work for him, he would not need to worry about it. A land spirit was like the manager of a blessed land. It was very convenient to have a land spirit. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan had never heard of a land spirit appearing in a Gu immortal's immortal aperture before they died. This Danqing incense. It was like a jade-colored smoke, it shrouded the entire area. Fang Yuan placed all of the Danqing incense into mini azure sky. It caused a large part of the sky to turn dark. Even though strength path immortal zombies could not smell it, the Danqing incense's fragrance was very beautiful. It was like the fragrance of ink or grass, it was elegant and distant. Fang Yuan arranged the Danqing incense. He set up some goo formations. These goo formations were made of mortal goo. They had no other use but to confine the Danqing incense to a certain area, preventing it from spreading. I stored so much at once, it is enough to feed change soul immortal goo 3 times. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied. However, the pill azure incense could not be replenished by itself with every bit used. If he had to produce Danqing incense himself, it would be troublesome. The environment for Danqing incense to be produced required primeval essence, red crown crane groups, green pine forests, ink bamboo forests as well as fragrance goo. These 4 types included beasts, plants, and goo. Not only that, there was a strict requirement for the quantity of each type. If there was more of them, they could produce Danqing incense. And this requirement was an industry secret. The goo immortals who sold this Danqing incense strictly controlled it, it was hard for it to be leaked. Currently, Fang Yuan could only store these pill azure incense and use it for now. Danqing incense was the food for change soul immortal goo, but thankfully there were many people selling this resource in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan had stockpiled such a large amount this time, it was enough to last for some time. After inspecting it again, Fang Yuan made some slight adjustments to the goo formation here. He took a final look and saw that in mini azure sky, there was a small patch of dense green spots. It was different from before. Even though Fang Yuan developed and constructed his immortal aperture, overall, the sovereign immortal aperture was still barren and barren. Most importantly, the sovereign immortal aperture space was simply too huge. The resources that Fang Yuan had invested in would have filled up the immortal aperture of other Gu immortals. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture contained a lot of Dao marks, but to affect such a large area, the effect of the Dao marks was much weaker. Fang Yuan's divine sense that was left in mini azure sky. Danqing incense was arranged properly, it meant that Fang Yuan's immortal aperture development had reached a certain stage. Before this, Fang Yuan had already purchased several batches of resources, solving the problem of the food for sword eyebrows, wave sword, flying sword, and other rank 7 immortal Gu. The feeding of rank 8 and 7 immortal Gu has been arranged properly. This way, it is time to deal with those rank 6 immortal Gu when I construct my immortal aperture. Fang Yuan planned. When Gu immortals construct their immortal aperture, the first basic requirement was to be able to feed their immortal Gu and be self-sufficient. Fang Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie before, his immortal aperture was dead so he did not follow the rules. Now that he was reborn, he worked steadily and had already solved the problem of feeding rank 8 and 7 immortal Gu. Next were those rank 6 immortal Gu. Had to be said. Fang Yuan had too many immortal Gu. It would scare people to death if they said it out loud. But there was no helping it, Fang Yuan needed to raise so many immortal Gu. Not only did he have to resist calamities and tribulations and providence, he also had to deal with other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's situation was very difficult. In the past there was the Shadow Sect. They helped to conceal him and guard against deductions. But after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, this protection was gone. Celestial Court's Gu immortals put his name on the Demon Judgment Board. They were determined to kill him. There were also Northern Plains Gu immortals who hated him to the core. Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jianghu Tower. This was even more hateful than destroying the ancestral graves of these Huangjin bloodline Gu immortals. The other Eastern Sea, Southern Border and Western Desert Gu immortals coveted his luck path true inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not obtain the all-living being's luck true inheritance, no one would believe him if he tried to explain it. All in all, Fang Yuan's identity could not be exposed. A large number of Gu immortals were eyeing him. Some time ago, during the Battle of He Tribe's Gu immortals conspired with Heavenly Lord Baizu. They wanted to ambush Fang Yuan, but because Fang Yuan was cautious, he did not go to Iron Eagle Blessed Land and escaped. Of course, Fang Yuan did not know about this yet. Thus, when Fang Yuan traveled outside, he used a fake name Lu Guanji. If he revealed his true identity, Chu Du's attitude would change. Currently, Fang Yuan had already teamed up with Chu Du half a month ago. When Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Fang Yuan received Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du explained the situation to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Gu had a clue to an information path inheritance. At that moment, Fang Yuan was moved. Before this, he often talked about the benefits of information path. With powerful information path methods, he could make agreements with others without fear of the other party going back on their words. He could also secretly remove the alliance agreement on himself. He could kill the hostage and go back on his word. He was unrestrained. He could also gather a lot of information to help him make better decisions. Information path and wisdom path were good partners. Information path gathered information, while wisdom path used this information to make deductions. The two complemented each other. The information path inheritance insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Gu was very impressive. Even the wisdom path Gu Immortal Tianxiaxan was moved. He wanted to ask Chu Du for it. Chu Du also explained this to Fang Yuan. He wanted Fang Yuan to know the value of this information path true inheritance so that he would be more wary. Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to make a deal with Chu Du. He promised Chu Du to let him obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning, but Chu Du had to pay a price. After the Battle of He Tribe, Chu Du obtained the 13th Eagle Nest under Fang Yuan's guidance. On a certain day he met up with Fang Yuan secretly in Northern Plains and the two made an exchange. Fang Yuan obtained Flying Sword Immortal Gu and Eagle Nest, while lending Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. The Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method. Fang Yuan could not give it to Chu Du even though this was an Immortal Killer move and Immortal Gu were unique. Chu Du could use other Immortal Gu to replace it. The Gu worms were different, but they could form Immortal Killer moves with similar power. Chu Du was indeed a rank 7 expert. He was a legend in Northern Plains. With his help, Fang Yuan successfully passed the third earthly calamity. The first 2 times he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was a close call. But the third earthly calamity only had some setbacks. Chu Du dealt with most of it. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu was truly powerful. No wonder back then, Mo Yao wanted to use this Immortal Gu to help her beloved Bo Qing undergo tribulation. But in the end she failed. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu was only rank 7. But Bo Qing's tribulation was the myriad tribulation to break through to rank 9 realm. Fang Yuan did not want to take the information path true inheritance of Flying Sword Immortal Gu for now. The turbulent Flow Sea area was a troublesome place. It was easy to get lost and Gu immortals often appeared there. Fang Yuan focused on researching eagle nests. The 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land was usually hidden. Only when Iron Eagle Blessed Land was on the verge of collapse would it appear. Inside, there were clues to He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had already explored it for some time. He had some insights. Compared to information path true inheritances, He Fan's true inheritance that could slow the time in the immortal aperture was more practical and important. Fang Yuan had already decided, using this period of free time after the tribulation, he was going to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Chapter 11:22. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Inside Mini Purple Heaven. Whoosh. There was a faint purple light. It was hazy. In the huge sky there was an eagle nest floating in the air. This eagle nest was like a 3-story building. It had no doors or windows. It was like a huge crystal cluster. It was a type of translucent crystal. Every strand was as thick and long as an adult's arm. They were of the same color, forming this dense and seamless eagle nest. This crystal had an extraordinary origin. Fang Yuan recognized it. It was a heavenly crystal, a rank 8 immortal material. Heavenly crystals came from the sky, they were very light and could float in the air, they would not fall without external force. Not to mention what was inside the eagle nest, just this eagle nest itself contained more than 500 kilograms of heavenly crystals. Just this amount of heavenly crystals had an enormous value. Evidently, this eagle nest was the 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Its value far surpassed the other eagle nests in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. It was at the top of the list. After Fang Yuan and Chu Du worked together, Chu Du went to Iron Eagle Blessed Land, and at the final moment of the battle with He tribe, he displayed great battle strength and snatched this eagle nest. However, before Chu Du left the battlefield, He tribe's first supreme elder shouted loudly, letting everyone know that this 13th eagle nest was extraordinary. It contained clues to He Fan's true inheritance. This brought a lot of trouble to Fang Yuan. After Chu Du learned of this, he started to negotiate with Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan knew that he had to give in. Flying Sword Immortal Gu Eastern Seas Information Path True Inheritance. This 13th eagle nest as well as He Fan's true inheritance, their value combined. It was extremely huge. Even though Chu Du cultivated strength path, he would not give up until his death. But that did not mean he would not sell these things for a good price. Thankfully, Chu Du wanted Fang Yuan's method of passing tribulation. Fang Yuan used his greatest weakness. He deepened his cooperation with Chu Du. After spending a lot of effort and persuasion, the two barely came to an agreement. Chu Du used calamity beckoning to obtain a portion of Reckless Savage's true meaning from Fang Yuan. In the future, Fang Yuan would receive 30% of the profits from these two true inheritances. Chu Du is an ordinary Gu immortal. He does not want to cultivate information path and time path at the same time, so he is not very interested in these two true inheritances. You're not like me who can cultivate the entire sect and can use any of the true teachings for your own cultivation. Even so, I also admired his decisiveness and his willingness to give up. Northern Plains Tyrannical Immortal is truly extraordinary. You live up to your reputation. Fang Yuan's thoughts ran wild as he inspected the eagle's nest. The relationship between him and Chu Du could be considered the most standard alliance of interest. Their friendship was shallow and they were just using each other. Fang Yuan was still rather fearful of Chu Du in his heart. He knew that Chu Du was unwilling to give up and still wanted the immortal tribulation aperture tempering technique. Chu Du was brave and astute. He was definitely not a brainless tyrant immortal. With his bravery he could single-handedly defeat the Gold family, the Lu family. The battle of He tribe made everyone feel helpless. His mastermind. They were not to be underestimated. After the battle of Lu tribe, he rarely appeared and had been silently nurturing his disciples. He helped them become immortals and absorbed Reckless Savage's true meaning. He negotiated with Fang Yuan. His eloquence made Fang Yuan realize this person's shrewdness and wisdom. Tyrant Immortal had great ambitions. How could he satisfy the calamity beckoning in his hands? What made Fang Yuan even more worried was that Chu Du seemed to have guessed his true identity. During the third earthly calamity, which was also the first time they cooperated, he recited a poem. The last two lines were, "Blue clouds hold me up to look at the world, I can see everything around me." Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. He had the intention of revealing Fang Yuan's true identity. Of course, Fang Yuan might be overthinking this. But for many things, Fang Yuan would rather think a little more than worry a little less. Chu Du's appearance was also very strange. During the first earthly calamity, he almost took Fang Yuan's life. Fang Yuan was very suspicious. He was influenced by Providence and set up this human tribulation to deal with him. To cooperate with such a person, there was a saying that was appropriate, it was asking a tiger for its skin. Thus, after their first cooperation and the third earthly calamity, Fang Yuan and Chu Du did not talk much, they soon parted. Chu Du let Fang Yuan leave. Firstly, he had calamity beckoning immortal Gu. Secondly, he had an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. The information path immortal Gu he used were borrowed from other Gu immortals. Thirdly, he could not catch up to Fang Yuan. With Chu Du's strength and methods, it was not surprising that he had a wide circle of friends. There was one point Fang Yuan had considered. To guard against Providence, Fang Yuan gave Chu Du a lot of self-will Gu. At least, Fang Yuan did not have to worry that Providence would have any negative influence on Chu Du. I need to be careful when cooperating with Chu Du. If there is any mistake, I might be doomed. Fang Yuan warned himself inwardly. He placed his attention on the strength path immortal zombie. He controlled a strength path immortal zombie to get close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These last days he had been investigating, deducing, and collecting all sorts of clues. He dug into He Cheng's memories and made deductions. If I am not wrong this time, Fang Yuan had a sense of confidence as he activated his immortal goo. The strength path immortal zombie that got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest underwent a complete transformation. It was originally lifeless, but in an instant, it turned into a living person. It turned into He Cheng. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. He Cheng gradually got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He placed his hand on the surface of the nest. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to pour into the heavenly crystal eagle nest. At the same time, goo worms flew out, circling around He Cheng, dancing around him. Refinement path killer moves were activated one after another, landing on the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These refinement path killer moves were mortal. They were modified by He Fan in the past and were passed down. Before He Fan died, he instructed his descendants that any He tribe member who became an immortal in the future had to learn his refinement path methods. After several generations of He tribe Gu immortals researched them, they gradually understood. These refinement path killer moves were the keys to opening the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Many He tribe Gu immortals had tried to use these refinement path killer moves on the heavenly crystal eagle nest in order to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Of course, these attempts had all failed, because they lacked the most crucial factor, attitude Gu. Among these refinement path killer moves, there was a crucial method to extract a trace of attitude Gu's aura. Only then could it be used. This crucial factor had obstructed the generations of He tribe Gu immortals. Nobody could inherit He Fan's true inheritance. He tribe's Gu immortals were not fools. After understanding this, they immediately started to search for attitude Gu. He tribe's Gu immortals worked hard. They gradually found some clues and gained progress. In the most recent generation, Su Xian's night elopement. She became He Cheng's beloved wife and joined He tribe as an external supreme elder. Her surname was not He. She could not know a huge secret like He Fan's true inheritance. But Su Xian's motive was not pure. With her elder sister Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, she stole a portion of He tribe's accumulated research results on He Fan's true inheritance. Using these results, she found some suspicious locations. Just as she was close to success, something happened. He Cheng killed Su Xian. Third sister's death caused second sister Fairy Li Shan to fall out with her elder sister Blazing Heaven Demoness. Su Xian left behind a crucial clue and a large amount of immortal essence for her beloved daughter He Lulan. After He Lulan's immortal ascension, using these clues, she retrieved attitude Gu that He tribe had lost for many years from the northern icy plain. But after a series of twists and turns, this immortal Gu ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. It was used by him. These last few days, Fang Yuan had been familiarizing himself with refinement path killer moves. There were also disguises and transformations to ensure that nothing went wrong. Refinement path killer moves after refinement path killer moves. At times they turned into fire, at times they turned into lightning, striking the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Every strike caused the heavenly crystal eagle nest to tremble slightly, emitting a clear and loud sound. Gradually, the heavenly crystal eagle nest's tremors became greater. The sound it emitted became louder and louder, starting to resound in the sky. The final strike. Fang Yuan's heart could not help but jump. Under his extremely practiced method, a trace of attitude Gu's aura was extracted, fusing into a transparent water flower that slowly flew towards the heavenly crystal eagle nest. The water flower smoothly fused into the heavenly crystal eagle nest, vanishing shortly after. The heavenly crystal eagle nest started to tremble. A bright light was emitted from deep within. Gradually, the entire heavenly crystal eagle nest was dyed into 9 different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black. The 9-colored light soared to the sky and earth. It was so dazzling that He Cheng had no choice but to retreat a distance. Ring, ring, ring. The light gradually faded as the sound of wind chimes resounded in the air. In front of He Cheng, this heavenly crystal eagle nest that had been closed for countless years was finally opening up. Each heavenly crystal was moving step by step, continuously being disassembled. It made Fang Yuan think of building blocks or Rubik's cubes. The 9-colored heavenly crystals mixed together, embedded into each other. The heavenly crystal eagle nest slowly opened up an entrance. The entire process was beautiful. It was so dazzling that people subconsciously held their breaths. I understand. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He suddenly understood He Fan's method. Heavenly crystals were originally translucent. It looked like they came from one place, but that was not the case. These heavenly crystals have 9 colors. They should have come from the immemorial 9 heavens. But He Fan fused these heavenly crystals together, using refinement path methods to process these rank 8 immortal materials. This caused them to lose their colors, making them look like they were one. Before He Fan died, he left behind some refinement path methods. Using these refinement path methods, I can reverse process these heavenly crystals and restore them to their original appearance, activating the arrangements inside and opening up the entire eagle nest. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's evaluation of these heavenly crystals rose to another level. Heavenly crystals were immortal materials. Other than being produced in the immemorial 9 heavens, they could also be produced in grotto heavens with deep foundations. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that these were heavenly crystals produced in He Fan Grotto Heaven. But the truth was, these heavenly crystals came from the immemorial 9 heavens. Then their value would be even higher. Because there were only 2 heavens left in the immemorial 9 heavens, the other 7 heavens were already destroyed. Back then, He Fan must have spent a lot of effort to gather these heavenly crystals. After all, it was getting harder and harder for Gu immortals to obtain these heavenly crystals. The only source was the fragment worlds of the immemorial 7 heavens that were scattered all over the 5 regions. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.